Opie and Anthony.
Radio shock jock.
Opie and Anthony.
And we're off and running
Good morning.
with the Opie and Anthony show.
Good morning. I don't know why, but I woke up, drove in,
Yep.
got in the elevator.
Yep.
All that time until Kenny said, well, one more day. I thought it was Wednesday.
Really?
Even though, Lost is on Wednesdays. I watched it. But then for some reason, I got up this morning thinking it was Wednesday again.
Isn't that a nice treat for you?
It is. So it's a whole day just gone. There you go.
You just did some traveling into the future, my friend.
Yeah.
How does it feel?
Little time travel.
Did a little time travel.
Felt great. No DeLorean necessary.
It's nice, right?
It was very nice, but yeah. So happy Thursday, or whatever you want to call it.
I burnt down my BlackBerry last night.
How's that?
And the only reason I mentioned this, I was shaving and I decided that the BlackBerry needed to be on the sink. And then I'm splashing water around to clean out the sink because it has all the beard hair.
Whiskers.
Because I was growing my facial hair for a while for whatever reason.
Yeah, I'm pretty grabby myself.
And next thing you know, I see the thing just...
Did you see a little puff?
Not really, but it just kind of just phased out.
Fizzled on you.
And then I dried it for a while, and then I turned it upside down and let it dry, And then I put the battery back in. And then as it's like charging up, I hear...
Not good.
So I turned it off again and let it sit all night long. Turned it on this morning and...
Done? Cooked.
Done. So then I bitched to one of the bosses because I'm supposed to get a new phone hooked up. And he goes, well, I was reading... This is the only reason I'm telling the story, by the way. I was reading an article the other day. If you spill anything on your BlackBerry, what you should do is to, put it in a bunch of rice that's not cooked yet to soak up the fluids. And I'm thinking to myself, that works when you're in a restaurant and you want to keep the salt from clumping up.
Yeah, and it
But
doesn't
how
work.
is that going to dry out a BlackBerry that got some water splashed on it? And then, was that a real article?
I think so, yeah.
Come on. There's no way that would work. Because, the water gets into the, it got in the
nooks
top.
and crannies.
Like, I didn't even see where the water went.
Yeah.
The battery was dry as could be.
What were you, rinsing out your sink with a fire hose?
I don't know,
What,
man. I'm the stupidest man alive.
It's like...
I do the dumbest things.
Little splashes got on it, like little droplets.
I guess.
And that did it?
I saw just a little water on the top, so I just, dabbed it with the towel. And then all of a sudden it just started phasing out.
Damn.
Yeah. So the only reason I bring it up, this rice trick, does that work with electronics?
I doubt it. Not like that. You get those little silica gel packs.
Yeah.
And dump it in a big thing of those.
What do you got, Stump Brains?
According to BlackBerryGeeks.com.
Yeah.
Yeah, they say one of the things, aside from being tempted to take a blow dryer, they say don't do that. Stick that baby...
Oh, see, I was going to do that.
No,
well, it doesn't
glad
matter.
you
It's
didn't.
not working.
Stick that baby in a container of rice. Rice absorbs the moisture. The idea is that it'll suck the moisture out, but you wait 48 hours before you put the battery in. That's
You
the key
do
part.
have to wait a long time when electronics get water on them. You got to be patient.
So you think there's a
Let it
shot that
dry.
this thing will dry,
No, you probably fried it by putting the battery in.
yeah.
Well, the thing fires up, and I see the screen for like a split second. It says I have mail, a couple phone calls, and then it just goes black again.
So you got
it's teasing me.
You got to take care of business in 3 seconds.
No, how about a third of a second?
All your crap you got to do in a quarter second.
And it's weird not having a phone in the year 2009. I feel completely lost.
Can't.
Do you have your stuff synced up on your computer?
Oh, why would I do that?
Oh,
Why would anyone do that? Are you kidding? But no, all my cards are fine.
Yeah.
Everything's fine. The battery never got wet. My cards never got wet. It's just the buttons on the top. Some water got in there and then fried out the screen.
Oh, you could just take the card from that one and put it in.
Oh, yeah.
All right, okay.
Oh, okay. Then you're fine.
Or it looks like I can sync it up to a computer and get my stuff off. It's not like the phone is completely dead. The screen just won't go on.
Yeah.
So,
well.
but not having a phone how weird is that? When was the last time you didn't have a phone?
I forgot my phone at the house when I was driving into work one day.
Yeah.
And I got 3 blocks away.
And you were in a complete panic, right?
I was filling my pockets and I was like, ah! I turned around, went back to the house, and got it. But for those 3 blocks, I didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are lost without a little gadgetry that keeps us in touch with everybody constantly.
And I saved my Pebble because
I put it on silent right now because I forgot.
I saved my Pebble because I'm constantly doing this. I just told the story. I lost my phone, remember? That's the same phone. Now I've had it 3 weeks, and now I fried it out with the water. So I got the Pebble, and it's just so foreign to me. It's like a phone that just takes phone calls and maybe will text people.
I know
that's
one
ridiculous.
That
I need to check out some websites. I need to do. I can't tweet on a Pebble.
No,
are you crazy?
How are you going to take pictures of people and post it up there?
I'm not gonna. I'm out for a while, so I'm out for a day or two. Fellow tweeters, you think I'm bad with the tweeting? There's a story of a surgeon who wants to tweet during an operation, and I just got some audio. During Obama's speech, all the lawmakers, they couldn't be bothered listening to Obama. They're tweeting like crazy in the middle of that whole speech.
As he's doing his speech.
Yes, to their followers. Boy, that's got to be some fun reading, huh? A representative or a congressman tweeting to his followers. Awful.
Harumph, harumph. How do you spell harumph?
Hold on, let me... All right, sorry. David in Kansas City, what's up?
Morning, guys. Hey, my mom dropped her phone in the toilet the other day, and I put it in a bowl of rice for 2 days. It dried it right out, put the battery back in, and it's just fine.
So I got a shot at this thing working, you think?
Works, huh?
The rice is so dry that it just, it draws the moisture out of everything.
Really?
So it does work.
All right. Maybe should I throw it in some rice for a while?
No, it's too late now. You've already turned it on.
Oh, I shouldn't have turned it on?
No, you heated the water up when you plugged it into the electronics.
Oh, I sure did, because I heard it going.
You can't do any. You can't do anything until after you've already dried it. You can't power it back on until it's been dried out. So it's probably smoked.
All right, man. Thanks.
Yep.
So now I got a phone that makes phone calls. That's so stupid.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. No apps, no email,
Nothing.
no website browsing.
You've
no
been
tweeting, no picture taken.
Thrown back into the past.
Yeah.
You're thrown back into the past. That's
yeah.
I can't even deal with that in this day and age.
The other thing I was thinking, you know that I haven't made a phone call on my BlackBerry in weeks.
Really?
I'll communicate with it.
Yeah.
By writing email and text messages, but to actually dial a number, that's stupid. Who does that with their phone these days?
They don't just take the keys off like that, the phone keys.
They might as well.
Slow use it.
Are you noticing you barely use it as an actual phone?
I text only when Stunty calls me.
Well, yeah, it always has to be.
There's only a couple of calls I take.
Yeah, like boss phone calls. That's it. But even family members, and stuff.
Bob Eatman.
Yeah.
That I like the people that call you. And then, either I don't pick up or oops, I'm sorry, I missed the call.
Yeah.
And then they don't leave a voicemail. They just text me what they were going to say. Mm-hmm. Just do that in the first place.
Yeah.
There's no need to call me.
Yeah. And I like the extra text or email that goes back and forth. Someone tells you something.
Thanks.
And they write, and you go thanks, I guess, because you want to acknowledge that they did something for you. And then they have to write back, no problem.
Yeah. NP
or something, and then it forces you to do something. Next thing you know, there's like 3 or 4 different exchanges you never had to do.
Yeah, you feel the little vibrate in your pocket. You're like, oh, what, new text? And it's just like, okay. I assumed you got that and said okay because we had talked about it.
Well, I wasted too much time on my dumb phone thing. I was lost. It's all about lost.
Well, I just was amazed that Jimmy is a psychic.
Why? What happened?
Jimmy is a psychic. Well, watching Lost is a big community event, and I was on Pal Talk. There's a Lost room on Pal Talk, and so I was in the little Lost room, and then Walt shows up for the first time in like a year. He's not been on the show, but yesterday Jimmy went on a rant about Lost, which was nothing short of genius. Ben driving the island down Manhattan.
Yeah.
Midtown Manhattan.
Well, that was the funny part when you said that Jimmy's a genius and he called it. I'm like, what? They actually drove an island?
Yeah, they drove the island down
middle of Manhattan?
Yeah. But no, they show Walt coming out of a school or something, and Locke is there. He's across the street. He's in a wheelchair again because he's back, on regular time off the island. So I guess fate has to step in and make him not be able to walk. He broke his leg. Yeah, you'll see it. And then he waves to Walt. They show Walt, and he's like 30 years old. He's like, "Hey, John, how you doing? What up?"
Does he acknowledge how old he is?
No, he just says, you got big, But everybody in the room is just like, oh, my God, Jimmy is a psychic. He completely called this one. And the thing was, no one had seen Walt in quite a long time on the show. And you're just talking about him. That episode, there he is.
Well, he was in one episode I saw in like season 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Where they show his silhouette in the window. And he's obviously just on leave from the military. I mean,
he got too big.
That's the problem when you cast a kid.
Yeah.
You better make sure you shoot a lot of his stuff quickly.
With that show, especially where they're flashing backwards and flashing forwards and things like that, you can't do a flashback with Walt because he's just too big.
Amazing.
Yeah, couldn't he have gotten another kid that looks like Walt?
I know, yeah.
Why not? And then just throw it into the storyline somehow.
What's Rodney Allen Rippey doing?
He probably still looks like a kid, right?
Sure.
Vince just doesn't get it from Bayonne, New Jersey. Opie, you're a millionaire. You lost a BlackBerry. Go to the store and pick up a new one, you whiner.
Oh, there you go.
Well, I have a BlackBerry that I bought 2 to 3 weeks ago.
Uh-huh.
I want to be on the corporate email system because I do a lot of work through my BlackBerry. Mm-hmm. It's like going through the CSI or whatever.
Yeah. Let's CSI.
Wait. It's impossible to get this thing hooked up without paperwork and approval from this guy and that guy because they only
bureaucratic.
Right.
Crap.
Well, they will give you phones.
Yeah.
So you could get corporate email, but they're crappy phones. They're older versions of the BlackBerry. I love the BlackBerry, so I got the brand new one that literally came out 2 weeks ago. It's been sitting in a box. This BlackBerry is almost too old now. I think there's going to be a new one coming out by the time I get this hooked up.
Those things that get dated in days.
And there's some weird thing where they're like, no, we can't hook up your new BlackBerry to the system. Sorry, only the phones that we approve, which are older phones. I'm like, that is crazy in this day and age when we're in the communication business. You should allow anyone to have the latest phone and just hook it up to the system.
They want their phone so they could slip the little bug in there.
Right. So they had to change everything.
Everything you say.
They had to change everything. They had to make new rules and laws just to get my phone hooked up. And I sit here and still wait.
Does it have a sporty monochrome screen?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Scroll.
Let's say hi to Marcos. Marcos.
Hey, what's up, boys?
Hey, buddy.
What's going on? No, I was going to say that I had lost my phone. I was without a phone for 3 days, and I had to make a really important call, and I was outside in the street, and, dude, it was, impossible to find a payphone. I don't even know if they exist these days.
There's one payphone apparently in front of the XM facility.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's been there, forever, I guess.
I didn't even notice that it's there.
That's the only one I've seen in all of Manhattan.
Yeah. All right, sir.
But what are you going to do? Make a phone call? Put some change in? Please deposit 25 cents for the next 3 minutes. What?
It's actually 50 cents right now, I think.
Well,
50 cents a local call.
See how long? 50 cents. I would know. I remember when it was a dime.
Payphones take me out of old movies, because it's so weird to see, like King of Comedy, when De Niro's at the payphone, and he makes a call, and now he needs, what's his name, to call him back, and he's hanging out at the payphone all day.
Waits and waits
and there's a line of people waiting to use the phone, and they're all mad. It just takes me out of the movie. I'm like, that's so weird. Like, that everyone would have cell phones, obviously, now.
Payphones are just outdoor urinals for the homeless.
Yes.
That's pretty much what they are right now. It's the only good they're for.
Yeah.
Remember the actual phone booth with that wacky door that you had to
squeeze through?
Yeah, squeeze through. And the actual phone booth.
It kind of felt good when you were able to finally close that door, though. I don't know what that was about, because you felt all it's
private.
Yeah.
And you were out of the wind and the traffic sounds and things like that. Yeah, I kind of liked the phone booth. Although when those things got used as bathrooms, they just stunk forever. Forever. And they actually had a phone book hanging there. A little phone book would be hanging in there so you could look things up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you could clean yourself up after you go to the bathroom.
Yeah, exactly.
Is what ended up
I
happening
had
with
to
that.
use the B section to wipe with.
Did you?
All right, we're just getting started. Everyone wants to talk about phones. It was just a dumb, quick thing. Well, Kent, the movie guy, he knows a little something about movies and TV shows. What do you got on this Lost there, Kent?
Well, now that they brought Walt back, it's actually kind of perfect timing because for everybody off the island, it's been a few years.
Yeah.
So he's actually now this age he should be, technically.
Yeah, the thing is, he looks 10 years older. It's supposed to be 3 years going by. He looks 10 years old. Because I guess when he was a kid, he was probably a little older than he was supposed to be on the show.
I think he was 12 playing 10, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
That
so
was a bad move. So now he's 15 playing
a linebacker.
13.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Walt's getting a little big.
You know, I was going to watch Lost last night.
Yeah, just to try to catch up instantly.
And then just come in and try to tell you what I know about the show.
That would be interesting, just popping in now and seeing if you could even fathom it.
All right, I'll do that next week. I haven't seen one episode.
Try and check it out on G4 when they do reruns on there because they put up little factoids for people who are trying to catch up.
They are
amazing.
Brilliant at what they have done on ABC as far as Lost goes because from 8 till 9, they play the previous week's episode. But they have like a pop-up video kind of thing where at the bottom of the screen it pops up and says, this guy, like you see somebody on the screen and go, this guy you might remember from episode 2 of season 2.
Oh, wow.
He did this. So it kind of fills you in if you were confused last week on who the people are. And then the new episode plays. And the ratings are great for it. People, like I just watched the episode last week, but I again watched the 8 o'clock version.
Because you want to read the factoids, right?
Read the factoids on who's who and who's doing what.
What a great idea.
So you're actually watching 2 hours of Lost on ABC. They're getting the whole slot from 8 o'clock till 10 o'clock.
I would do that for any show that I'm into.
Yeah.
Any show that I saw the week prior, I would rewatch if they did that.
Yeah,
no
that's what
problem.
they do.
Just if they had just dumb little pop-ups and factoids.
Because there were a couple of instances during last night's first run episode where I was looking at someone and going, is this significant? Who's this person?
Right.
And I'm just like, I'll just watch it next week. I know they'll pop some stuff up and say, hey, this guy was from this, and you might have seen him pop up.
That's
or
awesome.
This situation exactly matches what happened in the pilot episode. And
you notice in general that TV's starting to figure it out? A little bit.
Just a couple of
that's
shows.
a great example. And CNN especially, they're using, I'll say it again, the Twitter, but they're also using the Facebook. Their guys will be on TV talking about Obama's speech or whatever, and then they go to their own Facebook and all these people are now getting involved with their program. They're finally starting to figure out that the whole media world is changing.
Integrating personal electronic media with their news programs. It involves the general population more.
Sure.
You could get information faster that way, pictures, even videos, things like that.
Right.
I mean, there was video of people involved with Sully's little water landing right after it happened.
Well, they got something on CNN. I think it's called the iReport.
Yeah.
It's called the iReport. You sign up for it, and now we're all walking around with our camera phones, right? And let's say you saw that plane crash or the aftermath. You're taking 10, 15-second video. You send it right to the CNN website, and then they show which videos they've actually shown on CNN.
Uh-huh.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it is.
And because now you're like, everyone's hoping to get a little fame. We can. We're all looking at our Facebook, seeing how many friends we added and all this crap. And some of these videos are go from camera phone right onto CNN.
Yeah.
And that person's like, look, they used my video. How cool is that?
Made it on.
Yeah. I actually signed up for that, but I haven't seen anything cool
Nothing
yet.
cool to
well, that's the problem.
Yet. No one wants to see Voss without his teeth in. CNN. This dolt. Watch this dolt with no teeth.
I'm a member of that, but you have to see the news happen.
Yeah.
They don't want, video of, pedestrians in New York City. Who cares?
Yeah.
But if something cool happens and you happen to get a little video and throw it up there, you got a shot at
You're ready.
International exposure, my friend.
I hear you.
The Voss picture, by the way, did very well last night.
Oh, I'm sure. A lot of good comments.
Very well on Twitter.
Vampire teeth.
I'm sorry, buddy. You should give your BlackBerry to E-Rock and have him take photos, by the way, with his camera.
Oh, I thought you meant have him eat it.
What, his camera messed up your picture yesterday?
I didn't care because I already got one, but I mean...
Wait, what?
The picture we got of me, you, and Ant was good with Fitty.
Blow it up. It's blurry. It's
grainy.
It's grainy.
You got to put the high resolution.
E-Rock, what did you do?
What'd you do?
You have it set for more pictures and crappier resolution?
No,
I think
it's
so.
got the highest resolution on it, and it looks fine.
Doesn't it? I opened it up big. It
Where's
stinks.
mine? Did you email mine?
Yeah, right.
All right. Let me look at it.
Yeah,
It's grainy. It's grainy.
I popped.
Gotta see mine.
I'm Opie Radio, by the way, on Twitter. Let's get it over with. I got the Voss picture up there for everybody, and I got the picture of me, you, and Jimmy with. There it is. Look.
See, in that size, that looks
That's
great.
a good picture of us with 50 Cent.
At that picture, that size,
Yes.
yeah, it's a little.
By the way, they beat me up because I wrote, I put that picture up. I wrote 50 Cent with me, Anthony, and Jimmy. I was blown away by how smart he is, and people turned that into a racist thing.
Of course.
It's everything I read and have seen about 50 Cent. I didn't realize how smart the guy was.
It can't
Simple as
just be,
that.
It can't just be that he's like a hardcore gangster rapper kind of a thing. And
Right.
It
comes
doesn't
across
really
as
fit the stereotype of a gangster rapper to be a savvy businessman.
Right. He comes across as a thug. He's been shot. We know the stories of 50 Cent.
Right.
He sat there, and his business sense blew me away.
Yeah.
And just how he markets himself and gets his hands in a bunch of different things. So I quickly wrote, blown away by how smart he is, and everyone's like, oh, my God. I know what they said, actually. Oh, we expect that from Anthony, not you.
You could say that.
They also loved your pants.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
The black camos.
People love my black camos. What were they saying? Anthony's lost his mind. He's crazy. G.I. Joe. What's he doing?
Oh, well, you might not want to look at the comments. No, the comments are fine, actually.
Was your battery up to par? Was your battery perfect?
Yeah.
I thought it was a good picture, but you're saying when you blow it up?
Yeah, because I always open them big on my computer. It's the way they open.
Oh, wow. You lose a lot. E-Rock, what are you doing?
No, that's him.
That's your picture.
That's him downloading it off your Twitter and expanding it.
Wow, do I look white?
Yeah.
Look at my fat neck.
I
What's
look
wrong
really
with me?
white compared to...
Is this picture up on
Fitty.
O&A Radio, too? Okay, so they could go there as well.
Let me see. I'm going to save
I like
this
that shot, though. That is a good picture.
right
I think
now.
it's pretty good.
I'm going to put 50, and then I'm going to save it to the desktop. That way, and it is saved.
Okay.
Not like in the old movies where, Sandra Bullock's trying to load a little disc in and it takes forever.
Remember every movie at one point was about a computer disc? Like an A drive disc?
Oh, how horrible.
Stupid.
Serrano's got the
Let's
discs.
see. All right. It blows up. Mine blows up all right. I do see some color, problems.
But it's okay?
I don't mean color problems. Don't get started. I'm saying that there are...
You can. There's Photoshop for that.
Photoshop for that. I will run it through Photoshop and do some level correcting because my face is overexposed. It's like... It's so blatantly white compared to Fitty's.
Wait, do you know how to do that? Because I got a picture. One of my favorite people was Omar from The Wire, Michael Williams.
Yeah.
But it does that balance because the camera has to grab the black face or the white face and focus on it.
Yeah.
And we're so different complexion-wise.
Yep.
I'm lighter
That
complected.
works.
Maybe that's what happened with this picture. Maybe that's all it is.
You can absolutely do that in Photoshop, adjusting
I don't know how to do it.
levels. It's pretty easy.
The camera might have got really confused because of Fitty's face and our faces. And
That's a pretty
Ant's
good...
black pants messed it up, too.
That's a pretty good picture. My pants aren't in my picture, though. I think they're only in your picture. Damn it.
Some of the comments, ha ha ha, Aunt silly G.I. Joe pants.
G.I. Joe pants.
Harry Ass writes, if 50 Cent was a regular listener to the show, Aunt wouldn't be standing right now.
Why?
See, here we go. Wow, ghetto and smart.
People get so... Okay, that looks grainy and horrid as far as when I'm looking at it. See, look. Doesn't that look terrible? Now let me close down the whole thing. So now I have to do it over. No, I will download this picture to desktop and see if that helps. Because I think it might be a problem.
Yeah.
With just viewing it in your mail thing. Let me see now. Nope. It's pretty grainy. That is.
So E-Rock messed up the pic?
Yeah, I think that picture got messed up.
All right. Why don't we take a break? You try to figure that out.
I didn't get one.
Yeah, that picture.
That camera should be drop kicked.
How old's that camera?
This is brand new.
Would you fix it, Mike?
Complain about the other one.
What did you do?
What
with that?
setting did he have it on?
He had the ASA setting to auto, which in dark rooms will
E-Rock.
real grainy. But
we dark room.
Yeah.
What's ASA mean?
That's the lighting setting, the film speed. So if it's a lower ASA, it's a more vivid picture. The higher ASAs work in low light, and they give you more grain.
And clean your lens off. What is this, a water stain?
It's garlic butter saw.
There's
How many
garlic
megapixels?
butter saw all over the lens.
What is that? A half a megapic?
1 megapixel.
10 megapixels.
Hey, by the way, can I get a Fat E-Rock update? The FatErock.com website, which is the most basic website. In the year 2009, to have a basic website like this blowing up is just amazing to me. Travis is running in with the update. Listen to this.
Sorry, Eric.
This thing started as just a goof. Some guy came up with a website called FatErock.com. They got a great shot of E-Rock's head on a naked fat man's body with huge man boobs. So the man boobs are so big that we got censored because they thought it was a chick.
They thought it was a girl.
Because we were able to find the original picture. And then what you do is you find a photo, and then it's automatically Photoshopped, basically, right?
Yeah, it's turned into like a creative outlet for people to see just how good it can be.
Creative, like this is third grade art stuff.
Oh, yeah, but when you've got so many pictures now, you know.
First day was respectable. There was a few pages.
Tuesday, we had 17 pages.
Okay.
272 pictures.
Nice.
At the start of the show yesterday, it jumped to 52 pages. 832 pictures. So you think it can't get much more than that in the next day, right?
Right.
So this morning I checked.
Wait, before you give today's numbers, I got to tell you, like, not every picture gets up there. They go through a little process.
Yeah,
you got to get through the screeners over there at FatErock.com.
Yes.
They just don't put up any picture.
So
what's our stats?
So this morning, we go from 52 pages to 83 pages.
All right.
1,328 pictures.
Wow.
On FatErock.com.
You know what the great thing is? It will place Fat E-Rock in the lower right-hand corner of any picture you put in.
Right.
Some people don't get the gist of it and just throw some wacky picture and there's Fat E-Rock on there. But some people really know what picture to choose to really immerse Fat E-Rock into the photo and make it make sense.
Let me ask you, can you do this? Can you, because the Fat E-Rock is just him holding his bosoms, can you reverse that and have him, instead of head cocked left or whatever, have it be head cocked right? And this way you open up more photos you could possibly put him in.
Danny and I were talking about that on Tuesday, and we hope that he can make an update to this website.
You're hoping they're listening at FatErock.com?
Yeah, you know.
The staff at FatErock.com?
I know they're very busy.
Yeah.
But maybe in the update we can have like a reversal.
I believe the easier thing to do at the time now would be to reverse the photo you're using, and that way he'd be looking at it.
There you go.
Also, the other thing about the Fat E-Rock picture is that no matter what size your picture is, the Fat E-Rock picture is still the same size.
Right.
So if you have a small picture, Fat E-Rock is going to take up 75% of that picture.
Giant in it.
Yeah, so you gotta choose the right size picture.
Choose wisely.
Yeah.
I just saw one that just said "fat, not lost," and it was the lost poster or whatever.
So,
all right, we gotta take a break.
Oh, Fat E-Rock.
Phones are lit. We're gonna blow off the phone conversation. Whatever. Just a little observation. 877-212-018. I saw you getting mad over there, Jimmy. I knew that one would bother you.
Did you know which one I was reading?
Yeah, and I got to tell you, I think 6 months ago I called this. I think about 6 months ago I said this very thing would happen.
I hate him.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking that.
Remember?
I heard it. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
I said I thought it would take a little longer, but it's going to be a reality in a few months. We'll explain next. Opie and Anthony. Good morning to everybody. It's the O&A Show. Jimmy's outraged. Why are you outraged that Tiger Woods is back playing golf? That's crazy.
It's a racial thing. I said I wanted to be white people. It's a white sport, and it's fun for old white people.
I know you guys aren't golf.
The only thing I like about golf.
I know you guys aren't golf fans, but this is exciting news that Tiger's back. I'm telling you. It's on the front page of one of the rags here in New York today. And what were you telling me on the Tiger Woods thing? He won his first match. They're doing match play. You know, you play one guy at a time.
Right.
Until there's only one guy standing.
Mm-hmm. And he's looking good for his bracket. He took it 3-2, but he really was dominating in the first half. Then he kind of had tied him up and then just coasted after the 15th hole.
There's nothing better than on a lazy Sunday afternoon, just kind of sitting on the couch doing mundane stuff, checking your email with a little laptop and watching Tiger Woods play golf.
Watching some golf.
It's very relaxing. It's very...
Okay, Boogie.
And the ratings were horrific without Tiger Woods the last 8 months.
Oh, yeah. The swing
horrific.
looks good. Very smooth. The swing looks very smooth.
That's good. The only thing interesting about golf is Tiger Woods. The only interesting thing about it.
Yeah, he needs a couple guys to really challenge him, and then it would be a lot more fun. Just a monster on the golf course. But that's not what Jimmy's mad at.
No.
It's the Broadway car ban.
Yes, which is annoying me almost as much as E-Rock's sketch camera. What E-Rock want to do?
He's got a Flintstones camera?
Dude, it's horrendous.
There's a little bird inside that just
chisels it out.
Chiseling out the photos.
Yeah, this Bloomberg... We all knew he was a liberal. He just got on the Republican ticket because I think the Democrats, he couldn't get on their ticket or whatever it was. But he is acting like a spoiled, out-of-touch billionaire again with the traffic. And it's like, sorry, dickhead. New York.
Oh, wow. I like it.
Sure, though, he is.
He's a baby. And it's like, sorry, Mike, that we all have to drive to get around the city. He wants to close down Times Square to vehicular traffic.
Yep.
So it will be open just to pedestrian traffic. And I was clenching my jaws reading this while you guys were just talking in the opening break. I was clenching my jaws.
I saw that.
Because I drive all over to get the spots.
Infuriating. Of course. It's infuriating that he's shutting down all these major roadways for just pedestrians to put up tables, like you're hanging out in the middle of a road.
Well, this is where we live. We need places to hang out, Anthony.
There's plenty of parks. Look at Central Park. It's giant.
You're one of those tunnel and bridge folks.
Oh, please. You know something? Get these goddamn enough pedestrians on the roads. They're roads. You drive on them.
Where are we supposed to hang out, Anthony?
Where are we supposed to drive? I'll tell you where. The sidewalks. They take up all the roads. I'm just going to drive more on the sidewalks.
Can you acknowledge that I said this was going to happen 6 to 8 months ago? People called me crazy, but when I was walking through Times Square...
Not for that.
Well, I'm working on it, trust me. When you go through Times Square, they start expanding the sidewalks into the street. And I went, I know where this is leading.
Let me tell...
When is this happening, Jimmy?
I believe Memorial Day starts. It's an experimental period of time. But this idiot, Bloomberg, and he is an idiot, traffic driving through there is going to do nothing. So you're going to tell me that people are going to get out at 7th Avenue or whatever and walk in the rain and the cold? You dummy.
Yeah.
You're hurting businesses there. And also, at 3 o'clock in the morning... You tell me I can't just drive through it. Do you know how awful that's going to be at 3 o'clock in the morning?
No.
With the lifeblood of like traffic and cabs and stuff going through? Mm-hmm. What a dummy he is.
But he's not worried about the 3 a.m.ers there, Jimmy. He don't care about you 3 a.m.ers.
And I think it was Ant said that his traffic plan didn't get approved.
Yes, his basic traffic plan that he came up with about a year ago didn't get approved. This is the one where he wanted to limit traffic that was coming in the city between... I guess it was 60th and 30-something. I don't even know what the streets were, but Midtown. If you were going to drive into Midtown, he wanted you to pay a lot of money. Double if you're a truck. And it didn't pass. And he has since gone into a little temper tantrum and decided, all right, you didn't pass that. I'm going to, first of all, make up my own rules so I can have a third term. And then I'll just start taking your roads away.
Did he get the third term or no? Is he going to run?
Well, yeah,
he's working on it.
It went through. I mean, he can run.
Yep.
Who's running against him?
It's great. It's cool. He didn't want to do that when Rudy was here after 9/11, and we actually wanted Rudy to stay.
Yeah.
But do it for yourself so you can close off car traffic in Broadway so more people can walk. That's good.
He has enough personal funding to campaign against anybody when the election finally happens. Who's going to compete against that?
I don't know.
Who's going to go out on little fundraisers and trying to get money when this guy's got a war chest of billions and billions of dollars that he can spend on his re-election campaign.
I think it's going to help the businesses in Times Square.
How is that going to help it? Like
I'm telling
said,
you,
if it's raining.
Have you guys been down there? Like, trying to drive through there is a nightmare because there's so many effing people already.
It is congested. But you know what?
It's not going to hurt businesses, I don't think.
Who's going to want to walk with packages?
This is all for the tourists. That whole area is just a tourist trap. But New Yorkers don't really hang out there.
And what happens about Crosstown? Are you going to be able to cross over Broadway?
Yeah.
They have
you
to.
just
That'd
can't
be crazy.
drive down Broadway.
Yeah, Crosstown's
So
not
in
affected.
between all of the streets, that's where people are going to be able to hang out and lounge around and walk around.
They're talking like 8 blocks.
And then 7th is going to be open.
Wider.
So this is going to be where you're going to be able to... What about the crossover 7th and Broadway? What a mess that's going to be with people walking down Broadway, and then how are you going to get your car through?
I'm sure they'll have cops there.
Oh, please. It's going to be
terrible.
All of a sudden they have the cop that just does this.
A disaster.
Don't move.
It's going to be like a street fair every day.
Yeah.
First of all, the pedestrians don't know how to stay on a mother effing sidewalk.
Right.
I have been in the left lane of a 3-lane road here in Manhattan, which is hysterical because the other 2 lanes are taken up by parking, and sometimes the middle lane by double parking. But when you get to an intersection and I want to make a left, and there are pedestrians standing in that left lane looking, waiting for the sign to change so they could walk. And meanwhile, I'm trying to make the turn. Someone stopped in the middle lane because they can't get across the intersection. But I'm turning, so I'm fine. And they will walk right out. Beep! Beep! I cannot lean on my horn hard enough. And then I drive through with my windshield washers on and my wipers at full blast and splash them with washer fluid. It's the most fun thing to do, Jimmy, because I'll tell you, I love the Escalade's power wash window washer. And it even has a button where you could heat it up so they get hit with hot cleaning fluid in their face. It's fantastic.
You got to tap them.
No, I won't tap them.
You got to tap them.
Yeah, maybe years ago before they could, rape me. But now I just like hitting them with a little hot windshield washer fluid.
Well, what happened, I think the pedestrians just took over that area. They started walking in the streets and,
That's good, because if it's raining or snowing or windy and freezing cold, I ain't walking.
Yeah.
No one's going to want to walk.
Well, their goal is to make it really hard to own a car in New York City. Simple as that. They're going to want you to use the mass transit and stay away from Times Square and these other areas.
But it's New York. It is a major city, and this fruit is acting like it's Venice.
Yeah.
Hey, dummy, there are cars here. I'm sorry, but if you have to cut down on certain things at certain times, that's one thing. But to completely ban it is just the sign of a guy who can take the subway at all hours because he has state trooper bodyguards with him.
Right.
And this is the sign of a guy who, if he needs to get through, can get through anywhere, anytime.
With a motorcade and cops.
Well,
he can do that. We can't.
do that.
An out-of-touch fruit billionaire.
Then explain where I could hang out as a New Yorker.
Central Park.
It gets boring after a while.
Well,
F the apartment. I can't walk out of my apartment and get some fresh air.
There are plenty of parks
I need
all over Manhattan.
I need an outdoor cafe and a little table and a little chair, and I can sit there and people watch and drink my cappuccino.
There's plenty of that.
Bryant Park, 6th Avenue. It is, you go, it's where the HBO building is. Instead of Broadway, you go to 6th Avenue and 42nd, and you got Bryant Park, and they do outdoor concerts there. It's a giant open-air place.
It's got Wi-Fi right there for you.
See?
All right, there you go.
They already have that.
Why do you want to hang out on a street?
Stuntbrain writes, when unemployment hits 20%, it's going to be a camp for the homeless this Times Square.
You know something? You're right. It's just going to open up Times Square to more. You know something? When cars are driving through, it's hard to set up spackle bucket drum sets.
Right.
When there's cars going there.
Yeah.
When it's shut off and there's just people hanging out, there's going to be more homeless, more shysters and shills.
Dude,
bring back 3-card Monty.
Shantytown.
Yeah.
By the way, and I couldn't take a picture because I was going to look like a creep. Homeless guy under the most horrific dirtiest blanket I've ever seen, having sex.
More dirtier than your blanket on your couch that you put on your lap during the NASCAR races to take care of yourself.
So the wacky whack. I finally got rid of that.
Oh, did you?
Blankie, yeah.
Or did it just leave the house on its own? Bye, Dad.
But right on Columbus Avenue, I mean, I'm telling you, the zombies are coming out because of this economy. The more and more homeless. Just take a peek. But this one was just having sex under this blanket. And I wanted a picture or a video so bad, but it was too crowded because everyone was checking it out. But no one was brave enough to pull out their cameras. Mm-hmm. And I didn't want to be the guy. Especially Columbus Avenue, because they're all snooty snoots.
Snooty. I noticed also that they're talking about the tolls on the bridges again, the East Side bridges.
That ain't happening.
I don't know.
That ain't happening. That's impossible.
That could happen.
Yeah.
The city's baroque. They're raising everything. All the subways are going up.
Mm-hmm.
It's just costing a fortune to come into this city.
Yeah, all right. We lost Virginia, so after the break, we'll bring Virginia back to the program.
All right, we're talking about New York.
Yeah, and there's a local writer down there.
Local news.
Oh, God.
Who wants to listen to them talk about Manhattan?
Compared to your town.
What was his favorite cop show? Virginia Blue? Shut up. Need your entertainment to be right around the corner? You douche. Shut up.
Virginia Blue. Maybe we have some more examples of his favorite TV show. Of course. Stupid local writers.
I won't wear a Virginia's for Lovers shirt. Yeah. It's not about New York.
Right.
You boob.
Ugh, I hate those people.
They're the worst.
I'm so excited that newspapers are going under.
Dude,
go blog somewhere and leave us alone, you dope.
How wonderful is it that they're going to be clacking away for no money someday?
Oh, yeah.
They love it.
They just told Liz Smith to beat it. You think you have a chance?
She's been
Mr. Local newspaper writer.
Forever she was in that newspaper.
And she says
goodbye.
She's the gossip columnist. I think she's syndicated, I'm sure, all across America. But they said goodbye to her a couple days ago. And she says she's not done yet. She's going to continue.
Yeah.
As a blogger, I guess.
Ugh. What's so-and-so wearing?
I guess it was spotted with five. Fluffer was with fluffer.
Yeah, I don't know. I could look at TMZ and have it 18 hours ahead of you, Liz.
Right.
And Liz is saying, watch CSI Virginia.
Thank you.
All right.
We'll get a few of those.
Dude, before I know we got a break, but God damn it, Escape from Virginia. What a movie. It was amazing.
And Frank Sinatra sing a nice little song about Virginia.
Yeah. That was one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Virginia.
Yeah. Is that local enough for you, you dope?
Yeah, and by the way, I apologize. My favorite movie has always been Whatever Happened to New York Wolf. Hate that writer.
We live in a global world now.
Yeah.
Even though radio thinks the thing to do is to go local. Wrong again. Oh, wrong again. Opie and Anthony. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Good morning to everybody. I noticed that the sun's starting to come up a little sooner, huh?
Staying up a little later, too, which is nice. The sun getting...
We're getting there.
Getting a little more sunshine. It's supposed to be nearing 50 degrees today.
Lovely.
In the Big Apple. I don't know. I didn't get the Virginia weather.
Lovely.
It's the Virginia weather. I would say 58. 54 degrees. I'm not saying that warm.
We're getting there, though.
Looking at a frontal system moving into the Virginia area.
Are we?
Yes. I'm looking at the weather for Virginia.
The weather stinks.
Yes. And traffic on those the major roads. You know which ones I'm talking about.
Yes.
I don't even have to mention the names.
There's an accident by the Piggly Wiggly.
By Iraq.
I hear they like us down in Virginia, in Norfolk. 877-212-0-A. What do we got going on? I feel a lot of angst in the room today. We might have to open this up to just bitching today. Just bitch about everything that's bothering us.
Dude, 2 more guys arrested. And I don't know enough about the market, obviously, but 2 more of these guys, these guys like in these...
What do you mean these guys? The 2 guys that completely collapsed my hockey team in the mid-'90s.
Yes. They
the Islanders.
were Islander owners.
Yeah.
And they, more people stealing from investors. They said that they stole, it could be, they think $553 million. And they used it to buy themselves rare books, horses, rare stiff teddy bears. I don't know what this stiff teddy bear is. Valued as much as $80,000 each.
Perhaps exactly that.
What the hell would you do with an $80,000 teddy bear?
Me? I'd kick it, but I don't know what they would do with it.
Get.
I was born in South Bay.
When you have so much money that you could just buy $80,000 teddy bears, that's the people that Obama should be going after, by the way.
Really?
Yes.
I got an $80,000 teddy bear.
Huh?
I have an $80,000.
No, you don't.
Of course I don't.
Okay, thank God.
It'd be so gay.
The worst
But
thing...
that's where you get to a point where you just buy stuff because you can.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sorry, Jim.
No, dude. This is not even in the U.S., but it just shows you how. It's like, why do we pretend we care about each other?
Yeah.
This chair that Yves Saint Laurent owned. It's an ugly, awful chair, and it's sold for over $28 million.
Why?
What was the big deal? What happened in that chair?
I don't know.
Just because he owns it?
I don't know.
I bet.
Well, this chair.
Has it been Febreze, or can you like?
Why would that cost $28 million? It's art.
But it's not art.
It is
Did Jesus
from a famous
Christ sit in that?
designer.
Are people sitting on it?
No,
What a waste.
but it's
What
art.
a waste.
It's art. So you're telling me that it's worth, like, the amount of, and again, I know I sound like a socialist, but you can do what you want to do with your money. I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to. I'm only saying where our priorities are as humans. And look, do I waste money that I could help? Sure I do. $28 million for this ugly ass chair.
Yeah.
I hope it burns, and I hope that whoever paid for it is sitting in it when it burns.
Yes.
And they yell, "Ow, I'm burning."
Ow,
And no
ow,
one helps
ow.
them.
I want to get my smelly sweatpants and enjoy a movie as I sit on that chair.
On that chair?
Oh yeah.
I just want to have like a pen in my pocket and have it like scrape through my pants and make blue ink marks all over it. You know, any way to ruin a chair. Get a cat to just claw it.
Was this
annoying?
Was this part of the Antique Roadshow? I love that effing show.
Would you be surprised if I told you that chair was worth $28 million?
That person would have a heart attack on the set. How great is that show, though?
Oh, yeah.
It's the dumbest it's a guilty pleasure.
I like the
some of
people
those
that are a little
dopes
disappointed because, well, somebody seems to have taken off a very important label on the back that would have made this worth thousands. But since I took the label off,
well, I thought that
I was looking for maybe a name underneath the label.
Right.
Yes, that label made it so rare,
It's
and
bad.
now it's worth probably $3.30.
And then they clunk.
$3.30.
And then they go on to the next dope.
Yeah.
Well, I decided to finish it myself. Is that bad?
Oh, you repainted it. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Because it was fading a little bit, so I decided to put a little stain on it.
These are in demand in their normal, natural state. Oh, I didn't know. I found these in my attic. I believe they belong to my grandmother.
Right. I have this teddy bear, but I took the arm off. Is that? And then I re-sewed it because there was like.
Oh no, the arm off was one of the features. Yes. I don't know what happened. I have this chess set, but they all seem to be made of bishops.
Yeah.
They're just the bit. No, these are vibrating plugs, and they're not worth much. They belong to my grandfather. Oh, that's even sicker.
Yeah. And then there's something that looks like it's just the worst thing ever, and they're walking away with 100 G's or something.
Yeah.
What was the biggest find on that show? Anyone know?
It was a painting. It bought it like a flea market or a garage sale or something.
Right.
Yeah, it turned out to be Rembrandt or something.
I'm going through a lot of old boxes, and I'm just praying I got a little nugget in there.
Yeah.
So far,
little tidbit.
I have nothing.
I've moved and thrown too much stuff away where, like, I do have, let me see, what do I have? I have an actual signature from Paul Tibbets from the Enola Gay.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and he's dead now, so.
What did he sign?
I got that. Just a card that had like a print of his name, a stamp, and then his name signed underneath it. But I'm going to put that in a frame with his famous picture, him kind of hanging out the window like it's an old car.
Use museum glass.
Yes, of course. No glare.
Also protects it for protection purposes.
Does it?
It really does, and I'll talk about this until the cows come home, if allowed to.
Yes. And then I got a wonderful gift a signed picture of Bruno Ganz. He played Adolf Hitler in Downfall, and it is him, a frame of him as Hitler, looking very Hitlerish, and it's signed by him, signed in Berlin.
Nice.
Yeah, very nice.
Very cool.
Hang that up somewhere, where the neighbors can't see it.
Danny found the stuff that was worth the most on Antique Roadshow. And also, Stephen S. from Bayshore, you said if you like the Antique Roadshow, download the British version, because some of their stuff dates back to the pre-Roman.
Oh, wow.
Pre-Roman times.
That's good. Oh, I forgot this.
So people are
found
just...
it in my dungeon.
Right.
Wow, you got a dungeon.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, right?
This was actually Christ's hat.
Yeah. Could be worth $80.
Yeah.
his thorny hat.
Yeah, he would wear not that one.
Oh, not the thorns. That would probably be worth a lot.
Is that how much you'd get for that?
His crown of thorns.
Right.
It had his DNA in it.
Oh, fantastic. Clone him.
Can you imagine if you found something like that?
It's like, this is...
Oh, my God.
And it's like, ooh, you brought this today? Right. Yes, it's Jesus' crown of thorns.
Right.
Oh, yeah, this is priceless.
Right.
And probably has some type of mystical power.
No matter how much it was worth, I wouldn't sell it. I would just wear it all the time to annoy everybody.
I don't know. I found this petrified apple. It's got a bite out of it.
Yes, this was the one from the Garden of Eden, is what we're seeing.
Right.
And, yes, I see you've brought it in the Holy Grail,
right,
which is amazing.
I don't know. Is it worth anything?
The real Antique Roadshow, the guy in a hand truck rolling in the Ark of the Covenant. Right. The Ark. Don't open it.
Oh, my God.
Don't open it.
Whatever you do.
Don't look at it.
Right.
I don't know. You think it's worth anything?
Yeah, a couple of bucks.
The guy's like, holy ass. How do I lie to this one so I could grab this?
It's Caligula's ring. It's still got flies on it.
You just, again, roll King Tut in like Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah.
You know what bit we should bring back? The strangest thing you own. I used to love that, man.
Yeah.
But we have to do it on location.
Oh, when people actually bring it.
They bring in this.
Yo, bring it on.
They bring in the strangest or the rarest thing they own, and wow, the stuff that comes out of the woodwork. Remember the freeze-dried monkey, of course, with the mouth open.
Yeah, freeze-dried monkey is pretty good.
And then, of course, we had to have a guy do something to the monkey that had the mouth open.
That's right. We met a good porn star that day, too.
Boy, we certainly did.
Well, I guess a listener giving me that Nazi officer's cap. Mm-hmm. That's a pretty good one.
That's good.
I got that.
The best thing I ever owned, and I was too scared to keep it, was that pickled punk.
Yeah,
and I had to give it back.
Yep. So creepy, dude. It's a dead thing.
I had to give it back, but it was
dead human.
It was legit from
human.
It was legit from a sideshow. It was in the original jar, and it had like chains around it because these things were really rare. And I displayed it, and everyone that saw it went, "Why do you have this in your house?"
Rid of that.
That's terrible. I would never want that.
It was cursed.
And then I had the bone necklace that I buried in the backyard.
Yeah, that thing was sick.
Gave it a proper burial. Thanks, Chuck Farnham.
Of a finger bone.
There's
of
a name.
Human. It was called Cannibalware.
Cannibalware from Chuck Farnham.
And it was a human finger bone.
And I wore that thing.
I
was proud of that thing.
You used to smell it all the time.
I was trying to smell like death. I couldn't smell death in it, though.
You're constantly sniffing that thing.
And then I had to bury that thing, give it a proper burial.
Yeah. Dude, that stuff, anything with that used to belong to someone,
yeah, I know.
I just can't have it.
Did you bury it, touch it with your hand, and go, little feller?
No, the pickle punk, though, that creeped me out.
Put in a box, had to take the screws, nuts, and bolts and whatnot out.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
Our buddy in the Washington area.
Washers. They're using Bill Cox's outfit.
And they put a live baby in and just buried it.
Yeah, bury it. Still heard it crying.
Our buddy in the Washington area has the greatest pickled punk collection ever. And I don't know where he lives. Swear to God, I went there once, and I was just amazed by what he had in this loft apartment somewhere outside Washington, D.C. Amazed by the stuff this guy had.
Yeah, Andrew Gore.
Andrew is a great guy, man.
I don't know what happened to him. He's a psychopath who wouldn't leave the house.
No, just collected all kinds of...
Completely insane. He used to write me from time to time. I haven't heard from him in a few years.
He's dead.
His pickled punk collection was amazing.
He lived
amazing.
In
all
DC.
legit, by the way, all legal.
Yeah.
Legal or legit?
Well, whatever. I don't know
if you're allowed to have them.
I think.
When there's some things he would say like, keep that on the QT.
Yeah.
Like the two that were in the fish tank or something.
With the little diapers on them?
Yeah, with little diapers on them.
Yeah.
Oh, God, that's...
No, his stuff was legal. Somehow, he figured out a way around it or whatever.
I studied killing you for quite a bit.
Yeah.
I studied on it.
SatanSideshow.com is his website if you want to check it out.
Oh, he still got that up?
Yeah, he's got some good stuff up there still. SatanSideshow.com.
Yeah, he had some weird stuff, man. I never went over his house to the display.
Amazing. Better than any museum I've ever been to.
We went to that, what was it? The Mutter Museum?
In Philly.
In Philly, where we just saw, like, Soap Lady.
That place rules.
And
that's a good one, too.
That
You're
is
right.
such a twisted place, man.
Actually, that's the best museum I've ever been to.
Oh. There was some woman that was buried next to a river and like lie from the ground, and the groundwater actually transformed her body into what amounted to soap.
Mm-hmm.
The fat in her body and the lye and the water, it was perfect conditions. And they dug her up and threw her in this museum.
Yep.
So you're looking through a glass-top coffin at this woman.
Soap lady.
Made of soap.
Yeah. I think they dubbed her Soap Lady.
So sick.
Is that her right there?
Everyone walks out of the museum with a clean middle finger.
And the one angry guy with a clean fist.
Yeah, oh, look how horrific that is. She's screaming, I'm soap! I'm soap!
Can we...
I have soap in my eyes.
Put that up on onaradio.com. Absolutely.
It's a weird bluish color, and her mouth is wide open, and she looks like she is screaming.
Yeah. That is a monster movie thing. That is something that comes after you in a monster movie, in a horrifically scary monster movie.
I wonder if they've ever borrowed it for, like, a movie. Just have that.
Recreated, maybe.
I think she'll bust apart if you kind of move
even
her.
touch her.
Oh, I'd love to punch it.
Wouldn't you love to just punch it and have a lather foam up on your knuckles?
Spray water on her.
Watch her melt.
Does the
Leave her in a big giant soap dish to just decompose into a little sliver.
Or wash my hiney with her. I want to wash my hiney with her head.
Whoosh. I want to whoosh.
Whoosh.
We got a website for the Mutter Museum? It's a great museum.
What was the other really
Every
sick thing in there? There was a skeleton of... Yeah, what's that guy's skeleton?
Giant colon?
Oh, yeah, a giant colon tumor.
Obviously, it's medical oddities mostly in this museum. It's if you ever find yourself in the Philly area, check out the Mutter Museum. Mutter. There's some weird crap in here.
They're like real embryos through every month.
Oh, right.
In different jars.
Right.
Yeah, it just gave me the creeps, that place. So full of death and horror.
If that creeps you out, don't ever go to what is it called with the dead bodies? Is it called Dead Bodies?
Big A's house?
No. No.
I think you're thinking of Bodies, right? Just called Bodies?
Yeah, Bodies. And don't go see the Bodies exhibit then.
No!
That is amazing.
I've seen pictures of it and it gives me a creep.
Big A's house.
They actually, this artist was able to get dead bodies and then he poses them in all sorts of ways to kind of show off the human form.
It's really weird. They pump the bodies full of polyurethane.
Yes.
And then it hardens, and they're able to just slice them up.
Yep, and do whatever they want.
They could take the muscles off and have the entire circulatory system just standing there. And it's filled with polyurethane.
I was totally cool with the bodies exhibit until I went into this one room, and there was one display in there. It was a horse without its skin on it.
With a guy in front very injured.
The only thing left with us is his wristwatch because they were both petrified, but his watch was still ticking.
This watch.
And there's
give me the watch.
There's the picture. Show the guys.
What should that horse have your watch?
Look at this.
Birthright.
This is the only thing they had in the one room. A guy riding a horse. The horse, no skin, so you could see all the muscles and the bones.
That's pretty cool.
And the rider, same thing, no skin, so you could get right to the bones and the muscle.
You know,
that creeped me out. With the tail still intact too.
They take some of the muscle and they peel it back to simulate speed.
Yeah.
Like you're running.
Well, they have a sprinter like that in this exhibit.
I saw that. Like, I'll look at the pictures and stuff, but I don't want to go down there. I heard most of these skeletons, like Asian guys, that they just kind of, oopsie.
I don't know.
Falun Gong people.
They're questioning if these bodies are,
were actually donated for some purpose.
Yeah. The stories come up every year because there's people trying to shut this exhibit.
Why would they want to shut
It's amazing,
It's really
though.
an interesting exhibit.
It's amazing.
I think an ethics question on whether these bodies were these people's wishes.
Right.
Too bad.
One of those things.
They didn't say I don't want to be part of the bodies exhibit, so as far as I'm concerned, they're fair game.
I don't want to be part of the bodies exhibit.
I do.
You do you?
No.
What do you want to be?
Hell no.
Sloppy party bottom exhibit.
No, the enlarged genital man. This man actually walked through life with this attachment.
Dude, you know who we should get on the phone today? Brother Wheeze. He couldn't tell the story because he wasn't allowed to talk for like a year on radio. And remember we sort of started talking about this, and he was at the doorway and he was nodding. I want him to tell the story and what he wants to do with his body.
Oh, really? Why is it pretty twisted?
Should I just say it because we might not be able to get him?
What is it?
Yeah,
he wants his family to save his head and display it.
Oh, not the whole display it. Oh,
yes.
I thought you meant like
yes,
like freeze it.
Yes.
Like Ted Williams.
Can we get Wheeze on for a couple minutes? Is that possible?
Display it in what?
After the
jar?
break? We could do it for like 2 or 3 minutes. I'm sure he's doing his radio show right now.
Where do you display the head?
I was in a diner with him in Rochester, and we were talking about death and stuff, and him and death, it doesn't scare him in the least. He's one of those guys. My brother's like that too. When it happens, it happens. Yeah, really? You don't get woken up in the middle of the night realizing you're going to be dead someday. You're the only one that doesn't bother you. But then Wheeze is sitting there. He's like, "Yeah, I want to I don't know how I'm going to get this done, but I want my family to take my head."
Well, how do you display it?
I don't know. We'll have to get him on the phone to talk about it for a couple minutes.
Oh,
he's dead serious.
I hope he wants to have something done to it, not just have it rotting.
Imagine.
Totally natural. It stinks up the living room.
Sitting there on a shelf.
And nobody goes.
Yeah, and it just kind of starts rotting.
I don't know how we're going to get a hold of him because my stupid BlackBerry doesn't work. What? All right, we'll try to do it after the break if he'll give us a couple minutes. It's twisted, but he's dead serious because he's got his father's ashes on his mantle. So he wants to take it to the next level. He's like, ashes a lot of people do that.
Everyone does the ashes.
He somehow wants them to preserve his head.
There you go. Futurama. They actually talk on Futurama.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know what? This one got me worse than the horse. You're right, Rob. Go ahead, Rob. Talking about the bodies exhibit as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, a couple years ago I went to the body exhibit in Philly, and halfway through the exhibit you see what looked like a family, like a man, a woman, and a child, and I guess it's the vascular system, just all the veins and capillaries. But to see how many veins that you have through your entire body just look like the entire body just like a ball of like knotted up twine and stuff, and it's just incredibly freaky just to see that your entire body is just made up of there's like not one square millimeter or centimeter of space on you that's just not completely covered.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
What's Rob is
and how they pull that out of you.
Rob, I got to explain further just so everyone's on the same page. They were able to take everything else out of this body except for the capillary and system. And then it was still in the form of a human being. There was no skin, there was no muscle, there was no bones.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't know how the F they got that done.
They pump the veins and arteries full of polyurethane.
And then let everything else...
And everything else they can peel away after it hardens.
Wow.
And you actually have the whole circulatory system intact, and then everything else is
There was a nice moment during the bodies exhibit. They have like a mother with her baby. I'm like, oh, look how nice that is. And then you go, wait a minute, these people had to die to be in this exhibit. But how they presented it was like, oh, look at this, how nice, a mom and a child together.
How pretty. Yes, sir?
Yeah, Anthony, towards the end of the exhibit, I saw they had a bunch of, mice that were just, drinking out of some they look a little thirsty.
They look thirsty, did they?
It was so weird.
Shut up.
To see the mice and their capillaries holding little Poland spring waters.
Doubt that is true.
I made the whole thing up. I'm kidding.
Oh, Jimmy.
JC, how old are you now?
Hey, boys.
JC, you still 13?
Yep, I'm still 13. April, you got one more month.
Well, with those initials, just be nervous when you're 33.
April what, sir?
April 15th.
April 15th.
I'm
tax
the 26th.
Yes, tax day.
Are you a
yeah.
Taurus?
I have no idea.
Or an Aries?
I don't know. Don't they start in the 20s?
Well, don't you know what the hell you're...
No, I think you guys are different because you're 26 and he's 15, so I think that's two different ones.
It's something.
I think.
Yes.
Right? Because I just make Gemini, barely.
Yeah.
Because it's I'm May 23rd.
Does anyone even care about your birth signs anymore?
No.
But you know,
It's not the 70s, man.
Yeah,
I don't really believe in astrology at all. But it might have some bearing only for your personality because of where the Earth is when it happens. And we are water-based creatures.
You don't know.
So there may be something, but I get tired of hearing, you're kind of you're a Cancer on Leo cusp.
Do you know what star your sign is in? What planet phase Mars was in when you were born? What? Shut up.
It's like, how about just live your life and stop trying to figure out why you're an ass?
It's when Dad, 9 months after Dad dropped one.
Exactly. After on the commercial break for that whatever movie was shown in 1967, drunk Dad rolled over on Mom, and
during Bonnie and Clyde.
I did the math, and I was my dad's birthday. Bang.
Oh, really?
Nice.
Hey, nice. Birthday banging.
His birthday is March, mine's December. I figured it out one day. I was like, ew.
I was a honeymoon baby to the day.
My brother was born 6 months after my parents got married.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And he was not a preemie.
Nice. Wow. And that wasn't something we talked about back then.
Yeah, it was something that Joe finally figured out after he got older, too.
Yeah.
He was like, he didn't think about it, and then it hit him one day. It's like, wait a minute.
Why don't we do
they got married.
Why don't we read our horoscopes next? To show
horoscopes.
I call them horoscopes.
No, those are good. Sometimes they tell me that I'm going to be I'm feeling tentative.
Yeah, let's find
You're feeling tentative.
Let's read them next. I'm a Gemini. You're a Taurus. What are you, Jimmy?
I'm a Cancer, but I'm on the Leo cuz.
Why do they name a sign after a horrific disease, too? I never understood that. It's like, what are you? I'm tuberculosis. I was born in March. I'm tuberculosis. Yeah. I was born under the sign of AIDS.
Great.
Cancer is a water sign, you know. Most mice are cancers.
There goes little 13-year-old JC. What'd you say about the body exhibit there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, I went to the exhibit, and it was really, really freaky, because they literally took a dead body and cut it up so it looked like what an MRI would see.
Oh, right, like in slivers, like in that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the hell movie was that? They did that to the horse. It's pretty cool.
Back
that
to the Future?
Yeah. No, The Cell, thank you, point blank.
So you liked the JC?
Yeah, it was cool, but it was freaky at the same time.
Yeah.
Did you see any wee-wees?
Yeah, it's quite a few.
Yeah,
in the men's room of the place. Oh, Uncle Paul.
They're all about the wee-wees in this bodies exhibit.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, they keep them all intact.
Really? What about the women? Were you able to see any
yeah.
Well, they removed the skin and everything, so there really isn't that much.
But you saw a little something? Did you giggle? I'd have giggled at 13 and gone, ha, ha, ha.
Tee-hee.
Well, if they were going to show the penises, you'd think they should have got the bodies from the Congo instead of Asia.
All right, JC, get lost. Go learn something.
Yeah.
All right, see ya.
All right.
Little bastard. There he goes.
Yeah, the pregnant lady at the bodies exhibit, too. Yeah, that one was, I think that was the one I'm thinking of. She's pregnant. You're like, oh, look, a pregnant mom going to give birth. Oh, no, she's not.
No, she's not.
She's frozen in time.
Perpetually preggers.
Right. Opie and Anthony, stay there. Checking out the Opie and Anthony show. Looks like we got Wheeze on hold here. We're going to sync up a couple morning shows. Because Wheeze told me a little story when I was at a diner in Rochester, I think last year.
Nice dining conversation.
Oh, no kidding, man. This guy isn't afraid of death. You can learn a thing or two from this man. What are we waiting for? You still calling him?
What?
Oh, I saw his name up there. I thought we were ready to go. Maybe
What were you eating in the diner when you had this discussion? It wasn't a melon, was it?
Oh, it was,
Fat melon.
it was watery eggs. Wheezy. Oh, he's going to make us listen to his show for a minute or two.
100 times a day, I make bad choices in between with the little stuff. Bro, I do.
I hear Lily.
You do?
Hey, Lil.
This is Leah.
Oh, Leah.
I thought I heard Lily on the air.
Right.
Are you guys ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, let me put you on hold. Let them know you're holding.
Hurry up. We're a big morning show.
I know who you are. It'll take him like 1 second.
Oh, I missed that Rochester accent.
Hold on.
That
know who
nasally
you
mess of
are.
an accent.
And that's what I'm saying, too.
Yeah.
I'm saying, Doug, don't be feeling guilty. You're going to die someday. And if you enjoy that pizza or that wing, eat it.
I agree.
What the heck?
But I want
Exactly what you were
my
saying.
later years.
Sounds
when
like an
they get
uplifting
here,
show.
to be, yeah, I know what you're saying.
The
You gotta
coughing,
find
you hear
that
the
balance.
coughing?
Hey, one more thing I want to pass along, because I think I did this story a few weeks ago. It was about the doctor in
Did
New York
ya?
City in a messy divorce. And
Funny if Wheeze
his
sued the
donated
show for
kidney
using his
came
signal.
up. He had donated his kidney to the wife who's divorcing him.
The dude that wanted it back.
Right. A court has rejected. He didn't really want it back, but that's kind of what they made the story sound like. A court has rejected this surgeon's claim that he should get $1.5 million in his divorce settlement
this is easy.
as
Let them
compensation
do
for
our
the
show
donated
today.
kidney.
Yeah.
They have
Let's listen to this
decided
show.
that the kidney was a gift.
We'll take
It
the
was
rest of the
not
morning off.
marital property.
God, they sound like a
although the
professional
doctor's
radio
attorney
show.
says he considers
Kinda like
the ruling
real
a
news and
victory for his
stuff.
client because the donation will be considered as a factor in the overall distribution of marital assets. So
really?
he'll get something for the kidney.
Good for
That's
him.
interesting.
Brother deserves a little something for the kidney.
A little something.
Thanks, Dougie.
All right, everybody. Have a good one.
That sounds kind of cool, actually. She gets the kidney, gets the house or something.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Hey, Wheeze, what's up, buddy?
Is it you?
Yeah, it's us. It's me. It's Jimmy. It's Anthony.
Hey.
Well, hey, listen, before you got whatever it is you got to ask, for the first time in my life, somehow they put me on the subscription list for Talkers Magazine.
Yeah.
And I know you had that dude on the show a few years ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
You saw what the douchebag ranked you guys.
Yeah, we're one above Bubba the Love Sponge.
Right.
That redneck hillbilly who does awful radio.
Bro, please. What about everyone else that's in front of you?
Oh, I know. What are you going to do?
Bob and Tom, bro.
Yeah, Bob and Tom, they're great, aren't they?
Yeah. No, I'm not, I mean, it's just that friggin' magazine, that guy should go hang himself.
Well, we bitched because one year he didn't even put us in the top 100. We're like, and he goes, "Oh, it was a mistake. I'm sorry." And then the next year, I think he put us at number 6, which was
number
huge.
6.
And then we've been slowly moving down the list ever since. Thanks for bringing this up, by the way, because we weren't even going to talk about it.
I'm sorry, what do you care? Bro, your show is phenomenal. Who cares what that Dick Rod says?
Yeah, we're at 51, and I think Bubba was 52. And Bubba's the type of guy that cares about these lists, so it's got to drive him nuts that we're one above him.
What does he think about the other people, though? There's a whole bunch of... I mean, at the end of that thing, there's morning shows in Bum F, bigger Bum F than where I'm at.
Yeah.
I mean, who are these guys?
They're nobodies. It's a joke.
What's going on, bro? How's New York?
It's good. We were talking about death today, and I was telling these guys that you're one of those guys that you're not scared to die and all that fun stuff. But I told them a story. I was up there, and we were at a diner. And you said you want to save your head or something?
Yeah, I want to make a business. I think people should do it.
And how is this going to work?
I just want to know the logistics behind saving your head.
It's easy, bro. This is not what you might think. I'm talking, you see the skull. I've been wearing skull rings, and I got skulls tattooed. A lot of people like the skulls. Now, I'm saying my daddy is on my mantle as we speak, just as ashes. I keep my daddy so you can watch it. He was a gambler. He likes to watch the football games, make a wager. I got my daddy forever. I want my people to keep my skull. Skulls are cool, bro. Think about it.
Oh, that's different.
How is that different than his head?
It is my head.
Because your family's going to go, wow, that was my daddy.
Yeah.
That's creepy.
Bro, they can put cool hats on it and everything else.
He's serious, too.
I am stone serious. I don't think there's anything weird about it. And I think, someday people, might want to get in. First of all, there's no room to get buried. People are going in those boxes in the wall now.
Right.
Do you know it'd be great if they save your head and they just set up in front of a TV and show gay pornography 24 hours a day?
Now, that would piss me off. That would piss me off, but you never know.
You know, Doreen's not going to let that happen.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro.
She's gonna put your skull on a mantle someday.
She knows that I love it, and she can put it in funny hats, and I can beat a skull. I mean, we've all seen skulls we dig, don't we?
Yeah.
Well, why not have it be someone you dug?
You know she's going to do it for about a week because it's your wishes, and then you know you're going to end up in a closet somewhere behind a bunch of boxes and old clothes.
A bowling ball bag.
How about if they paint it up nice?
That'd be good. Maybe put some like grapes or plums in your eye sockets.
I like it.
They can break it out every Super Bowl party or something.
Yeah. You could eat like dip.
Well, anyway,
out of the top of it.
If you sincerely step back and think about it, it's cool as hell. And I don't care what they do to it because they'll be talking to you, loving it, playing with it. It's cool.
And then wouldn't it suck, though, if there was an afterlife and then people would be like, oh, my God, dude, you needed that skull. You're walking around with this deflated head.
Please. Forget that afterlife garbage. I'm with Bill Maher.
There is an afterlife.
I know. Here we go. Religious guys are popping up.
Well, The Religulous was a great eye-opening documentary that Bill Maher did. So
I loved it.
I want to like the guy, but he was such a dick to us when we were in L.A. that and then we were pumping up his movie, and he decided not to do our show.
Dude, the guy comes off so self-important no matter what he's doing. If he just, toned it down a little bit where maybe he could be a little self-deprecating.
Right.
The guy is just the most important, most intelligent man on the face of the earth. Ugh.
Well, unfortunately, I'm a humongous fan because of the politics, and I can't disagree with what you're saying.
Right.
I mean, it bums me out that somebody on my team acts like that. I need guys to be a little cooler than what you just described as Bill Maher. That's how he acts.
I think you would bring a lot more people in if you just lightened up a little bit.
Well, who's his friends? Someone should tell him.
No kidding.
But anyways, I was with a very staunch Republican friend of mine yesterday. I didn't tell these guys yet. We're coming home on the thruway, and there was a Chrysler van loaded with Barack Obama green stickers, everything. Right? We passed the guy. I'm going, here's a guy on my team, and this guy's going, I can't even look at people like that. The guy gave me the stink eye. I couldn't believe it. I go, bro, I'm on your team. And then I ended up cutting him off, and he comes swirling around fingering me and stuff. I go, bro, I'm on your team. You're not supposed to act like that. And the Republican dude laughed and look at them ass wipes you hang out with. You can't have Obama stickers and be acting like a schmuck.
That's funny.
I cut those people off all the time because, of course, Wheeze, my politics differ.
A little different than yours.
Just slightly to the right of Obama's.
Slightly to the right of Goebbels.
Yeah, that's what I don't know. I don't know, bro. I mean, I can't be there to sway you, but you can't be a comedian and stuff and be on the right. You're screwed up. Dennis Miller sold his soul.
I don't know. Wheeze, I got to say, you're right about the right has not been good, but the left has not been good with political correctness and free speech either, which makes it kind of tough as a comedian when the groups that want to silence you the most tend to be liberal organizations lately.
Is that Jimmy?
Yeah.
But, Jimmy, you're buying into propaganda that's not true. Don't be listening to that fairness thing. Take that out. And you know damn well liberals are for nothing but talking all the crap you can talk.
But that's not true.
This political correctness comes from the left more so than the right as far as, offending people. They're the first ones to come forward and go, hey, stop that. Don't talk about blacks or Asians in that fashion. It's terrible. They're the first ones to jump out. And even if you're doing it in humorous context as a comedian, they'll crucify you.
I just got, within the last 3 days, I was called to the carpet. I had to do a public apology. You wouldn't believe what happened.
Wait, what happened?
Bro, I was at a Academy Awards party for the AM talk station here.
Yeah.
And Jerry Lewis was getting the humanitarian award.
Yeah.
And there were people in wheelchairs protesting.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know about all this.
Really?
So the news came and wanted my opinion. Now, I didn't know what Jerry Lewis was about, except that I'm a big fan because I'm Jewish.
Right.
It's a rule. If you're a Jew and you like entertainment, Jerry Lewis is one of your gods.
King of comedy, come on.
There you go.
French.
Right.
So, I'm telling you the truth. I saw him in in Damn Yankees on Broadway, and I cried when he came out.
Oh, boy.
I'm that much of a fag, bro.
You're not my friend anymore.
Bro, I'm telling you.
I can't hang with you anymore.
But listen to this. So they put me on the TV, and you know how they do. The only 2 clips they showed was I said, don't be protesting Jerry Lewis. And then they show me again, and I go, I got a bulletin for you. He's a comedian. You know, because I didn't know what he had done.
Right.
Now I find out, I get called down to go to this disabilities joint, sit at a table with my boss and a bunch of people in wheelchairs, and they told me all these terrible things Jerry Lewis had done, which they had documented, and they were actually terrible. And he said that these people are half the people, they shouldn't be able to get jobs, and he actually said in Vanity Fair in 1993, quote, F them, say it in caps, and then you can see it in caps, F you them. So, you know, and so here I was sticking up for the guy, so I had to apologize.
But a guy coming out and saying something like in an interview like, hey, all kidding aside, F people in wheelchairs, is different than when somebody says something in humor and people know it's being said in humor, but they're choosing to kind of like hijack that moment to push their agenda farther. Like that's like, all right, I can see people being pissed off that he said that. But, like, you know, whether it was IMIS or the Asian groups, those are all left-wing ideologies being pushed, and that's what guys have been getting fired for.
Well, you know, I'm not going to debate you with that because it's pretty much of a point. But there is a reason for political correctness, which I actually try to subscribe to because I don't see, I mean, if people are sincerely hurt by anything, I don't know why they should be. We should be cooler and more progressive than that.
But Wheeze, doesn't it's a transient thing, what people find acceptable or not acceptable, because believe it or not, there are places where they still ban interracial couples at proms. Like, I can't comprehend that, but there are segments of our population that find that really offensive. So if we
it's radio. I shouldn't raise my hand.
I know, especially not the right one, straight out like that. But, you know, it's like, if you worry about offending people like with stuff like that, it's like, you know, it's such a subjective thing, man. People being hurt is a lot of times their way of getting attention, or, you know, a lot of ways they're trying to control what you say, so they feign being injured, so you have to apologize and not say it.
Right. Well, you know, it's something you can't, I mean, it's like abortion and everything else. You can't even, you can't argue those things.
And you being in radio, you know, obviously know that no matter what you say, somebody is going to be hurt and offended by it. And sometimes you're taken completely aback because you're like, I didn't even, sometimes I know stuff I'm saying is going to hurt somebody somewhere. Yeah. But, you know, if it's a joke or something, whatever. Sometimes I talk about things that I'm affected by personally in a humorous fashion. But, you know, you could just, no matter what you say, somebody's going to jump down your throat and go, oh, you hurt this or hurt me. I love your show. That's what I hate. I love your show, but when you said this, it's like, oh, so you laughed at everything else when it didn't involve you. Then it hits too close to home.
That's human nature.
You know, but that's
you love it until it hits too close to home.
That's just it. That's why I think, like, there's no right, being an American, there's no right to not be offended by something.
Yeah.
And that's something that's hard to beat through people's heads.
By the way, Norton, you're huge, bro. I was in the Palm Beach airport. Who knows how big that bookstore is? You got 2 books right in front.
Oh, really?
That's huge, bro.
That's where the discount bin is.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? Going with that, my wife's good friend is now living in Dubai, in the Dubai bookstore. I forgot to tell you.
Really?
I'm telling Jimmy right now live. Yeah.
Oh, great. So I can never go there. They'll probably have like a guy with a machete waiting at the airport.
But I'm thinking, how did they get that done in Dubai? You can't have that type of material in Dubai.
Obviously you can.
Yeah, no kidding.
Obviously you can. Dubai's supposed to be the coolest place on the planet.
I
know. I want to go.
Mellow. It's not like you're going to like Saudi Arabia.
We're actually going to go and visit this dude.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to get to Dubai. Yeah. I need about 3 weeks, but I'm going to try to do it.
We'll put your skull up on the mantle when they chop your head off over there.
With my skull, Opie, I want you to visit my skull when it's up.
I don't know. I would do that. Wheeze, quick, because I know you guys are probably heading toward a break like we are. The plane crash. Did you know anyone?
Oh, the Buffalo one, yeah. Chuck Mangione, horn player, Jerry Nywood, famous guy from the area.
Yeah.
Him and a guitar player.
Yep.
Chuck Mangione had a gig. They were on the friggin' plane.
And you knew those guys?
I knew them as slight acquaintances.
Right.
Yeah.
I looked at that list. I'm like, oh, boy, I don't want to know anyone on this one.
Yeah, I mean, you lived in Buffalo.
No kidding. And then the other thing, you kicking CMF's ass?
Yes.
Holla!
Yeah.
We are.
See, Wheeze is too nice. Yeah, kick CMF's ass.
Thanks, bro.
All right, thanks, guys.
Norton with 2 books in Palm Beach and Dubai.
Thank you, Wheeze. Take care, and bye, Lily.
All right, there they go.
Are they left already?
Yeah.
Okay. See, Wheeze, here's the thing with Wheeze. He's a hard guy to dislike because he's an old-school liberal. He's not one of those guys that wants to get guys in trouble for saying something. He's like one of those old guys from the 60s who kind of just hates the government, and he fought in Vietnam. He's a guy, he's not a self-righteous liberal who wants people punished for saying inappropriate things. Those aren't the guys I have an issue
It would be hard, in his job to be one of those kind of,
Absolutely.
But, that's old school liberalism, but to me, it's still liberalism.
Yeah.
Me and him have had some nice conversations.
He loves the debate. He loves the debate.
It's fun.
It's great conversations.
It's a lot of
He
fun.
loves that stuff.
It's immediate. The second you see him, you're like, hi.
This
And then he
guy,
goes low.
Wheeze can't go through a day without an argument.
Yeah.
And it's not always about politics. He'll argue about, I don't know, whatever, tolls and the price of this and that.
Skulls on mantles.
Oh, yeah. He's dead serious about that.
I don't doubt it.
So now I remember. So he wants them to boil away all the skin and the hair and everything and just have his skull on display.
And watch the skull while you eat the stew.
But that would be so creepy for his kids.
Yeah, really would be.
He's on his 3rd set of kids, too.
Wow. Who gets the skull for Christmas? And
They have to fight over it. You
put it
take
on top of the tree with lights in it.
Dude, that's fantastic.
That'd be great.
All right. We'll break here.
All righty.
How about Black History Month? Today's honoree.
Ooh.
Wow, Stump Lady on TV. What is she doing?
She's got one arm. She's a one-armed TV host scaring kids.
About what?
I don't know, because she's got one arm. Oh, my God, get the audio. It's one-armed TV host scaring kids.
All right.
Look, she's got a nub. She got a little thumb nub at the end of her stump.
See, Wheeze would fight for that. That should be on TV. I think it should be on TV.
Sure.
For a different reason, right?
Scaring the children.
Wow, what's that about?
Maybe the show is You're Better Than Me. She shows all the things she can't do. Like they show her segment one, she's in a bowling alley, just tear-stricken. She's doing jumping jacks, and the right side of her face is all bruised up from the stump hitting it. She's doing push-ups, and the right side of her face is caved in.
It's all uneven.
She's trying to applaud, and she can't, so they think she's being rude, and they throw her out.
I love people like this. Ispo Facto, Jersey. Wow, Brother Wheeze is a effing douche. Glad I have XM so I don't have to listen to his kind of crap.
People get very passionate about their politics.
I understand that, but it's still a good listen. I like listening to people I don't agree with. I love it, actually. Love it.
Well, it's, what we do.
Yeah.
You don't want agreeing people that just sit there and go, yes, you're right. All right, we'll be back after this. All right, you're right.
All right, we will. Black History Month. Here's today's honoree. Only a couple days left in Black History Month stuff. Thing.
To celebrate Black History Month, the Opie and Anthony Show is recognizing those historic African Americans without whom this country would not be the melting pot it is today. Today we honor Quahog's own Ollie Williams, resident Rhode Island weatherman. Ollie was the first black member of the Channel 5 news team and is known for his Blackie weather forecasts.
It's gonna rain!
Ollie has displayed his versatility on air, doing guest spots as a traffic correspondent.
Everybody looks like ants!
Nice work, Ollie.
I saw a fish!
You sure did, Ollie. You sure did. Stay tuned for more icons of Black history on the Opie and Anthony Show.
Wants to tell everybody about that for the newbies out there.
They were delicious.
They were delicious.
He had them over my house.
You had a little baker down in the village, I think, West Village.
You didn't quite call him that, though, did you?
No.
And he would come up with, like, wacky cookies depending on, I guess, current events. Supposedly he made some kind of sully geese cookie thing. I don't know.
This guy's an idiot.
And he made drunken Negro face cookies in honor of our president.
What
right?
honor.
Or in honor of the people that voted. What was his take on that thing again?
His take on this thing was trying to sell cookies.
Right.
Obama's not a drunk. So it's like, I don't get the drunken Negro face.
It was tasteless for many.
Why, you have one? You gotta use more sugar.
Yes.
We got
sugar, wine.
You might have to make cookies for 30 or 40 Klansmen. I love cookies.
Oh,
That's right. I had a cookie place, and I would make yam cookies.
Ew. Why yam?
Yams are delicious, Gregory, especially in cookie form.
I hate the yam.
They're wonderful.
Yam socks, sweet
bologna
potato
cookies
socks.
were big sellers.
Bologna cookies?
Yes.
They sound very perishable.
They are. They had a shelf life of 11 minutes.
Well, we got an update on drunken Negro-faced cookie guy.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. I was kind of surprised that, we'll put the picture up of the cookie on onaradio.com. I was surprised that this guy kind of went away. There was a little bit of a protest. We went down there to try to talk to the guy, and he kind of closed his business for a few days.
Yeah. I guess that's what you have to do, and then you reopen and everyone leaves you alone.
But this guy never went away, and we got an update today.
The day after our initial report, we broadcast what the baker called an apology.
Brick by brick, wall by wall.
But the reaction intensified. The new Black Panthers began protesting every Saturday outside the bakery on Greenwich Avenue. Local officials, including State Senator Thomas Dwayne, demanded the baker undergo diversity training.
We really pushed him to agree to allow the state to come in and do a training on what his responsibilities are as a business.
So last week, Kefalinos attended a...
Wow. I'm sorry to interrupt the clip. Do you believe...
Go ahead. Hit it.
The nerve
Hit it.
of the government to step in with a business owner and say that we think he needs to feel differently about the product. How dare you?
It is just an intrusion into our lives by the government now.
That is the left.
Yes. Exactly. That is the left.
Get Wheeze back on the phone.
Sensitivity training.
How dare you?
He would actually agree with you on this one.
Yeah, I know.
You can't allow the government to do that. Whether you like or hate the drunken Negro-faced cookie guy, you can't do this. You can't do this.
It's freedom of expression and diversity training.
Right.
We're based in freedom of expression and free speech, and sometimes people are not going to like it.
And a free market too.
Yes.
Let's not forget that. It's simple. If enough people don't like drunken Negro-faced cookie guy, he's going out of business because he's not going to get the business he needs to keep going.
We're living in a world, and this is a related story. We could talk about it later a little more in depth, but the United Nations is trying to pass a resolution to make it illegal to criticize Islam in any way, shape, or form.
What?
Yes. Yeah. Yes,
that's crazy.
Absolutely, they are, and this isn't some wacky guy in there just running off at the mouth and everybody going, They're gonna friggin' pass this thing where the countries then have, based on their laws, the right to then either adopt the law or not. But the United Nations is going to push this forward where a country will be able to say you cannot criticize Islam or you will suffer a penalty. Depending, it could be anything from a slap on the wrist to death. And it's obviously a freedom of speech issue here in this country. But, that means a guy that writes an article about it, posts something on a website, could be held criminally liable for critiquing Islam. Which, by the way, why would they need a resolution for just Islam? Why? People comment a little too much? People saying things that maybe are a little hurtful, a little too true?
Or is it a fear-based thing because of the absolute 15th century barbarism they use to deal with people who disagree with them, whether it's intelligently or not? Their answer is to stab the playwright and then sit on his chest and wait for the police to show up. That's their answer.
The United Nations is being run by Islam. At this point, it really is. It should absolutely not be in this. It shouldn't be in the state of New York, especially Manhattan, and it shouldn't be in this country. The United Nations should be moved out of this goddamn country. I'm tired of it. These people come here, they do nothing but slam us, and then they're treated like kings when they come here.
They go to the finest restaurants.
They enjoy the nightlife.
They enjoy the finest hookers that Manhattan has to offer.
Oh, they love it. And then all they do is bash.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Wow. Put it in some crap hole that you live in.
Who's pushing this resolution?
Yeah, we're going to have to follow this one.
There's a huge delegation of Islamic states that are pretty much running the United Nations now.
So if all the Islamic states say this is what they want, they have enough. They got enough numbers to get this through.
Yeah, they're fine.
Can't the U.S. veto it?
Do we really?
Probably.
This is not a Security Council issue. This is a binding resolution.
Binding resolution. That's what it's called.
This is the 4th straight year that they have attempted to push this through. They have a 57-nation organization. And that is asking the UN to adopt legislation banning the defamation of religion. And this came out of that cartoon. That was
but all religion.
Well, they're specifically targeting Islamic defamation.
Yes.
Because of, remember the cartoon a couple of years ago? And there's a Dutch documentarian who's not been allowed to travel to England because they want to prosecute him for defaming Islam.
In England?
In England.
Well, England, by the way,
state
is sickening. You think England, I've had enough of hearing about how great England is. Because our problems, black and white, are their problems with, I guess, Islam and non-Islam,
yes.
Muslim, non-Muslim.
Yeah.
They are, because that, like, Ken Livingstone was the mayor of London, just a groveling, terrified.
Yes, of course.
Wow.
Yeah, England for free speech sucks.
We'll follow that one. But we don't really listen to the United Nations, huh?
Less and less.
We do less and less.
We didn't used to.
Bush didn't really listen to the United Nations now, did he?
It was, years ago.
Not
when
really.
it served some kind of a purpose. Now it's just showboating.
All right, let's get back to the drunken Negro face cookie guy. So, where were we? The government stepped in and pretty much hinted that this guy should do a little diversity training, right?
Yes, the state.
Some politician. I never heard of him before.
But can you imagine if they bashed Christianity and a politician had said, we think the state should send somebody in to teach you about bashing Christianity, how fast people would be up in arms about it. Mm-hmm. Who is this a Democrat, obviously?
Well, let's listen and find out more here.
So last week, Kefalinos attended a State Division of Human Rights racial sensitivity training session.
Oh, my God.
Racial sensitivity.
What radio station did they get this broad from to come in and give the training class?
It's like when you get too many tickets and have to go to that class. Do you really care, or are you just going to get your record clean? You're sitting there with a bunch of racists and everything else like you do in those driving classes. It's like, I was drinking. Yeah, I got a ticket.
Go to that class to make new friends.
Yeah.
That's what it does.
We'll go out, smoke a butt, talk about the all right, yeah. We got a break coming up.
Jesus. You know what, though? That's so true.
Yeah. Last week, Kefalinos attended a State Division of Human Rights racial sensitivity training session. A session Senator Duane's staff reported was not very successful.
He really needs to undergo much more sensitivity training because I'm not sure that he's completely gotten the message yet.
What, do you want to give him electric shock treatment?
A lobotomy.
Right.
Just have him cart him out and let Chief smother him with a pillow.
Look, I hate the guy. I hate the drunken Negro face cookie guy. I really do.
I don't know drunken face Negro cookie guy. I don't know what he does.
I understand. You have to take that position for your fellow message board.
Tell him you don't like sugar cookies. They'll never make him again, believe me.
I'll understand.
Yeah.
I don't like this guy because of what, whatever, but this is even worse. This whole government stepping in with the diversity training crap.
The language this scumbag is using.
Amazing.
My chest, I'd like to slap his face.
It is so completely anti-American without even trying to camouflage it.
Right.
This is against everything that this country stands for. Everything.
Now, we've listened to 2 clips. You know who this person is, the reporter, right? Anyone?
Anyone?
Yeah.
Anyone?
Who?
Don't say it.
I don't know.
I know.
I don't know.
Me and you know. I had no doubt you would know. Shame on you, guy. Arnold Diaz.
Arnold Diaz.
Now, is Arnold Diaz going to step in and say how outrageous this is? Hopefully.
Well, shame on Arnold Diaz if he doesn't.
How about Arnold Diaz saying shame on this, what is this, assemblyman, this bum?
Right.
State senator.
Who is this? It's a senator? Yeah.
From where?
From where and what Democrat, obviously, but...
I think he said Senator
Doucheville
Dwayne, which he's the state senator who handles that region on the west side. I thought I heard him say Senator Dwayne's staff.
We can't allow this to happen, man. Let's take up our arms and go down there.
He needs more sensitivity training. The government has deemed this gentleman needs more sensitivity training. And I hate to bring up things like this, but when you watch the movie 1984, it is hysterical how they actually want the person to believe before they kill them.
Right.
Like they do want the person to love Big Brother and the country and everything like so the sensitivity training, they actually want this guy and expect him to change his thinking based on what the government thinks is best.
Or what is popular and acceptable at the moment.
Yeah.
Here's what I want to know. All you slippery slope liberals, where are you? Where are you complaining? All you Big Brother obsessed liberals who complain about, well, they put up traffic cams, they're going to monitor me.
Yeah.
And here's a guy saying the government thinks he needs to think differently. Where are you? Yeah. Where is your outrage? Why am I screaming? I apologize.
That's
I'm boring myself.
That's bigger than any traffic camera or phone tapping or any of that stuff. Is the fact that this guy is implying that the government should be in charge of changing your thinking,
changing your baking habits.
Your baking habits. It should just who the hell is this guy?
This guy should say, you know what? I don't agree with this business owner at all.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the price you pay in a free society is people are going to do and say things that don't infringe on your rights that you don't like.
Absolutely.
But we don't have that in this country. And I want to know.
Everyone should understand that, by the way. There's so many people out there still don't understand the point Jimmy just made, the basic point of this country.
Where are all of you outraged liberals who I hear from all the time, and you complain all the time about Big Brother? Where are you with this type of thinking? You allow it.
They were standing around him in that picture all smiling at him. Is what they're doing.
Big fatso he is with a dumb tie.
This guy's bakery would close quicker than anything if they just publicized the fact and nobody would shop there. You're not going to change his mind.
When did Tim Sabian go into politics?
Yeah, really.
His tight slacks.
God, I hate this guy.
Our report also got the attention of the United States Secret Service.
That do good. I hate Arnold Diaz.
The Secret Service is investigating cookies?
There's so much going on with this story. I hate Arnold Diaz.
Cookies?
He's that guy that we all hated in school.
He's an attention whore.
The guy that had to be the tattletale.
Well, I want to know,
to the principal behind your back.
Did the Secret Service get in touch with Jesse Jackson after he was heard whispering into a Fox News microphone that he wanted to rip Obama's testicles off? This is a guy with access to Obama.
That's a great question.
This is a guy.
That's something you have to look into.
Didn't touch
when
him.
someone says that, especially on TV.
But he didn't mean for it to be heard. So it was actually said in a private moment, which is even scarier. And this is a guy who is not searched before he sees the president. This is a guy who has unrestricted access to the president. So did the Secret Service contact him?
That's a great question.
Or is it only in stupid cookie making things?
The Secret Service is investigating cookies.
God, is Arnold Diaz a sissy?
Yes.
Our report also got the attention of the United States Secret Service.
Thank God, right, Arnold?
Special agents were recently sent to speak with the baker about statements he allegedly made to two customers.
And as he walked away, he continued on to say he's following the same path as Abraham Lincoln. He will get his.
But the Secret Service wanted to know more. Kefalinos told the Villager newspaper they asked if I'd ever been treated for any mental illness. The answer's no. They asked if I'd been to Washington recently. Am I a member of any groups? He refused to say what else
the
they
Beatles.
Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
No. Oh, boy.
That's probably standard questions.
This guy's going to be found dead.
Nah.
6 months from now. Tiny little story, page 84 of the paper.
Remember Cookie Man? That was it.
And Arnold Diaz is such a fraud.
I hate him.
Wouldn't you love, if anybody who's listening, we have people in the media that listen, can somebody contact him and say, why aren't you doing a piece on this fat piggy senator, whatever he is, and say, why are you thought policing citizens?
Yep.
Why are you legislating thought?
We don't see it as thought policing at all. What we're doing is sensitivity training. This gentleman obviously isn't sensitive to the diversity that we have in this great land of our blah, 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 blah. Shut it.
Wow, there's some crazy phone calls coming in.
What?
Wow. Let me play the last clip, and everyone on hold, just stay there.
Then, last week, he posted this notice of apology in the store window. It says, in part, to the people who perceived our product was offensive, I apologize for an error in judgment. What I saw as a flower, you saw as a thorn, based on cross-cultural differences. His supporters say that Baker has suffered enough over an innocent mistake.
Dear.
He's really sorry about it
Wow. Wow.
That's hilarious.
I thought it was a cute little flower thing.
What I saw as a flower, you saw as a bucket of chicken. Excellent apology. Jesus.
Yeah, way to go.
We're
not saying this guy isn't a dummy.
and he's really sorry about it because he had no idea that it would hurt people's feelings.
But some say the apology, which blames the irresponsible misrepresentations of the media and refers to the customer who blew the whistle on the cookies as a Helen of Troy type, is further proof the baker just doesn't get it.
Shame.
He can't use shame on you anymore because he changed stations.
Good.
I am Enzo. I'm here for the cookies. The cookies.
For your president. For your president.
For your president.
We got to go to Greg in Philly. Listen to this. Greg, you're on the Opie and Anthony show.
Hey, guys, I'm just calling for the main fact that it seems like you guys are just trying to pick a fight. It's like you're angry about something, and that you're just calling this guy out. He definitely has mental issues, correct?
Who does?
Cookie guy?
We don't know.
Yeah.
We're not calling Cookie Guy out.
That would mean Anthony has mental issues.
Hey.
Right, no, I understand. But what my point is, this is not that big of a deal. This isn't affecting you. How does this affect you? How does this bother you?
Because this kind of thing snowballs, just like this stupid politician talking about thought policing people's sensitivity. You don't think that's crazy? That a politician should get in somebody's face and say that you're not thinking properly and you need to go to some kind of training? You don't find that dangerous?
Anthony, this man made national headlines basically threatening the president in an indirect way off baked goods. This guy has issues.
Dude. The politician is mentioning sending this guy to sensitivity training, not based on any threats he made, but based on the fact that his cookie was offensive. It had nothing to do with any threats that were made. The Secret Service visited him based on some woman saying that he said something. But this politician saying that he needs to go to sensitivity training wasn't based on the fact that he made any threats to the president. It was that he wasn't being sensitive to to black people by making these cookies. Is that crazy?
A little bit, because listen, on the other end of the spectrum, you look at it. This man is making baked goods, correct? Right. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. And now, at the end of the day, I'm an idiot. I don't know what to say.
Dude, you just
no.
The problem is this: you're wrong because it's a national story, so we're talking about it. If he made a threat towards the president, Secret Service has got to talk to you.
Right.
Okay, fine. That's no one's complaining about that.
Yeah, that's whatever. That's fine.
If he said something about Obama getting shot like Lincoln, all right, fine. You got to be talked to by the Secret Service.
Yeah, of course.
We're talking about the politically incorrect angle of the cookies, this mock outrage, and this fruity politician, and the thought policing. How is that not bothering you?
Yeah.
And I've never heard liberals stick up for points of view they don't agree with.
Jimmy, hold on. Jimmy, first off, you're an idiot, so I'm not even going to listen to you. Well, my point is, if he said no, I do not want to go. If he says no,
sir, I'm going to just.
I agree with the guy now.
Well, sir, I'm going to. You have no point, and you know that. You're probably a guilty liberal who cannot defend that your own ideology is just kind of biting itself in the ass now.
Jimmy, you're an uneducated ass when it comes to politics.
Really?
You sit there and
explain what I just said.
100%.
Explain.
What do you want me to explain about, James?
How am I wrong?
In what retrospect, James? What do you want from me?
I want to know.
A politician.
First of all, did you say in what retrospect?
Sorry, sir.
You dummy. But I'm uneducated. So I'd like to know how is that good where this politician is legislating thought and thinking the state should send or have this man sent to sensitivity training for an issue that should have nothing to do with the state?
It's the bigger picture. It's the fact that you guys are making an uproar about something you have no control about.
You don't think that it's an important issue that politicians, the government, is going to police what you think?
If this man said no, would he go to jail? Would they lock him up 10 years? For
The thought, just the concept, my friend, of this politician bringing this up, that people should go to sensitivity training based on what the government believes is offensive, is crazy and should be looked into. It is very serious.
He's doing it for this man's own safety. Could you imagine opening up a shop with these folks?
Thanks. That's what we need. The government stepping in for our own safety. That's always what it is.
Right.
It's always our safety.
There you go. Thanks a lot. I appreciate that, kiddo.
Oh.
You just keep justifying your own ideology shortcomings. You just keep explaining away why it's Big Brother when it's conservative, but it's for your safety when it's liberal. You just keep on doing that, but I'm an uneducated dummy. You keep on justifying how slippery slope is okay when it's conservative, but there's never a slippery slope issue when it's liberals offending you.
We're helping you.
We're helping you.
Protecting.
You crack dick jokes for a living, Jim. You hold no ground in any argument.
By the way, hold on, sir. Let me correct you. This is why I hold ground in an argument, you silly child, because I do use expression and talking for a living. This guy was doing an unpopular form of expression, and now the government is stepping in. So if I'm expressing something that's unpopular or offensive to a small segment of the population, you're goddamn right I have a reason to be annoyed when it's being addressed with someone else.
Should Jimmy go to sensitivity training because of some of the stuff he says in his act?
No, he doesn't have mental
Why?
issues. He's not a complete psychopath. He's just a moron.
Dude, you're being murdered in this argument. How does it feel to have your ass handed to you in an argument? You're a terrible debater.
All right, well then, you know what? Fine, I'm just going to hang up because you guys can't look at the fact.
You do that.
It's that big of a deal.
Just hang up. Little boy, little boy, just hang up. You suck, and your ideology sucks, and you cannot face that. You cannot face the fact that liberals really are not for free speech, or they'd be standing up defending this guy, saying he's an ass, but he has the right to be an ass in a free society.
He's just basically being helped out at the end of the day.
Sure he is. That's what you do.
Helped out.
All right.
Thank
you very much.
Let's go to Jonathan.
The government's helping by telling you that you need to think differently.
Dude, I could have listened to that guy.
I know.
Just dig your own grave, stupid. Just keep digging, stupid.
We're fans of less government. We're fans of the politicians leaving our music, our radio shows, our video games, just leaving us the F alone.
But Greg and Philly, you be a good boy, and you keep being told how to think. Good boy.
We got an angry liberal on the line here, and he agrees with Jimmy. Jonathan from Long Island. He's labeled himself angry liberal. What's up, Jonathan?
Morning, guys.
Hey.
Not only am I an angry liberal, I'm a law professor, really liberal dude. I totally agree with you, totally. The answer to speech you don't like, more speech.
Yeah.
You know what? People don't like this guy. Let them stand in front of his shop with cookies in his image.
Right.
But
it's total dead.
No, I'm sorry. Go.
I stood with you guys. I stood with Imus. Even if I disagree with them, this is America. You don't get to tell me what you think.
Do you think
what I think?
I agree with you because I'm one of these idiots that holds myself and everybody else to the kind of the same standards. Do you think I agree with Farrakhan? I mean, no. But I would never want Farrakhan to have any repercussions for what he said, other than maybe people who don't agree with him don't show up to hear him talk. It's like, so if I don't agree with the guy and I'm all for him saying whatever he wants, why shouldn't other people feel the same way about what I say or anybody else? It's like, it's simple.
That's the basics.
We're a country of spoiled babies who kick and scream until we get our own way, and we don't like what somebody said, so we want people to legislate so they can't say it. That's all it is. It's a spoiled children we are.
And that guy,
go ahead. Sorry, sir.
That guy from Philly, the only reason he can stand on the radio and talk to you guys is because of that.
He was a dummy, though.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't mind debating a guy if he was brighter, but to hear, like, you're an idiot, like, it's like, all right, child, I'm not your mommy and daddy. You're not trying to get extra allowance from me. If you're going to call in and debate a point, just be a man and debate it.
Right.
Don't be kicking and screaming, little boy. This is not mommy you're talking to.
We have to head toward a break, but Dan and East Meadow, I don't think we have, we might have just a, Dan, if you make it quick, we can squeeze you in here. What's up?
Yeah, I don't agree with the politician, but why don't they go after the friggin' rap artist? It's a double standard again, the typical double standard. And the guy from Philly was a douche.
Yeah, well, he knows that. He is a douche. But again, it's embarrassing when you.
Well, the rap artists definitely say some outrageous stuff. Should they take
sensitivity training?
Yes. I'm not a big fan of the rap thing, but I feel like they should be able to sing whatever F they want.
No, I feel the same way, but come on, no more double standard.
I agree. Where is this liberal? What's it? Tom Dwayne, whatever his name is. Where is he knocking on? Why isn't he in East New York knocking on the door of some rapper, or why isn't he going to Busta Rhymes' place or some other rapper that says things some people find offensive?
Because that's too scary.
Of course it is.
That's another theme of our show. The politicians take on the easy stuff.
They're cowards.
They always take on the real easy headlining, making stuff. The real problems, please. Blank, please. Opie and Anthony. Just around midnight. 877-212-0-A. What do we got? Phones alit. Let's just ride the phones to the end here.
Oh, my God.
Tony, black guy, D.C.
Yeah, hey, what's going on,
Hi,
man?
Tony. Hey, Tony, how are you, buddy?
What's up?
Hey, look, Anthony.
Yo.
Man, I'm telling you, you're going nuttier and nuttier, man.
Why is
look, first of all, Jim.
Yes, sir.
Jim, you're a liberal, and Opie, you're a liberal. But both of you guys are, like, exhibiting cognitive dissonance right now. Like, oh, that's the left. I'm not part of the left. I don't think those things, it's like...
Tony, hold on. I am socially liberal about a lot of stuff. Like, I'm for gay marriage. I am for a lot of stuff.
Oh.
But when it comes to, like, crime and issues like that, I tend to be more conservative. So I'm not really a liberal at heart, but I agree with them about a lot of what they say.
But here's the thing. You guys have gotten into a pattern following this guy, Anthony. Anthony, I told you about the crazy trail or whatever. You keep going down that path because now everything is just the left.
Yeah, they called another man crazy, too, in the 30s.
Look, you always say that, man.
Hold on, Tony, what?
Sorry, Tony, what?
Here's the thing. Look, where was Anthony and all his guns and his weekend militia gang when Bush was putting people in free speech zones? When people were walking into conventions with a Bush Sucks T-shirt on and they were told to take it off or get up out of there?
That's all right. Same thing happens with people that have anti-Obama wear on and want to protest him. They don't even get close to where he's speaking. It's been that way for years.
No, it's been that way since about 2003.
And they call it a security issue. Well, you think Bill Clinton didn't have people that when they were criticizing him, they didn't chase them away when the press was going to be around? It's been happening for years, and we're not talking about that. Just people that are swept away from the president because you could even say that it's a security threat. The guy doesn't like him, whatever. But some guy just babbling about cookies. Saying politicians saying the government should step in and reprogram this guy's head is a little off.
Yeah, Tony, where you at with that? Tony, where you at with that? Do you think that should have happened with this politician?
No, because I do believe, because I listen to you guys' show. I love it. I don't think that the government should step in and tell anybody what to say or how to say it and everything. Mm-hmm. But the problem is that Anthony and then the Republicans and everything, they don't legislate free speech. They don't say, you can't say this. But what they do is they demonize the people in public relentlessly. I mean, the Dixie chicks say, I'm ashamed George Bush is from Texas. And that S ran on TV day and night, radio day and night. They were boycotted and everything.
Yeah, did
Nobody
they?
said a word. It just came out of 8 years of this crazy guy who, kidnap people off the streets and just call them a terrorist. Therefore, I guess they're terrorists because George Bush pointed at them and said so. And Anthony and all his guns, he never had a word one to say. Now he's putting all his guns in a safe, and he's so scared for his money and his life. I don't get this. I mean, like, it's the angry white man thing.
Angry white man thing. If there's ever been a time for white man to be angry, it's now. It's
why, Anthony? Why?
Because we've been pushed into a corner of political correctness. Of political correctness where we can't even express ourselves without being called a racist. It doesn't matter what we're talking about, in what context or anything. Racist, 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 racist. That is the scarlet letter of the new millennium, is being called a goddamn racist. It ruins your life, your job disappears, and you're banished for being called a racist. And that card is pulled every 2 seconds.
No one is fired because someone calls them. Wait, hold on, listen, without reviewing what the person said. They don't just go on what anybody says, because some people do use, saying racist too much. Just like you use the analogy for Obama and Hitler every damn day.
Who reviews what somebody says and determines that it's racist and the people should be fired? Who?
The employer.
Their employer. And then why does the employer have to do that? Is it because Reverend Al and his mafia of extortionists come over and put pressure on the employer to have a more diverse workplace, or he's going to protest and makes threats of financial despair against the company if he doesn't fire the guy? Give me a break. Where white men are backed into a corner now that we can't even get out of. When you see hate crimes, I know what a hate crime is every day when I hear one. It's a black guy that some white guy assaulted, or a white group assaulted. The other way around, it's a robbery, it's this, it's that. It's never a hate crime. Please, that case in California where that Marine was killed by a black gang of his own subordinates. You mean to tell me that wasn't a hate crime? The guy was married to a black woman. They called it a robbery. They raped the woman, murdered her, killed the guy. That wasn't a robbery. That was based on hate. That was a hateful murder.
Tony, when it comes to language, Anthony is right. White people are doing fine, but when it comes to language and what's acceptable in language and what's perceived as hate crimes, he's right.
Tiptoe on the eggshells.
He's talking
but look at Anthony. Look, this is the thing. Look, Anthony is saying, "Oh my God, I'm being backed in the corner because people are saying things about me." I mean, look. When people were opposing the Iraq War, people were saying they should be charged with treason. Now, look, being charged with treason, the punishment is death.
That's silly. I never agreed with that.
Anthony is being called a racist by who knows? Because every day he's angry about some random person who, who doesn't even matter. But he's being
some random person.
By some guy.
You're right, Tony.
And it ruins his whole damn life. Look at his life. His life is ruined.
My life's fantastical.
And cry in one of his dens.
My life is great. I live in a Jewish neighborhood.
You know what?
It's amazing. I love it.
Tony's making a pretty good point.
How is he making a point?
Some random guy will just ruin your day.
Random guy. It's a different random guy every day that I'm seeing on convenience store security cameras on the news.
But you'll never have a relationship with that person. You'll never meet him. They'll never.
How do I know? How do I know? It'll never affect me.
You never leave your house.
I'm sure the guy whose door was kicked in and he got a home invasion, I'm sure he was thinking the same thing. It'll never happen to me.
Frying pan lady. She didn't need a gun.
Well, what?
Well, we didn't get to the story.
Home invasion with a frying pan?
Yeah, she has an arsenal.
Hey, Tony, I got a question for you.
I enjoy shooting guns. They're fun.
Tony, you're not wrong. Tony, hold on. You talk about the Bush suction, people being thrown out for that. You're right. That is kind of free speech.
Well, you're saying that Bush started that. I bet you it started even before Bush.
Absolutely did. But
Tony's trying to say that all started in 2003.
Wait.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Increased after 9/11 and everything.
Okay.
This whole thing increased. They had Clear Channel had billboards of George Bush just saying "our leader." We couldn't even say anything about this guy without being called Bush bashers.
Well, Tony, it was a weird time after 9/11. That's a weird example. I'm talking about free speech repression, and I don't disagree that Bush suck shirts should be allowed at rallies. But what I'm saying is the way the left will go after that, and they'll address that as what it is. It's the unpopular speech being repressed because it's unpleasant for people to hear or see at that moment. But when it's the reverse, the left doesn't address it. And I'm the one that was screaming about the left today because I've had to deal with them in show business for 19 years. And I've had to deal with standards and practices at networks. And I see the sacred cows that they don't allow you to make fun of or that they curtail you making fun of.
It's a bigger issue, too, because you're talking about the Bush sucks, the Obama sucks T-shirts. You can't even wear Yankee sucks, Red Sox suck T-shirts anymore.
Yeah.
They're banning all that stuff.
We're
just trying to express ourselves.
We're so sensitive now to everybody.
We're sensitive to everything. This goes beyond politics and saying Obama sucks or Bush sucks.
Yeah.
You can't even say your arch rival in sports sucks.
Well, but this thing about just saying it's the left, like this Voltron-like left character that's just roaming around, just pointing at people, taking away rights.
Well, the left says the right. That's, it's the same thing. It's the same argument because the left says the right, and they criticize them. I like to think, and it's funny.
Right, though.
It's funny that people think I'm so far right. I am completely for things like abortion, woman's right to choose.
You want it to be a man's right to choose. What are you talking about?
Man's right to choose. Doc Martin. And then
where you at with
gay marriage?
Yeah, where you at with that?
I'm fine with that. Go ahead.
Yeah, across the board
get married, you dummies. You want to lose half your crap too? Try to figure out who the bitch is in the wedding, so you know who gets all the money once you get a divorce.
Let them suffer like us heteros, right, Ed?
Love that hack joke.
I hate that joke.
I'm like that. I'm for that.
God, I hate that joke.
I'm not for my tax dollars being used for a certain liberal programs. I don't like that. What are you moaning about?
Because Anthony, your taxes, you're fine. Well, I'm not going to say you're fine because your taxes is going to go up.
Yeah.
But after 8 years, come on now. Be serious, Anthony. What don't you want your taxes to go to? We pay the government. The government should do something in return.
Keep the roads nice.
They should do something and pay for.
Keep the roads nice. Keep the bridges built nice. Keep the railroads running. Things like that. I don't want to pay for midnight basketball.
Oh, it creates jobs.
No, it doesn't.
That's what Obama's saying. It's creating jobs. Don't look at each individual thing. It's creating jobs in general.
Barack going to take Aunt's money.
I'm and give it all.
God.
I'm not happy about it, but I have no problem if the government takes just a little more, a little more.
I give so much.
If it helps the country in general,
giving more money.
I'm not happy about it, but I'm okay with it.
Coming from somebody who probably won't have to give more. That's very sincere, Tony.
What I really want.
I won't have to give more. I'm telling you the truth.
Don't tell me you rob over $250,000 a year.
Oh my God! What's wrong with you? Tony is a very educated black man.
I'm having fun with Tony,
and he's got that
comedy show.
You know what I notice about Tony? He's got that civil rights voice. You could rise up, my brother.
No, because then Anthony will be crapping on me.
But you got that voice. You just need a bullhorn and a box, and you're ready to go, man. You got that voice to you. You can get things done. Honestly, what I really want the government to do, force me to pick. I'm serious about this too, because I do make a very nice living. Force me to pick 20 people I have to help in this world. Yeah. Then I'd be a lot happier with them taking a little more. And if they did that with all the people that do well in their lives, but force you, go, look, okay, it's time, and it has to be people that aren't making a certain amount, even give it the cutoff. I don't care.
Young white girls.
But see, that's the same thing with taxes, is that your taxes are being used to help less fortunate people or other programs that help. Okay, midnight basketball. Okay, I don't understand that, But be serious. You act like every program is midnight basketball.
No.
Jesus Christ. They have real programs that they're paying money into, and you just don't want to pay. Anything more than what you already. Well, you don't want to pay what you're paying now.
No, I don't want to pay more than I'm paying now.
Yeah,
I've gotten used to paying what I got. But in the new budget, by the way, that Obama put out, you know how he was. It's coming out. I was saying that the stimulus plan had no earmarks and transparency, and this isn't going to be like the old administration. The new budget that is coming out, by the way, has, get this, 9,000 earmarks in it. 9,000 earmarks in it.
Is that a lot?
Then, yeah, I think that's a few. And then, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the Attorney General went to Guantanamo to check things out. And here's some Obama transparency. He shunned the press, would not allow the press to follow him to Guantanamo to check out the things that are going on down there.
Oh.
That's transparency. That's business as usual.
What about these? With these earmarks, can you at least dip them in like buffalo sauce and a little blue cheese?
Pierce the earmarks.
Can we at least cook them up nice if we're going to have 9,000 of them?
9,000 earmarks.
I got to read this. Brian from St. Louis, he's a regular to the Instant
Some are going to, by the way, here's some money going to, and this is no crap, tattoo removal.
All right.
Tattoo removal.
That's jobs.
What? It is not. Just stop it.
Those are jobs.
It is not.
Those are jobs.
You could say anything is jobs. This is stupid stuff.
But if it gets someone working, then it helps out. Brian St. Louis writes, Opie just said, my brother, getting a little too friendly again, are you, Ope? Need a reminder of the old basketball court incident?
Yeah. Watch your laugh.
Look at Tony laughing. Hey, man, I thought I was one of you guys, Tony. What did I know? I was 15 years old.
Look, I was around, I probably wasn't even born at that time,
Tony, you call back anytime. I like you, man. I like your voice, and I like your, at least...
I like your voice, too. Yeah, I like the way you talk.
You like the way I talk?
I'll help you tote that wash.
I want to hear Tony... I want to hear Tony with a bullhorn, man. I think he could, get some people to rise up.
Oh, I bet.
I don't need enemies like Anthony. I don't need...
Hey, Tony, what do you do for a living?
Enemies.
Real estate.
Nice.
I am.
Tough time, though, huh, bro?
I got a few.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. But
that's a tough time for you guys.
Damn.
All right.
It is what it is. But thanks, guys.
All right.
All right, brah.
Hey.
Bye.
Well, I call him brah. Yo, brah.
We're not going to be able to get to everyone because we got to leave, but just because we really try to, get everyone's voices heard here. Jesse in New York, they bother a guy who makes cookies, but anyone can make fun of Bush.
Yeah, that was true.
Someone named Patience. This guy gets in trouble, the cookie guy, but the KKK can march wherever they want.
Yeah.
And Ty in Hoboken, liberals used to fight for our rights.
Yeah, the Democrats used to be a completely different animal. And the Republicans, I'll be honest, it's been taken over by the extremes, and I think the media has a lot to do with that because the extremes are a lot more interesting to watch on the news because you could go, look at this nut, or you look at somebody on the left and you go, look at how angry this person's making me. It makes for more interesting viewing and talking. We're doing the same thing. The middle of the road guys, the guys that are take a little from each side, they're not interesting.
Right.
They're right, but they're not interesting.
Blue Healer from Kentucky. He's a regular, and he writes, be more funny. We're sick of the politics talk. We
Shut it!
Blue Healer, come on. Tomorrow we do the dick jokes again.
Don't worry about
That's
it.
what the show does. It's a roller coaster.
You ignorant son of a bitch. Nobody's talking about this stuff on a daily basis, especially with the economy going the way. Where do you live? Jupiter? You dunce? Go ahead. Continue just to be stupid. Be stupid and ignorant. And just put on a Three Stooges disc and watch that.
I'm ashamed of Blue Healer. I'm ashamed of Blue Healer because of this. Today we might have got a little more serious than usual with the politics. Yesterday it was all about Jimmy farting. This is what the show's about.
Today it is too.
No.
Oh, wow.
Oh, please.
Jimmy on cue. It's amazing.
Ask and you shall receive, Hope.
Please.
Opie, my friend, asks for
please.
something, I deliver.
What a great punctuation to our political discussion that was.
That's right.
What happened?
A shrunken head person.
No filter, Paul.
Oh, my God.
A shrunken head person just appeared.
No, that's one of the
I got
stars
scared.
of the fantastic movie Gap.
I just got scared.
We should put a gap right between his eyes with a shotgun blast.
Actually, good to see you, Paul. It's been a while, my friend.
Do you realize a .22 bullet would blow his head clean off? If you threw it at him.
You could do traffic for Channel 5.
Hey, me and Danny are now
His
upset.
head and boobs are the same size as hers.
Me and Danny very upset. And we're learning that she might be just a part-timer.
Really? What does she do full time? Lift weights, or she a center for the Cowboys? Her and her Mark Stepnoski neck, teeny head.
Hey, we like her.
She has a head like a drill bit. It's like a big neck and a small head.
She's got a body built for sex. What's wrong with you?
Drill bit head.
After you bang her, you can bore a hole through a wall.
You're hurting me and Danny. So her head's a little small, but she's got the big boobies, nice and heavy. The hips. The hips that don't lie.
Yes.
Oh,
that's a stupid song.
I like that one, though.
What?
The Hips Don't Lie with Shakira and White.
You like that one?
I do, yeah.
What's the other one?
I still can't get that goddamn Ting Ting song out of my head. It's stuck in there every day.
Yeah.
Every day it's stuck in my head, and I don't even listen to it.
Yeah. My song is the song by Pussifer.
What?
Pussifer.
I don't know that.
Looks like Lucifer, but it's with a P, so it's...
Oh, I got you.
That song
Yeah.
rules. Could you give me a little taste of that as we leave? What's it called? We did your Ting Ting, so please. I don't even know what the name of it is. It's by Pussifer. It's, what's his name, from Tool, who hates the music industry. Big time. Big time.
Can I announce something as we're leaving?
The thing that made him rich, you mean?
Well,
okay, just wondering.
Well, just because of it. And there's a Helen Keller hip lyric that I'm trying to remember for somebody out there. Help me out.
What? Helen Keller what?
It's a Helen Keller...
Who signed that ball that you're throwing
a lyric?
I got a signed Babe Ruth ball. So someone as a joke signed a Babe Ruth ball and gave it to me. Yeah. You know, they thought they'd be cute, but I got a real one.
It's like the Sandlot.
I'm going to sell it and give the money to the less fortunate.
Should me.
Very good.
Dude, I got two of my family members down. No job.
Really?
Yeah, this thing is now hitting too close to home.
Why don't you have them work for you?
That's what you do. Put them on the old payroll. You got too many.
On the payroll?
No, you got too many brothers and sisters.
Yeah, so, you know, I'm a little sensitive to this economy falling apart.
You
got the song? Pussifer?
Well, I mean, I got a few different songs on it. It could be any one of...
name the songs.
I can't.
Oh, The Mission. Thank you.
I can't.
You got The Mission?
Hang on, I'll see what I can dig up.
I can't.
Thank you, Bobby D. and Brockton. The Mission. This song effing rules. You know, every once in a while, a song just hits you right between the eyes. You're like, wow. Like the Ting Tings for Anthony.
That's too catchy.
You do Ghost Town yet?
Huh?
You do Ghost Town?
No.
I don't have any song called The Mission from Pussifer.
All right, give me Ghost Town then by Shiny Toy Soldiers, right? Is that no, Travis running in.
Travis knows them all. He's such a little fag.
Right.
That I got.
Go back.
Tell me if you like this.
Oh, we start the show to this song every day.
Oh. Tell me if you like this.
Kind of bitchy.
It's a little back and forth, though. Then you get the dudes rocking it out a little bit.
This is The Way Out.
Kind of ting-ting-ish.
Yeah, it is.
That's why I'm giving this you.
I like that.
Giving this one to you.
Snotty, limey bitch sound.
Yeah.
Some reason that's kind of like...
It's taking over a little bit.
Yeah.
But listen, then the rock dudes kick in. Not bad, right?
All right,
yeah. It's kind of a poppy, retro punky thing that's going on these days.
Yeah.
I don't love it, but I like it.
I don't love it either, but yeah.
What? You like the bitchy part, though, right?
I like it.
You want to hear more of the bitchy part?
I could like it.
I think she comes back with the bitchy part again.
Of course.
Oh, yeah. You know what? Oh, here we go. You like that part, though, Ant?
Yeah, I like that. Is someone saying chicks in schoolgirl skirts screaming into mics?
Yeah.
See, that,
yeah.
I like that.
You know what? Thomas Overbeck came up with the song I was thinking of. Dallas, it's too faggy. I can't throw myself under the bus.
What is
Come
it?
on.
It's a good song.
Come on.
No, this is a bad one.
Here comes the bus.
It's the band's 303, I think. Do the Helen Keller and talk with your hips. I can't do this.
What? Do the Helen Keller and talk with your hands?
Hips.
Oh, with your hips.
Remember I said hips, Helen Keller? They came up with it. This song is a little swishy. You like this one? Please say you do.
Yes. Oh, good.
I need a little, even though it's E-Rock, I need a little help on this one.
E-Rock talks with his hips and just says, I'm hungry.
This one's a little rough, I'm not going to lie.
He throws his arms up in the air.
One joke.
Do you like it, Travis? No. Oh, boy.
Very Europop sounding.
Travis is a girl, too. And
Euro trash crap?
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. Do we have that one? All right, thank God.
Oh, wow.
This one's a little rough.
Gay for the machine?
It's spelt with the number 3.
Oh, really? It's, you know what? Alt Nation plays it, so.
All the time.
They trick you into, like, listening to kind of swishy stuff.
20 on 20 plays it, too.
Oh, really?
It's all over the place.
Do the Helen Keller and talk with your hips. Yeah.
Talk with your hips. Did she ever do that?
No.
I doubt it.
No, she probably, both her hips were probably black and blue from bumping into things.
All right, you know what?
Stupid Helen.
It was called something else.
My girl doesn't understand why I like to feel uncomfortable, but once again,
training.
Once again, this is going to make me feel very uncomfortable.
All right, one of Opie's favorite new songs.
No, it's not my favorite.
Helen Keller, do the Helen Keller
you know what?
Talk with your hips.
And you don't have Pussifer, which makes me look cool. You got this one, though.
I
It makes
just
me
don't
look
know
really
which one
bad.
you want, but here.
All right, listen.
With the tits underneath, I got the breath of a last cigarette on my teeth. And she's an actress, but she ain't got no need. She's got money from her parents in a trust fund back east. Tongues always pressed to your cheeks, while my tongue is on the inside of some other girl's teeth. You tell your boyfriend if he says he's got beef,
It's bad.
that I'm a
Not even gonna lie.
vegetarian and I ain't fair to him. Don't trust her, never trust her. Won't trust her, won't trust me.
Just trying to get to the Helen Keller line. Someone is saying, "Oh, your taste in music is dog ass."
You ever see the video for this?
No, I can't even imagine what this video looks like.
It looks like Andy Samberg from Saturday Night Live.
Really? All right, here's the Helen Keller, I think.
Wash them in the bathroom to drink like the bands in the set
No, it's
list.
still got a little
You stole off the stage, had red and purple lipstick all over the page.
Where you going, Jimmy? Everyone's leaving me. Where you guys going?
Someplace straighter, like a bathhouse.
Hey, where you guys going? Guys! Hey! Just share it a little.
Knows who you are, just another girl alone at the bar.
We're not going to get to the Helen Keller?
After this hook.
Oh, really? So we have to listen to this awful hook again?
Be like Helen Keller and answer the iron. Remember that joke?
Yeah, of course.
Helen was clumsy.
What is this retro emo garbage?
I like the Ghost Town song way better. I like the Ting Tings way better. Pussifer. I guess it's because this is just catchy. Oh, turn off the instant feedback. It's not good.
Pal Talk's scrolling. What?
Do the Helen Keller and talk with your hips. Shush, girl. Shut your lips. Do the Helen Keller and talk with your hips.
I don't even know what that means.
Shush, girl. Shut your lips. Do the Helen
Stop
Keller.
talking and dance sexy.
All right, well.
Whatever it means, I hate it.
Oh.
I want to do the Helen Keller and accidentally walk out that window.
My girl's going to go, why do you like to feel uncomfortable? Why? I don't get it. I don't know. All right, let's get that out of here. I shared.
Certainly did.
I have to, I know we're closing, but March 6th, 7th, 8th, I'll be in San Francisco at Cobb's, and my April 3rd is Bananas because my shows were canceled. So Friday, April 3rd, only at Bananas in Poughkeepsie. Perfect.
Ooh, I want to say thanks to World Premiere Custom Home Theater.
Why?
Because they're done.
Oh.
They're finished, and it's amazing. The wonderful folks that were at World Premiere Custom Home Theater. No, I'm not getting any. Believe me, I didn't get any discounts. Believe me.
Sometimes you just say thank you for a service that was actually
thank
good.
you
They
to
were
the
very
guys
good.
that were they retuned the system. I got that new processor in, so I can watch TV.
Yeah.
Without it.
Nice.
And it's crystal clear. It's just an amazing system, and I love it.
I'm just busting your balls.
Yeah.
Because when Huntington Jeep sold me the car, I didn't get anything.
No.
But they were just great.
I don't understand what
acknowledge
payola is or a plugola is because I pay full price for everything and I just say thank you.
Well, because you want to acknowledge when someone actually does the job right for you.
I paid for my follicles.
Hair plugs.
Follicles.
Hair
They're
plugs.
separate follicles from the harvest area. Put in
Hair
your
plugs.
head. They're
Hair
not
plugs. Hair
plugs.
plugs. Hair plugs. Hair plugs.
Individual.
Hair plugs.
Hairs that are put in one at a time.
And here we are, trying to figure out new technology. Oh, I don't know where you are, Jimmy. What happened?
I'm watching a movie.
Are you really?
Yep.
For real?
Yep.
How's it look?
It looks good.
Man, we had the first ones of these years ago.
Oh, yeah?
Remember? Why are you yelling?
What?
Oh, my God. What's up, man?
I'm figuring it out.
Yesterday we played video games for 45 minutes. Are we going to play with these MyViews for 45 minutes today?
MyView?
What? How's your view?
I need a USB port.
I'm watching a movie.
What movie are you watching?
I don't know. There's a little black kid sipping milk.
For real?
Yeah, it could be Mark Parento's home phone.
How does it look?
It looks good.
Yeah? Ooh.
How does it make you feel?
Oh, it's... Okay, someone now call my phone, because I'm working on technology, too. Please.
I'm watching a film in my glasses.
Call me. Call, no, the other one.
Okay, here we go.
What are you doing?
I gotta charge this.
What are you charging? Don't look at me like that, you fucking weirdo.
I'm looking below and over my video glasses.
They're called MyViews.
Yes, the MyViews. I'm looking above and below it. I need this plugged into USB because
you want to do that, Reed, instead?
I have to charge a little battery. What are we doing?
Well, I guess it's up to you guys. You could do a live read of your show, whatever.
Oh, my phone's ringing.
I had porn.com in front of me.
My new phone's ringing. I'm back up. Hold on a minute.
Opie, please, I'm watching the movie.
Hello? Sam, is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
Ah, my new
Could you ask
BlackBerry's
Sam,
working.
Opie, could you ask Sam if there's a USB port around?
But he's right over there.
But he's on the phone with you.
All right, I'll
I'd rather do
ask
it
him on
that
the
way.
phone, even though he's 5 feet from all of us.
Ask him if he's
Ant needs a what?
A USB port.
A USB port. Do you have one, Sam?
Is there a powered one? USB 2.0.
Yeah, I'll find one. I'll tell Ant I'll find one.
Oh, tell him never mind. Travis is on his way getting it.
But Travis is a girl.
No, I still know what a USB is.
Oh. All right, my phone works.
Of course.
All right, bye.
Bye. See you later, Sam. Thank you.
You're on the side of a monitor, right? How old are these monitors?
Oh, wow. Now I just need my corporate email, and I'm rocking again. All right, what do we got? What are you doing over there? What are we doing?
You go.
Do you want to do a live read?
Bring it into me later. I'll put my MyViews down for a little bit.
All right.
While I figure out, charge that up. I want to drive with these on.
Vroom, vroom.
I just want to put a video camera on the front of my truck.
Right.
And then drive with them on so it looks like a video game.
Of course, we're talking about MyView. You can find
you
them
can talk about that if you
You can
want.
find them at the MyView glasses can be found at porn.com. That's crazy. Why were
No, it's not there.
What?
Don't mix up the reads.
Should we be talking about MyView or porn.com? Well, you
Whatever
know
you feel like doing.
I'm sure you can watch this on her, and you can put them both together here, and then everyone's happy.
Great cross promo.
You can watch whatever's on your iPod, iTouch, iPhone.
This is the beauty of these MyViews. You could be on a train. Oh, all right.
Yeah, do that.
I'm watching a movie.
I know
yeah?
You could be on a train, a bus, and you could be watching porn with your MyViews, and everyone just thinks that it's just sunny outside.
And I wonder why the guy in the sunglasses is jerking off.
No, I don't think MyView wants that in their commercial.
Oh, by the way, Stephen S. from Bayshore wants to know if Ant's MyView glasses turns everyone's face Caucasian.
Hey,
That's pretty cool, man.
MyView.
Is it good?
Jimmy got the charged one.
Well, that's the way it goes. I mean,
Yours is factory charged. Mine's plugged into a USB, and I'm sure in a very short time,
you know what?
I'll be able to enjoy the miracle
of MyView.
Of television right before your eyes.
Can I tell you guys something? We're all very different. This fine piece of technology will be on a pile of other fine pieces of technology that I did not open.
Hey!
I still don't have my flip camera working. I don't have a
Why? Dude, the flip
camcorder.
camera's
They're just
amazing.
waiting for people's birthdays so you can wrap them.
Nah, I got past that. Super Agent Super Agent Bob Eatman gave me a solid camcorder to film my married life. I haven't opened that up yet.
That son of a bitch.
And now the MyView will go on the pile. I need someone to come over and just set up all this stuff.
I don't know how I'm supposed to enjoy a film with all this chitter chatter.
Is it good, Jimmy?
Yeah,
Really?
it was actually cool.
movie?
Does it look just like a big screen TV in front of your eyes?
No, but it is better than I thought it would be. It's like the only thing was that dumb Travis only has that stupid 24 movie on there.
Yeah. Can I tell you something? There was a version of this years ago. And
yeah, I remember
I used
that.
to lay on my couch and play video games, and it looked like the video game was up on the ceiling. And I'm assuming the same thing could happen with these MyViews.
Yes.
See, I used to play video games. It was, I'm going to date myself, Tomb Raider. Oof. I would lay on my couch in the pitch dark and play video games on the ceiling. And
really?
then family members would come over and be freaked out because they're like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm assuming you do that with the MyView, right?
Oh, of course. And
Video
you know
games,
something? Let me tell you.
movies, what else can you do with
They're
these things?
so much lighter than those old ones were. The technology, they finally figured this out. And, and the fact that you don't have to go around and plug it into your television set.
Right.
You know, it's right on your iPod.
They have 3 different versions of it.
Your iPhone and iTouch.
Crystal, the Solo Plus, and the Shades. The Shades is the one, because the one we have is the Crystal, but you can see like a little bit of the light above you and beneath you. But the Shades one actually looks like it has something that goes up and shades that from happening.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because I would wear a hat if that's the only thing I would do.
A hat?
A cap.
A cap?
I can't believe I wasted $250,000 on a home theater.
Is that how much that cost you?
When I could have just bought MyView.
Are you kidding?
What?
$250,000?
Give or take. Perhaps less than that. Perhaps more. I don't know.
Holy
what do you think? I
yes.
paid attention to how much that goddamn thing cost?
Oh, yes.
What? It's home improvement.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
It's a home improvement. The pool was probably that much, too.
The pool is one thing, though.
I put things in
I'm
my
excited
house.
because I bought the new BlackBerry for a couple hundred.
See? I was sitting down last night watching Lost on a gigantic screen.
Nice.
Tonight
That's cool.
it's all about movies.
Walt was life-size, fucking 6'8".
He was.
All right, can we talk about porn.com some more?
What? No, we're talking
What?
about... Are we? What are we talking
Where are
about?
we, Danny?
No, I thought we were talking about... We have to decide what commercial we want to do.
Yeah. Because you guys are very. I know you guys are excited about all of our sponsors,
Yes.
but right now you just got to pick one.
I would say you go with the movie thing. That's what we're talking about. MyView.
I want to talk about my
BlackBerry.
I would say first
what
that I must
Your home
inform
theater?
the Pal Talk people that I will be on momentarily. I have to upgrade the software.
So we're discussing Pal Talk.
No, we were for a second.
Which
That's
sponsor?
It.
Well, Pal Talk doesn't spend a dime on this.
Well,
They do, actually.
They do?
Yeah.
I mean, a dime.
Oh.
Fun wordplay, Jim.
Watchmen.
Fun wordplay.
Watchmen on porn.com, Danny?
No,
Is that what you're getting at?
Watchmen. No, it's
What?
different. Watchmen is different than what you just said.
So the MyView.com and the Watchmen are getting together? I think. I don't know. Who needs reading? What are we reading, Danny? MyView is myvu.com /Watchmen for free movie clips and to explore how their video glasses work. MyView will blow your mind. That's MyView, myvu.com /Watchmen. Is that it? Is that good?
Watchmen opens March 6th. It's rated R.
I'm actually really excited to see this Watchmen movie.
Yeah.
I want to read the book, but I can't find it.
I'm scared.
Directed by Zack Snyder, who did the 300.
By the way, in 1984, movie sucked compared to the book.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, did we do this right? Sort of?
Define right, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's not being, no, it didn't.
What, the MyView?
In English, yes. But
the MyView plugs into the iPods, any type of phone, videos, video games. So it's big screen viewing right in front of your eyes. It sure is.
Big screen viewing. I was in the iPod business with his father.
The iPods. Me and your father used to watch the iPods.
Let's say hi to Footer. Footer.
Yo, what's up, boys? I'm sorry to bother you at work, but do you think maybe we could do just a little bit of a show?
Oh,
A little
okay.
bit.
Yeah, we could.
And then-
What? We are doing a show. It's called Lousy.
You're right. You're right, Jimmy. I'm sorry. And number two, real quick, hey, you need to instead of the rice with your BlackBerry, what you need to do is you have to get little straws, and then little mice can
The moisture out of the. I get you.
That's to you.
Yeah, bum.
Very good, buddy.
You're a bum.
By the way, we do have a little controversy here.
What?
Around the studio.
What?
With this product.
What's that?
Well, we have to find out.
What happened?
Oh, I did hear about that.
Yeah,
this
one's
is
missing.
the MyViews. It's actually a very, very cool piece of technology, to be honest with you.
Maybe they saw MyView on it and said it's mine. It didn't say your view.
That's a good point. You know what, Aunt? You make a good point. Why? No, don't crash yourself on that.
Crashed.
But Danny had taken some serious issue here, and
He did.
he was right. Unless it was just a miscount.
Crime?
Dan?
Well, no, I know.
I
that,
won't be ignored, Dan.
The read started yesterday, and I knew that some boxes had come in, so I was kind of wondering what happened to these boxes.
Don't say that about ladies when they come into the studio.
These beautiful MyView glasses. We're
Beautiful
supposed
glasses.
to have 10 pairs, and there's only 9 pairs, and everybody seems to have a different story.
10 pairs?
So, for giveaways, so we can give some to the listeners.
Wow,
and
and now there's only 9.
Yeah, someone.
All right, let's
took
guess who took it. Let's guess.
Yes!
It's MyView.
That's right. Gay marriage is correct. That's my view.
Who do you think took it?
I will say E-Rock.
No.
Why? He's a thieving little shit.
Language.
He's a sneaky little shit just like you. Come on, it's from Animal House.
I don't remember E-Rock.
Put Niedermeyer on it. He's a sneaky little shit just like you.
E-Rock is too busy.
I don't think the interns would. They're too scared. We got them scared. How are you?
I'm not making any accusations. It's just that there are 2 boxes, and they're both open, and one was obviously removed from a box.
Removed.
So why don't we just
want to know what happened there.
Should we take a break and regroup here?
Well, I don't know if we need to, panic about it. But I think that Steve, what happened? Well, you're the only person I know who's
yes.
We got 2 boxes of these glasses, and I was told to put them away until they figured out what to do with them. Because some were for listeners, some were for staff. I mean, you guys, and I guess Ron and Fez were supposed to get some too. And nobody.
Titty.
Who had access to the office?
Well,
the question isn't about who they were for. The question is, where's the missing one?
Is there a missing one? Is the question? I thought there were 10 in there, and then now
There's not.
I thought there were 10,
and
now
9.
there's 9. I just went back there, and there were 9 before I handed them out.
Was there a miscount done?
There might have been a miscount. I might have looked and said, yeah, maybe they sent 9, so I'm trying to find out how many were
you're
sent.
the one that was responsible for the count?
Who opened the boxes?
I did.
I see a problem now.
So, Steve, you opened the boxes.
Yeah.
You counted 10. Now there's 9.
I may have. I counted 1 box, saw 5, and just threw both in there, assuming that there was 10.
But both boxes are open, though.
Right, I did. I didn't do a specific count. So I'm, look, if one's missing, then one's missing.
Hold on, let me give out the award for worst explanation ever.
Sorry.
If one's missing, then one's missing.
I mean, if one's missing, then we got a problem. But if they only sent 9, then they only sent 9. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Just bring it back tomorrow.
If one's missing. No questions asked, policy.
Really? I mean, God damn it.
Yeah.
Who are you kidding?
Let's all
bring it back.
Let's all put our heads down on the desk. And whoever did it, just get up, put it back, put it on the console. No questions asked. No one will get in trouble.
I would guess it's either Steve or Will Chapman, knowing that he's done.
I would guess. Yeah, that's a good point.
Will taking one going, no one's going to fucking do.
Really?
Will's not a thief, though. He's just...
No, he's just doing what anybody would fucking do.
Could be.
That's right. All right, well, I want Will arrested.
E-Rock, you got anything on this?
Come on, E-Rock, what do you got? We know you know the skinny. You always do.
No,
he never knows the skinny.
Oh, yeah. Right,
Jenny.
you're right.
All right.
Oh, you're right, E-Rock. We didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, I saw the boxes come into the office.
Right.
And,
allegedly.
No, I saw them.
I'm kidding.
And they were quickly taken by Steve.
And that was on Monday, and that was the last I saw of him.
Allegations.
That's right.
And then I asked on Tuesday.
Your
when
gut thickens.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, blurry camera.
Anyway.
Jesus Christ. Why don't you have the Hubble pointed to our window and take photos when we have a guest in? I apologize.
And then what? And then on Tuesday, Will was here, and I asked him, I said, so what happened with the MyViews? And he said, they didn't believe the shipment was for us. They were for another promotion.
They didn't know they're ours or Howard. It's fine.
Yeah. And they said the ones that were for us will be shipped over here. Who knows what happened after that point?
Who knows what happened with them? The people knew.
I need Mars in here at some point.
To do what? First thing he'll do is look at the on switch. Got me.
Ain't got no gas in it.
Does it keep turning off?
I work for Sirius's outfit. Hi, Mr. Mars. I need the camera option bar. I had to reboot because of an update on the Paltalk software. So now I have to load in. I don't know what it is. What is it called? Probell. It's interesting. Okay. All right. Thanks.
By the way,
all I needed to know.
We want Mars to continue with us.
Mars.
In all his awfulness when we move to the new building.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Cannot find environment file.
The fact his idea of fixing electronic equipment is throwing water on it should not prevent him from keeping his employment.
Throw water on it.
We like Mars.
Whole thing's filling up. Hi.
Thank you.
And we know he said that his boy is no longer with the company, but besides that,
best buds forever.
The master.
His best bud.
Do you keep in touch with Master Poe?
No, not at all.
No?
No, not at all.
I catch Mars sometimes spilling out some of his 40 for him.
Mars, were you frustrated that you were connected to Mars? To Poe?
Same thing.
Yeah. It is the same thing.
Yeah.
We all thought these guys were best buds.
I thought what they would call asshole buddies. When you hang out with somebody long enough, you're called an asshole buddy, you know? We thought you were asshole buddies.
Initially, we were.
And then what happened?
Just his antics.
Too much asshole, not enough buddy?
Yeah, he was basically a disappointment, to you guys. So he did a lot of things that kind of made us look bad. So
really,
I detached myself from him.
Now,
expect a subpoena.
In the end, I was all right with him, to be honest with you.
Okay, but he still did a lot of things.
Mars is just saying that now. He was best friends with Paul until Paul left.
I just saw a lot of
Sam stirring the pot.
Sam,
he could rip your head off your shoulders.
I know. He learned it from
Mars
Paul.
is a fucking, Mars is a trained killer too, man.
I know. Poe trained him. They were best friends.
There.
Yeah. All we got to do is train him in technology. Sorry, boss.
We'll do a stick fight.
All right, get back to the Paltalk. Why don't we take
shut this down?
We're going to take a break, and we're going to regroup. We got Dick Russell calling or stopping by.
He's stopping in with us. He's got a book about it's called Trail of the JFK Assassins.
Right.
It's tough to sell a Kennedy book because a lot have been written, but I'm interested to hear.
Anyone have my brother's phone number? Because my brother knows a little something about JFK.
Does he?
He sure
Did
does.
he talk to the Warren Commission?
Yeah, who is he? Is he the babushka lady?
The babushka lady.
My brother knows more about this than
Is your
anyone.
brother Umbrella Man? Or is he Black Dog Man?
Oh.
I don't know if he's up. I'll give it. I don't know if I have the number.
Did he wave with his ring finger at Mr. Garrison?
Oh, right.
Oh, what have we here? That's right. Is he Clay Bertrand's beard?
Clay Bertrand.
Is he David Ferry's neck cancer?
See if he's around.
Yes, that was a nice wig he had.
Yes.
I like that wig.
I like the one Pesci wore in JFK. Very believable.
If you get a message, just...
If only mine could be so realistic.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mars.
It's blonde. I like blonde.
All right. Let's take a break and do some radio next. That's what we're going to do today.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Well, I think I got a new console here. Whatever works. That's fine.
All right.
Thank you.
Quick break, and we'll do some things. We'll talk to Dick Russell.
Thanks.
And, there's a couple really good stories, too, we have to get to.
Stories.
Oh, we're very excited. Big celebrity in the studio. Pat from Moonachie, everyone. Pat from Moonachie.
Hey, everybody.
Now, Pat, I heard that you went out for Biggest Loser.
Yep, we stood on line for 8 hours.
That's the show I watch, actually. And I would love to see you on Biggest Loser.
Me too.
And I was asking your weight as soon as you came in here. You're 335?
Yep.
Which means you're kind of tiny for Biggest Loser. That might hurt you. Because there's monsters that are on that show.
Yeah.
You were saying, what, a 500-pounder walked by and everyone was like, what?
Like, ooh, like a big celebrity walked by.
But I think he would have a good story. Competitive eater.
I know.
Diabetic. No toe.
Yeah. Well, I got 9 of them.
Yeah, that's why I said no toe.
You're like our fucking MyView box.
Half full.
Huh?
I look at the foot as half full.
I heard you.
Yeah, we got that. Thank you.
And what were you saying? What's your chances like?
Well, they were saying a lot of people were getting callbacks the same day. Well, like the people that were getting to the second part of the process.
Yeah.
But I didn't get a call back. But I did get confirmed for my corned beef eating contest on March 16th at Gallagher's Steakhouse.
Wow.
Yeah. One door closes, another opens.
And another mouth opens.
Another toe off.
Oh, boy. You should have showed him the eggnog drinking contest. Because you're saying that you still have a shot if you make a video. So we need someone out there that's good at making videos to make Pat's video for Biggest Loser. And maybe you can incorporate the baby bird. That might get their attention.
Yeah,
Like,
I was going to pull a scumbag move and buy one of those flip video things and then return it when I'm done making a video.
I love this kid.
That'd work.
Yeah.
So who could make the video for you? Because you incorporate, like, the baby bird, a little more of your personality. I think you...
Yeah, they want to see your day...
Right.
You at work and stuff. I guess, this is me driving. This is me crashing because I'm holding the camera.
Here's me crying in my trailer.
Oh, you're still in that trailer, huh?
Oh, yeah.
That was falling apart like...
Years ago
when we did your Cribs episode.
Yeah.
Of Cribs.
Are the holes getting bigger?
Find that again.
Actually, I got a little motivated, and I threw down some, subflooring on top of the holes.
Nice. Very good.
And I got, like, half my floors covered.
Right.
I didn't have the motivation to continue covering the whole floor.
Now, who would?
Were you praying that Sully said, fuck the river and crashed into your trailer?
Oh, that would have made me famous.
He was trying to get there, I think.
I know.
I think he was going toward your airport.
Yeah. Even Sully said, "Oh, is that near Moonachie? I'd rather crash in the river."
Jesus. All right, so the Biggest Loser. We're keeping our fingers crossed.
I'm not even a winner at losing.
But I think maybe with the video, maybe you got one last shot at it. What else is going on with you?
The economy. I was on the bottom rung of the economy when it was doing good. Now I'm at the part of the ladder that's in the ground.
Business is a little rough.
Yeah,
it's never good,
slow.
but it's really slow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't like seeing terms like shutout notice in your notes from your landlord.
Yeah.
You having trouble with the rent?
Oh, man.
How much could the rent be for a trailer at the end of a runway?
$620, not including utilities.
A month, huh?
$620, huh?
Yeah. But I got behind in that, and then I made a stipulation after the legal papers come on my door, where I was going to pay him $920 a month until I caught up. Then I got behind on that, and then you get the...
How far back are you?
Pretty far back.
How far?
I'm not real good at division, but
multiplication. This would
over
be
3,000 into.
Oh, so you're about 3 large deep into your rent, at least.
And then they throw, and when you're late paying money, they throw late charges on top.
Yes,
of it.
interest,
nice.
late charges.
Deeper in the hole I go.
Yeah, the only reason you're late is because you don't have the money, so they make it almost impossible for you to catch up.
Pat.
Insult to injury, I call it.
I know way to phrase it.
I know you do work though, right?
I know.
So what are you doing with your money that you're not paying your rent?
Not much. I used to do like a lot of deliveries in a day, but now I'm doing like one delivery a day into the city. And
well, that doesn't sound like it's very profitable.
No. I charge $70 into the city for one delivery.
What's the name of your delivery service?
Philbin Transport, but I changed the name on the side of my van to just Pat from Moonachie.
Nice. Cool.
That's what people
name recognition.
But that's your problem.
Branding. That's what it is.
Did you guys hear that? That's your problem. $70 for a delivery in the city between the tolls, the gas. What kind of money are you making?
Well, it's a cutthroat industry. A lot of couriers, they get a lot of deliveries and they'll charge like $30.
Right.
Because
Smart
they do
to
a
say
bunch
that
of
on the air.
deliveries at one time.
Right.
So you're suggesting that the potential customers go elsewhere.
Your business model is based on Ted's delivery emporium.
Right. Yes. I have one. I deliver one item at a time.
I go that extra mile.
It's true. We don't even have to do the bit.
The business model is Ted's delivery emporium.
I hold it in my lap and fly cross country. You have to pay for airfare and hotel.
Oh my!
I fold, spindle, and mutilate.
Unbelievable, Pat. What are we gonna do?
Oh.
We could get you some customers. Just pay the $70 and take care of it.
That's what I need. I need deliveries.
Right.
And so you need deliveries.
Back to Biggest Loser. You told them that you were a true loser.
Yeah.
Down on your luck. It's a perfect story for them. You can't afford to eat right, and you can't afford to work out.
I need health care. I don't have that diabetes medication.
No. So you have you're not taking any diabetes medication?
No. I should be on a whole slew of medication.
Yeah.
I make sugar out of air.
What is
One time I didn't eat for 2 days, and then I took my blood sugar and it was still in the 300s.
That's a lot.
What's that about?
I guess.
Is that good?
It's supposed to be between 90 and 120.
Jesus Christ.
Not good.
Your pancreas is just pumping that shit out, huh?
Yeah, I know.
Why do you have so much
I
blood
just sell sugar.
Why do you have so much blood sugar?
Because he's a sweet boy.
Look how sweet his face is.
Sweet. Yeah.
Very sweet looking.
Oh, my God. You're a mess.
I'm
just saying.
I try not to think about it.
I don't mean, that way. I just mean, with the whole package.
Yeah.
Kind of the job thing, the trailer. How's the van running?
I believe they call that a rut.
You're in a rut.
Yes. Grand Canyon size.
Oh, damn.
I was right there, motherfucker.
How are you trying to phrase
there?
Huh? How are you trying to phrase it?
I was right with you. I was going Grand Canyon myself.
Just thinking of natural formations.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
and when you think of that, you got to
ground.
go right to the Grand
Snake
Canyon.
River?
Great Meteor Crater, Arizona.
Yeah.
So you got the van's running?
Yeah, it's run. Actually, I got a relatively new van from Fred from Brooklyn.
Thank you,
Oh,
Fred.
really?
He turns over his van. He does builds chimneys, and he loads a whole bunch of concrete and shit in his vans.
Yeah.
And he turns them over every 2 years.
Oh, that's good for the car.
And instead of he usually gives it to charity, and this year those kids with the rusty wheelchairs will have to go another year.
1877 cause for Pat.
Yeah.
187.
Fred knows his business. He's a good businessman. He's trying to sell me a chimney. I live on the 40th fucking floor here, man. I'm like, enough with your stupid chimneys. I can't buy one. But he keeps trying, Pat. That's the key.
You can't give them away.
You got to watch him.
You should have listened to 50 Cent yesterday. He's got business sense to him, right?
You have 50 cents, and he.
I have no sense. And he was shot one time for every toe you have. 9 jokes.
It's just kind of, I would think after this many years, you might have found a niche somewhere to kind of get yourself out of this position that you're in.
This rut.
I'm not a nicher.
Because I guess there's things out there. Maybe not now. It's a little tough to get a job and everything like that. But what made you stick to the delivery industry instead of maybe going and getting some higher paying job or something?
It's really I like doing it. I like driving around, listening to my music, my XM. And
oh, good for you. Yeah. Who's paying for your XM?
I am.
Can we at least get him free XM?
Yeah, what the hell?
Please, I can't get it.
Yeah,
but work for the company.
But you have money. This fucking guy has nothing.
Well, you know what I just spent on a movie theater? That's terrible.
Well, that kind of is.
Sorry, Pat. No.
It's a valid point, though. You like to watch big movies.
I do. I really do.
Well, let's see the difference between you two. You said it, because I'm going to now say it, $250,000 movie theater in your house. Pat, how do you like to watch your movies?
On the old small screen.
You just get real close and it looks like a big, huge widescreen.
You do have cable, though, right?
Of course. That's my priorities in life.
All right. I didn't know if...
no diabetes medication, cable, and XM, yes.
I just want to make sure the slab that the trailer on had cable running to it.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
And neighbors, like, do your neighbors a big turnover on the neighbors, or is it the same people?
Well, a lot of old people.
Yeah?
Get taken out of there every few months.
Oh, really?
Yeah, feet first.
Feet first. Old gangster movie term. You'll be taking out feet first, see?
You know, Pat, I was reminded of your plight when I was watching a little movie called The Wrestler. That's your life without the wrestling.
He's got a better van, a better trailer.
Right. But
he's hanging around Marissa Tomei.
I saw the trailer thing, and I'm like, wow, that's how Pat lives right there.
And he's got hair.
But he was living much better than what you live. And we really felt sorry for him. And it turns out he's not even that guy. He's rich.
Well, I feel my comeback coming real
Biggest
soon.
loser. Yeah. How are we going to get this done? Do we know anyone from NBC? They got to take a good look at this, Pat. And then if you win the whole thing, you're rich. A couple $100,000. And then
$250,000.
$250,000, and then
that would cover the bill on my toe. That's exactly how much it costs.
You're still paying for the toe?
No, I'm not paying. It's still there looming over me.
Paying.
They want $250,000 to lop your toe off?
Yeah, I know. You'd think they'd add a toe for that much.
You know what? He makes a good point, though. They're going to take your toe, and then you got to pay $250,000. I would do it myself.
Tin snips.
Something. Why not? What do they do that was special?
Well, those antibiotics for the 3 months afterward.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure, Pat.
With no health insurance, right? So you had no health insurance.
No.
Are you a fan of Obama?
Hey, if I'm going to get health care, it's going to come from him.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you
with Anthony's help?
Yeah, there you go. See, but I wouldn't mind taking care of Pat in that.
Anthony will pay for Pat's health insurance.
Oh, no, I never said that.
Man, that's very nice.
I said if my tax increased, if I could,
awesome, man.
If I could pick where it went, it would be to somebody like Pat.
Anthony's got to pay for his 50 caliber bullets.
That's right. You know what? They're very expensive, by the way. 50 caliber ammunition.
You know what
he
could get for one lousy?
I could actually use a 50 caliber bullet for a toe.
Oh, God.
Oh, I thought you meant for your
Don't
brain.
kick me.
Oh, fuck. You want to borrow one of Aunt's guns? You know?
What? Say
Take the easy way out?
Like to hold a press conference?
Pat.
That's terrible.
You still on the internet?
Yeah, so far.
Yeah? So you're paying some stuff.
I got to do my Twitter updates.
Yeah.
Following Opie.
Again, priorities.
Yeah. Did you drive by dear old Dad's house?
Oh, no. I have his address and his phone number, but no.
Let's call him.
Right now. Hi, Dad.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, maybe he'd be like, do you know if he's well off?
I don't know.
You want to just
He
call
was a
him
steel
cold?
worker. My mother used to tell me he was a steel worker in Newark. I used to see him up on the girders.
You sure he didn't steal things in Newark and you misunderstood?
Well, I could have misconstrued what she said.
Yeah. We can't do that to you.
No, it's
it's a sensitive
Save
subject.
that for ratings.
Well, Pat's father has a family and all that, right?
Oh, yeah. A real family.
just kind of abandoned Pat
Yeah.
in like midstream of his life there, and got a new family. Kind of cast in the old one. Sometimes it's like he filed for bankruptcy with a family.
Yeah.
You know, start over, build up your family credit rating.
Got a trophy wife?
Did he?
I don't know.
Can we?
She's stiff holding a bowling ball.
He just wanted a son with toes.
Can we go to the phones here? Let's say hi to Footer. Footer's back.
Why do you have to mention that name?
Oh, God. How ironic is this call?
Footer.
Yo, what's up, guys? Hey, I love how in the beginning Pat's telling you how much he's in debt and you guys are getting all this info from him. So I'm going, oh, look at this. My boys, they're gearing up for maybe a little fundraiser. I believe the response Anthony gave right after was, oh, what a mess. love
Well,
you guys.
See, if I could allocate my tax dollars, it would be to somebody like Pat. You know, he's a guy out there. He's been
cut out
trying
the
to get
middleman.
the delivery. Cut out the middleman. He puts his hands out towards me. Oh, Pat.
I don't know what's going on with my soul.
I don't
lately.
want to hand out. I want to hand up.
Just take 100, please.
Oh, please.
Oh, take
Please,
something.
no. No, please.
Look at him. I don't know what's going on with me, but I'm going to
counterfeit
mess.
I don't want I want
Jesus,
deliveries.
Pat. Actually, I want to get you on Biggest Loser.
Now I have to deliver something for you.
Sure.
All right.
No, you gave me the worst deal ever.
Why don't you deliver a
So
load
we have
out of
that
his balls in
highlighter
your
magic
throat?
marker to make sure it's real.
How much did you want? Pat had to go from Moonachie. He had to cross the Hudson River.
Yep.
Then he had to cross the East River.
Yep.
After picking up a huge TV from my apartment.
Had to put it face down.
Face
'cause it wouldn't
down.
stand up.
And then you drove it all the way out to...
Oh, you like your women.
Then you drove it all the way out to Southold to deliver to my brother's house.
Can you help me with this TV in the van?
How much did you want for it? This delivery. Listen to this. Remember, 2 tolls and all the way out to Southold and back, and the gas prices were a bit higher than they are now.
I think originally I was asking for 100.
That's why you suck.
I know,
Eddie
your
made
fucking
me
prices are
take
too
two.
high.
No, Kenny didn't make you. I told Kenny.
Oh, okay.
Jesus, tell him like I can afford a little more than that. The fuck, $100. That's barely going to pay.
110.
Probably 115. I mean, the tolls and the gas alone. What did you bring? You made $20 from that day. Call.
Yeah, but he felt good about himself.
We could sell stuff in the office before we move and give it to Pat.
Oh, there you go, like the Pat from Moonachie charity.
I don't like taking money. I want to work for my money.
Obviously.
Are you religious?
Exactly.
Caddyshack.
What am I, commie?
Like a Mike DeCon?
Huh?
There's a lot of stuff in that office there. That sign.
Yeah, when you're in there.
It would be so much better if Eric said there's a lot of shit in that office.
Yeah, I know. Just doing more of a space thing than a, quantity, not quality of the person.
Jim in Jersey. Jim?
What's up, man? Oh.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Welcome aboard.
Hey.
I'll tell you what, today is Pat's lucky day because I've got a bunch of townhomes and a bunch of different houses, and people are leaving these places. I own them, and I need someone to live in one of my places. It's a 2,200 square foot house, and he's going to help me just keep the place up, make sure the yard is nice, and I'm actually going to pay him. So what I'd like to do is, holy shit, look out for the truck!
I think he was joshing.
Oh, he was giving you hope.
I was trying to understand what he said at the end there.
Something like, holy shit, a truck or something.
Oh,
He had to,
okay. Wow, that was good acting.
Just before he was going to get...
I was going to ask him if he takes pets. I got a dog and 3 cats.
Yeah, maybe you ought to get rid of those.
Exactly. Shut up. Run a lawnmower over him.
What do you feed them?
Yeah, you got to get rid of them. Then you get a little more money coming in there, Pat.
I feed the cats Deli Cat and my dog Moist and Meaty.
That's expensive shit.
I know. And my diet,
get that dry crap.
The cheapest stuff to buy is like
no frills
pasta
bag.
and rice. Those are the cheapest things you can buy.
Right.
And that's the worst stuff for a diabetic.
Oh, God. That's
Except,
right.
no, I haven't been buying. I've been buying my Morningstar Farms veggie burgers.
Yeah.
I should be a spokesman.
Yeah.
And egg beaters.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all I
They'd
eat.
give you free burgers to not tell people that you
eat these.
You eat them. Yeah.
Keep it under your hat.
Extortion.
Yeah. Cover them up like they're on a TV show. Just put some duct tape over the name, and then we'll give you as many as you want.
Let's say hi to Sean. Sean, what's up?
Hey, maybe Pat could reunite with his dad, give him a kidney, and then crash land on a deserted island. Right, Jimmy?
Oh, a little lost.
Little lost reference there?
I'm waiting for him
Yeah.
to drop that. I'm waiting for that telegram saying, "Your fortune."
My fortune. Get the bag, Norton. Get the bag.
Let's say hi to George in Texas. George?
Hey, good evening.
Hi, George.
Hi, George.
Hello. Hey, Pat, I love you, but I'm going to give you a little bit of shit. I work with diabetics. I'm a nurse. Well, yeah, I'm not a gay nurse either, by the way.
Yeah, we're ready to jump on that one.
I can almost feel the pillow on my face.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Pat, you can go to Walmart, get $4 medication. There's that PA John. Make them write scripts. You could still take care of yourself, man. For $12 a month, you can get 4 sets of medication.
Really? I'll have to look into that.
He doesn't like looking into anything.
Yeah.
That's one of Pat's problems.
Get a shitload of delivery orders.
Yeah.
Take care of yourself, Pat. There's no reason why you can't.
Yeah.
You're a young guy. You don't need to lose your legs.
Look at this guy. He's really inspirational, isn't he?
We reach a lot of people. There's got to be someone out there that knows somebody at NBC or the Biggest Loser show. This is good.
I know.
We'll follow Pat's progress the whole way. That'll help viewership, even though they don't need that much help. But it might give them a slight bump that they could measure. Pat,
Thank you, boys. Love the show.
all right, Pat does well, and then we get some good radio out of it. Let's say hi to Dave in Boston. Dave.
Yeah, I'd be willing to send $10 in. If everyone sent $10, it might help bail Pat out. I love Pat. He's great.
Can I tell you something about Dave? Dave is blind, Dave. And he feels sorry.
So you'll
for
get
you.
a single, and he'll think you sent you 10.
What's up?
I felt bad for him. I'm actually, he's worse off than me at the moment. Maybe help him get back on his foot.
This is Blind Dave. You guys remember Blind Dave, right?
Yeah, but I thought he was from Connecticut.
No, he was Boston area, right? This is Blind Dave, right?
I moved.
Okay.
Ah, you didn't move. Are you sure?
The Connecticut...
I'm John from Mass on Ron and Fez. You guys are on too early.
Yeah, the driver's license thing happened in Connecticut. You're right, Ed.
Oh, John from Mass on Ron and Fez, so we lost him to Ron and Fez.
Another one we lost to Ron and Fez.
That happens.
That's good. That's great.
I've always been here.
Of course, you're blind. Where are you going?
Dave, how's your life been? We haven't talked to you in a couple of years. What's up?
Not a lot, but I'm just saying, if you set up a fund, I'd be willing to send $10. Maybe if everyone sends $10, it could help Pat get,
How's your life going?
Huh?
How's your life going? You got a job? You got a girl? What's going on with you?
I'm with the same girl 8 years. But,
you sure?
The same girl, living up here,
Just keep
playing
using
in a
that
couple
same
bands.
stale joke.
You're playing in bands?
You sure?
Yeah, exactly. It's Dwight Yoakam's band. Get out of here.
Hey, what about
that band stunk. Get the fuck out.
Go practice, Randy.
Don't need no fucking practice.
I aim to kill you with it.
I studied on it quite a bit.
I studied about killing you. I studied about it quite a bit, and I don't reckon ain't no reason for it. But all you gotta do is sit there in that chair.
And that cheer.
You'll be dead soon enough. The world will be shut of you.
The world will be shut of you. Hey, you fucking watch that movie a lot.
Well, he
all right,
hears
perhaps
that
that's
movie a
why
lot.
he listens to it.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. You should see what the guy looks like. It's really funny.
I don't understand all of it, but I reckon I understand a great deal of it.
The Bible.
Some folks call it hell, I call it Hades.
Hades.
You gotta watch out for that diabetes. It's the leading cause of blindness in America. Mm-hmm.
Took my toe off with a sling blade. I call it a Kaiser blade. Some people call it a sling blade.
A sling blade or a Liberty commercial?
I thought it was a sling blade, but it was a butter knife because I can't see.
Well, my toe blowed up and I just seen red.
You working for any outfits lately?
Outfit. Milk cocked outfit.
God, I hate that outfit. It really is the worst outfit ever.
Oh, it's
Terrible.
horrible. One truck. All drunk.
I really wish I saw that movie.
He's my friend. I like the way he talks.
Here's a really great scene in that movie, though, when he's having that lunch with John Ritter. And John Ritter goes, it always looks like you're deep in thought. Like, just what are you thinking about? He's like, well,
I was thinking I want a couple more cans of that potted meat.
Didn't mean.
Or the line, which was taking some of the French fries out. But
Yeah.
you do it. It's your show.
Hey,
Right?
French fried potatoes.
Think about taking up some of the French fries.
When he first asked for the French fried potatoes, at the Dairy Queen kind of place, he's like, "What you got in there good to eat?
What do you eat here?
He's like, "What do you got to eat?" French fries. I got. I reckon I'll have a biggin. One of the biggins. We got French fries. French fried potatoes. You gotta ask him. Fucking movie's great. God damn it.
Biscuits and mustard.
Biscuits.
Fucking
He
Dave.
fucking hacks up fucking Dwight Yoakam's head and then just sits down.
I'm right sure of it. I hit him 2 good whacks with it. That second one just plumb near split his head.
He knows all the lines. That's great. Fucking Dave.
It's a little old house on the corner of Vine Street and some other street. All Hargraves Construction.
Hargraves Construction.
You might want to send an ambulance. By the way, Doyle says you might want to send an ambulance or a hearse.
What's great about this? You know he's not reading the lines.
No,
I have a Braille script.
I'll be sitting here waiting on you. Mm-hmm.
Eat some biscuits.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking fantastic, Dave. Very good. It's been nice just watching the movie with you.
I reckon someday I could come check out your movie. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you got to, I don't know, get a cane and make it down here one day.
Yeah, I reckon one of these days. The world is too big, though.
If my back
It's
don't
going to
give
whittle
out.
down to a toothpick by the time he gets here.
Yeah, I'm headed for another back surgery.
Are you?
Yeah.
Lucky you.
All right, Dave. Good
right.
catching up with you, buddy.
Dave lives inside his own eyeballs. It's a mighty big place.
If them fellers on them internet sites set up a thing, I wouldn't mind sending a few bucks, seriously, for Pat from Moonachie. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Dave, you've won a MyView.
MyView. We'll send you a MyView.
Jesus. You've won a MyView.
Oh, shit.
All right, Dan.
Oh, fucking Pat.
All right, Dan.
Damn things are broken.
Take it easy, Dave.
Dave
Jesus
in
Christ.
Boston. It's really good.
Boy, does he know that fucking movie inside and out.
That's great. And he's John from Massachusetts on Ron and Fez.
Yeah, I guess so.
Pat, someone else is saying you should maybe meet like Obama. You could be one of those guys.
Oh!
He is the Messiah.
Nice.
You just
Kiss
gotta
you
get
on
in
your
front of-
rosy cheeks and then give you a new trailer. We're going to get you a new trailer. Oh, really? Are you?
It worked for
Thanks.
that, what, Henrietta Hughes, I think her name was?
Yeah, well.
You could be the next Henrietta
Maybe
Hughes.
Henrietta Hippo.
Henrietta Huge. How are you?
Hey.
You can convey the story of a man with 9 toes and he lives at the end of the runway at Teterboro. Yeah.
Yeah.
Give you a new trailer. Set you up.
You got a phone, Pat?
Oh, yeah.
You should just fucking find some kind of lawnmower repair job. And
Yeah.
they give you a room, some magazines and hard candy, lock you in at night.
Like a job at a gas station where you live in the back room.
Just fix some rototillers and whatnot.
Wonderful.
I'll give you the number. Bill Cox is out.
The old Briggs and Stratton. Or a Tecumseh. I don't work on Tecumsehs. I only work on Briggs and Stratton.
Yeah.
Fucking lawnmower jokes. Jesus.
All right, we got to take a break. We got Dick Russell here. Which one's Dick?
Ooh.
There he is.
Ah, there he
Raising
is.
his hand.
You doing, sir?
He's got a book. What's the book?
It's called On the Trail of the JFK Assassins. It's a groundbreaking look at America's most infamous conspiracy. And, you know, a lot has been said about JFK. We've talked about it on this show a lot of times, but only in the sense of the airport. So I think it's interesting to hear that the president...
Eddie.
But I've kind of leaned against conspiracy theories now. I'm not, I don't know what Dick wrote.
Because you turned it into a liberal.
No,
I don't know what that means.
No, the liberals actually are very, very pro-conspiracy.
Are they?
But, yeah, I'd be interested to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, we'll do that next. Pat, you sit in the big boy chair today.
Yes.
You stay right there, and you help us interview Dick Russell
All
next.
right.
All right?
Read the book.
I say the butler did it.
With a what? With a,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
oh, my God, he did not.
That's right.
You know what?
Yes, he did.
Why don't you go back to the bleachers?
Oh.
I mean...
We're back. Opie is currently in the bathroom. And I was just chatting with Dick Russell. Were you? Yes. On the trail of the JFK assassins. He also wrote a book called The Man Who Knew Too Much, which was another Kennedy assassination book, and he co-wrote Jesse Ventura's book. So we were just talking briefly about, I've said the longer I've kind of looked into it and the more I've read, the more I doubt conspiracies, which is odd, because normally you go the other way.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's so many theories, and some of them are viable.
Yeah.
Other ones are plain poppycock.
Well, that's true. Absolutely true.
But Everybody always says about the conspiracy theory, if you just look at the simplest thing, it's probably that. and the simplest thing. Oh, yes, thank you, Danny. And
I
if
shaved
that's
with that
the
once.
case, you're talking Oswald in the building taking his shots, and he got him.
Yeah, but there's other ways to look at that, and the studies that they've been doing in recent years, Texas A&M University did one, is that there was no way that this guy firing from behind with a really lousy Italian weapon, a Manley Carcano rifle, could fire 3 shots in 6.2 seconds, I believe it was, and assassinate the president. And there's plenty of evidence. I mean, Oswald was a lousy shot, for another thing. And there's a lot of evidence that there were more people, more gunmen involved, somebody firing from the grassy knoll, or maybe even the manhole cover under the street. I mean,
can I ask you about that too, about the shooting? Because they have, for a while, they said that you couldn't, no marksman had been able to recreate it. But that proved to be incorrect because they actually have recreated it. I mean, not under those perfect conditions. And people forget Oswald did miss the first shot. And the other argument that's made is why didn't he shoot as he was coming towards for the easier shot? They raised that in JFK. But, I mean, my guess is simply because the Secret Service would have seen him. You can't fire at a president as he's coming towards you and everybody's looking in your direction, or you'd be shot.
Well, it may be true, but, that there's this so-called the magic bullet theory, as they say.
Yeah, sure.
Which is, that the same bullet passed through Kennedy and hit Governor Connolly.
Sure.
And Connolly himself said that there's no way that happened, that it was 2 different, there were 2 different bullets. And, there's just to me, it's bullshit. I mean, it's bullshit, the fact that, they keep putting the books that come out, like Bugliosi's big tome that just came out recently, regurgitating the Warren Commission, basically, and before that, you had Gerald Posner's book, Case Closed. I mean, these are the only books that get reviewed, for one thing, the only ones that get a lot of attention, because the big media doesn't want to admit they'd have egg all over their face that they never investigated this, and in fact, in some instances, set out to cover it up.
But what about things like they've had stuff like they said that the House Select Committee on Assassinations said that they think that they did hear possibly another bullet, but that was from I believe a cop microphone, a police microphone. But now they're saying that they have the wrong cop motorcycle. That the cop motorcycle that they're hearing that what could be a shot was actually a mile back. There's a lot of different things I've heard where they're saying, well, yeah, this can be recreated. I've gone more against the conspiracy. It just seems like highly unlikely. Plus, there's people in the book depository on the 5th floor that heard the shell casings hitting on the floor above them. I did not know that. I was surprised to actually learn that in Bugliosi's book. But there's documented cases in the Warren Commission of people who were there was like 3 or 4 guys watching from the 5th floor, and they heard the shot coming from above them, and the things hitting the floor.
Look, I'm not saying there wasn't somebody, Oswald himself, firing from up there. But the fact that he was the lone guy, the lone nut, as assassin firing, it just there's too much evidence against it, and so there was somebody else, which means a conspiracy, firing from some other location. I mean, and I knew a guy who's dead now, but I knew a guy who worked for the CIA, and he worked for the Russians also, who was an intelligence officer who definitely, I saw enough and spent enough time with him to believe that, he was involved with Oswald and a couple of Cuban exiles, actually, who were right-wing Cubans, posing as Castro guys to convince Oswald to get into this deal. Oswald had his own ties to the CIA and the FBI, and but he was apparently a Trotskyite leftist who thought he was going to do a favor to Castro by firing some shots at the president. And then he was going to be welcomed in Cuba as a revolutionary hero. I mean, I knew this guy really well. He was involved with, at least 3 other people in this plot. And so,
I don't know. I wouldn't doubt there was a plot leading up to it for financing or funding. I certainly would not doubt that. But, I mean, the actual thing where they're talking about the triangulation of crossfire and all that stuff with the grassy knoll. Like, there's a very famous shot. It's a little silhouette. I guess they call it Black Dog Man, which is what it could be. It looks like a little black dog or whatever. And they say, is that the shadow of somebody behind the fence in the knoll or wherever? And then they've done computer stuff on it recently where they analyze depth and all that. And they say if that really was a person, it'd be 2.5 feet tall. It's like
what a short assassin.
I know, and a quick little fella. But I mean, like, there's certain computer things that have been done which have actually worked against Like Bugliosi's
I'm an assassin.
Yeah.
The short guy was Lee Harvey Oswald.
That was bad.
Wow.
That was.
Just shut up here.
You're an asshole. And there's one shot. There's the thing about it. The shots came from the front. That was why the neck snapped back. And Costner made a great thing in JFK about will common sense dictate. It was a great speech. But then there's a photo where they capture Kennedy's head actually going forward and the blood shooting forward. Like it's not just shooting back and to the left, like it looks like it is, but there's a photo of his head. The moment the bullet hits him, he's leaning forward and it's coming out completely forward the way you'd think, like a
Really?
You're talking about the Zapruder film?
Yeah, there was a whatever they did with a photo where they photo negative it, and you can see Kennedy's head.
What frame number?
It was frame number 1722.
236.
Look,
I don't know.
What the Parkland Hospital doctors saw after the assassination was a very different picture of the wounds than what the official autopsy result later said after they did it at Bethesda that night. And one of the revelations in my new book is an interview I did with this guy, Doug Horn, who was on the Assassination Records Review Board that was set up after Oliver Stone's movie came out to go through all the records and, finally get them out to the American people. And his specialty was the military stuff. He was one of the people who interviewed the autopsy doctors. And what he came to, the startling conclusion, actually, was that this is going to sound crazy, but that there were 2 autopsies that night. There was a, and the time frame. He talked to a lot of people who the time frame didn't add up. That the first autopsy happened at 6:35. The official autopsy at a little after 8 o'clock. But what they did was they altered the wounds to make it. There were orders coming from somewhere, maybe just to cover up the fact. Maybe somebody may have been told. This was. But they covered it up by the autopsy doctors involved actually altering the head wounds.
But see, I've read that. David Lifton wrote a book on that called Best Evidence, where he believed that it was done. He didn't know if it was done on Air Force One back to D.C. because there was a couple FBI agents in there, and they overheard. I think it was James Humes, the Commander Humes, saying appears there's been some surgery to the head area, like who was the guy at Bethesda who did the autopsy. And it just seems like when you look at that logically, and I know that there's certain illogical things that will make things work. Who actually, when you look at the Warren Commission and that stuff, who actually said to Commander James Humes, all right, look, fix the head wound of the president? When you think about that logically, who said, all right, we have to have this be a conspiracy. We have to blame it all on Oswald. We have to fake the head. Who thought through all this in the first few hours that this happened?
What if somebody thought, in a high-level position back in those days, that, even though this wasn't the way it was, that the Soviet Union, communists, our enemy, and Cuba had pulled this off. And they enlisted Oswald because he'd lived in Russia, he'd maybe been to Cuba, certainly been in Mexico City going to the Cuban embassy. And it was all made to look that way. But so what if somebody from the top says, if this comes out, the truth of this comes out, we're going to have World War III. Now, this I do not believe is what really happened. But you could have had people covering it up, sending these orders down, for very benign so-called reasons, thinking this was what had gone down, and it really hadn't. So I don't think that's something you could rule out.
But if that was the case, again, you've heard how hard it is to keep a secret between 5 people in a room. I mean, when you look at the way information is passed, it's obviously differently now than it was in the 60s. But you look at something like the Abu Ghraib, the prison where they were just having prisoners do this kind of stuff, and that got out. After all of these years, I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. Or the Warren Commission, that they would put their reputations and their legacies on the line. I mean, you're dealing with what Earl Warren was, remember the Supreme Court, this guy is actually going to throw his entire life, his legacy away because somebody felt it was a good idea to kill the acting president. Who is co-signing? All these people are co-signing for the murder of an acting president. It just doesn't make sense.
I don't think Warren would know, where it was coming from necessarily. And Warren was a good man. He was a decent man. And there was one member of the Warren Commission, Senator Russell. He was sure that this was bullshit, that there was definitely more than one person involved. And he didn't sign off on the whole, the final commission conclusion. Humes, the guy you mentioned, he admitted he burned his autopsy notes.
Again, another, because there was blood. What? I mean, that's just, he was not he had never done gunshot wounds before. We had Michael Bodden, he was talking about that. So he was obviously not qualified.
Right.
And there was a tracheotomy. incision made that they thought was what would they think it was, an entry or an exit wound. That, you know, so there was a lot of things that were done by the original Parkland doctors that I think that he wasn't quite sure of what had happened.
Yeah.
But he didn't do a good job on the autopsy.
No, it's just amazing that evidence like that would disappear on something so historic and important, that the autopsy notes are gone.
The autopsy notes are gone. The president's brain is gone, so they can't do any further work on that.
Yeah.
This wasn't a boating accident.
Exactly.
Although I've heard speculation that Biden did speculate, because he was on the Select Commission for Assassinations, that the brain was actually buried with the body, because he said Robert Kennedy, and then they had another ceremony at night where it was only family members that were involved, and they put something else
He
in.
speculated, yeah.
But he knows that there was that other ceremony that most people weren't aware of.
Different people had their own reasons for what they did, and certainly the Kennedy family, not as some kind of cover-up, but, you know, just for personal reasons would have done certain things. And, you know, the fact is, I mean, so many people hated Kennedy. I mean, you know, he had enemies from, you know, the Cubans to the mafia. His brother was going after the mob and putting, you know, trying to put him out of business at the same time that, you know, Sam Giancana was sharing a girlfriend with the president. I mean, you know, there was some heavy-duty shit going on.
Speaking of
here.
the mob, didn't they come out and say they had something to do with it?
Carlos Marcello, the head of the New Orleans mob, he's dead now. But, yeah, there are tapes that exist that the FBI is finally releasing, some of them. There's a new book came out by Lamar Waldron that gets into some of this. It's a pretty good book. And yeah, so he's saying, I offed the son of a bitch. You know, this is Carlos Marcello, and he's working with. I think the mafia was involved, but they were not the. I don't think the mob has the wherewithal to cover something like this up all these years where nobody would talk.
How many people would you need, though?
So that's a Jimmy Hoffa.
Yeah, well, that's one guy, you know. Get out here. How many people would you need to cover this up? I mean, the amount of people you'd need. I mean, they were implicating the Dallas Police Department. I mean, the amount of people you would need to co-sign this and never unsign it is mind-boggling.
I don't know if it is. I mean, it wouldn't have to be a monumentally large conspiracy involving a whole lot of people.
It would have to be Commander Humes.
He would have had to have been involved in a cover-up.
Okay, say cover-up conspiracy, anyway. Commander Humes, it would have to be whatever superior gave him the order. It would have to be, I mean, who else would have to be involved in this? I mean, the people...
Certainly people at the FBI. And there were people at the CIA. You know, in other words, well, here's the deal. Oswald worked with a lot of these different agencies. So they're covering their ass, the FBI and certainly the CIA, in terms of the relationship they've had in the past with Oswald, because, you know, the CIA sent him to Russia. And the military, you know, I mean, there's all these kind of tentacles and interconnections where it's not that you had to be involved in a conspiracy to kill the president, but they had the perfect guy, he said, I'm a patsy, I'm a patsy. He stood up there before he was shot by Ruby and said that. So
maybe he felt he was set. I'm sorry, I apologize for interrupting you. Maybe he felt that he was a patsy because other guys had put him up to it, and now he was going to take the fall.
He was going to take the rap.
As opposed to there's other shooters. Which, again, I wouldn't doubt that. But it could be I'm a patsy because, you know, these guys put me up to it. I don't say that there was nobody in the government involved in me setting it up. But I'm saying the cover-up, to me, is so improbable because the amount of people you would have needed to be involved in.
All you would have to do, though, is convince those people that are involved that to cover it up is in the national interest. Like you were saying, for national security. If somebody from upstairs says, hey, look, you know, if word gets out that the Russians had anything to do with killing our president, we're going to war.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, that's what you were saying before. So you don't necessarily have to go, look, we all killed the president here. We were involved. So you got to keep quiet and alter this or do that. You just got to say, look, the president was shot. He was killed. There were people that are involved that could be linked to certain communist organizations, even up to the Soviet Union, the Kremlin. Let's avert war. We saw what happened with the Cuban Missile Crisis. Let's, you know, take care of this. Just switch this around a little bit. Keep your mouth shut. And then, you know, those people don't really have a reason to think, well, you know, I think they were involved in his actual death more so than a conspiracy in the cover-up.
Or if I can just say, or you got the CIA, you know, at a high level, or the military saying, oh my God, here's this guy. We thought, you know, we were working him. We sent him to Russia. He came back. We thought we had a handle on him. We had control over him. And somebody else must have got to him, or maybe he's fooling us.
They
and now
look
he did
real
this.
bad.
Then the FBI, by the way, would have thrown them to the wolves because the FBI and the CIA typically work terribly together, and no one would love to see someone get dicked more than one of those organizations.
Oh, yeah, sure.
That's why 9/11 happened, because they weren't working. It's almost like, even in this age where technologically information is passed so well, they couldn't work well enough to prevent 9/11 from happening because they just don't share
pissing
information.
Contest. It's territoriality.
Absolutely.
It's power plays. It's all that stuff, and that existed back then. If an organization, if the FBI found out that the CIA was working with Oswald and Oswald shoots the president, they'd be like, what the
exactly.
How stupid are you guys that you didn't see this coming?
Yeah.
You know?
And you had somebody like Hoover running the FBI who always hated the CIA, and he was his own little fiefdom. He'd been in power since the 1920s.
Always looking for another way to hold something over someone's head to keep his
balls
job.
on Clyde Tolson's nose.
Yeah, exactly. He was this closet gay guy who kept secrets on everybody else and threatened to expose them. And I know for a fact that he was warned. He was told in September of '63 by this guy that I wrote about in my first book, Richard Nagel, and again in this on the Trail JKS.
Eric Nagel? Richard Nagel.
Richard Nagel.
All right. Was he a great big fat person? No, teasing, of course.
No, he was told. Hoover was warned and given enough information to warrant the arrest of Oswald and these two Cuban exiles, and he didn't do it. So he's covering his own ass then too, because what happens to him if that comes out? And he was going to lose his job too if JFK got reelected in '64.
Oh yeah,
they were going to dump him. Which finally, he lasted through Nixon and died in the saddle.
Now your book On the Trail of the JFK assassination.
Can I ask one question before you do that? Would they really have fired Hoover with all he knew about people?
Well,
they were terrified to fire J. Hoover.
That's why he had so much info on
But
people.
there was talk of that.
Yeah,
there was talk of it.
What are you getting at in this book? Like, what's your hypothesis?
Do you think it was a conspiracy
or
just Oswald?
No,
I'm kidding.
Yeah, well, I'm
joking.
This book covers a lot of different ground. I spent years, since the 1970s, I spent 2 years solid as probably the first investigative journalist in the country, going around interviewing as many people as I could. And certainly some of them I later discovered were bullshit artists. I'd listen to somebody's story at first, I'd believe him, and then I'd compare it and think, this guy's
right
full of shit. He's making this up. And but there were a few people that I met that I really felt, hey, there's something to this. And one of them was this guy Nagel, another was Antonio Vecchiana, this Cuban exile. So in this book, I kind of just track my own journey. Part of it's a memoir, part of it's articles I published years ago, and part of it's new evidence that I uncovered along the way. So it's really a story of my life on the trail, and some of it was very strange.
It must be hard to come up with new evidence on something that's been gone over with such a fine-tooth comb, as they call it. What type of new evidence have you come up with?
Well, a lot of this I developed back in the 70s, for example. So that's closer to when this really happened in 63. And the main guy that I believed was Richard Nagel, who it's a very strange story. He walks into a bank in El Paso, Texas on the 20th of September, 63, 2 months before the assassination. He shoots 2 holes in the ceiling. He intentionally gets himself arrested and placed in federal custody. The FBI finds, among other things, in his trunk some notebooks. One of these notebooks, which I saw before I ever met him, had amazingly similar listings to the notebook that they took from Oswald after he was arrested. Fair Play for Cuba Committee, the Cuban Embassy, Mexico City. I mean, clearly the guy bore some looking into. So anyway, I track him down. I had this weird relationship with him. I mean, not that weird. He was very reluctant to talk. He was suing the government to try to get something out of him. I was, at the time, I ended up going out to L.A. to work for TV Guide, actually, as a staff writer in the Hollywood Bureau. So I'd meet this guy in dingy bars at night, and I'd travel around with Bob Hope or something during the day. It was an odd combination. It was an odd combination. But anyway, he would never tell me everything he knew, but what he did tell me was enough. He talked about the fact that he had been involved eventually with Oswald in this conspiracy. There had been several earlier plots to kill Kennedy that he knew about. The Russians, he was a double agent, CIA-Soviet deal. And the Russians had him tracking both Oswald and these assassination plots, and then it all came together in the summer of '63. It was the Russians, he said, who ordered him to either convince Oswald he was being set up, that this was a phony deal, or kill Oswald in Mexico City, a couple months before the assassination. Instead of doing that, he sends a warning letter to Hoover. He lets his people at the CIA know what's going down, and he takes himself out of the whole deal by walking into this bank in Texas. And they railroad this guy through prison for 4.5 years. I mean, it was, he was just like salted away. And when I knew him, I think he used me. You know, I think, you know, it was kind of carrot and stick thing. He was talking to the military and saying, you know, if you don't give me what I want, this full disability pension, I'm going to tell this hotshot journalist, you know,
everything I know, and then open up this can of worms.
So, but Dick, if everybody's so scared of the big thing was people didn't talk because they were afraid for their lives. That was one of the things.
Yeah.
But then the other thing, what kind of a guy would try to hold it over the head of the military?
He had stuff salted away.
If there was that.
That he told me at the very first meeting, he said, I've got stuff put away that they know that in the event of my untimely demise, you know, it's going to come out. Well, what finally happened was he did have an untimely demise. In 1995, the JFK Records Review Board, finally, they subpoenaed him, and they were going to, you know, go talk to him, get his records. The very day that subpoena arrived in his mailbox in L.A., he's found dead.
Oof.
And, you know.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
coincidental.
one of a number of people that had
We can look that up, by the way.
Yeah, you can look that up. And so I get a call about this, and I was pretty fucked up about it. I mean, you know. I thought, well, geez, I just gave this talk. The review board, you know, they're going after this guy finally, and now he's dead, you know. And it was sad, man. I knew his son, and they were estranged, so I ended up breaking the news to the son, and then the police go out there to L.A. and they cordon off his house, and the review board people go out there, and it was in the house that he had these trunks salted away in a storage area in Tucson, Arizona. So the kid, he wasn't really a kid anymore, but he's grown, you know, son goes there, and there were supposed to be 9 trunks, and one of them, the purple trunk, he had said, you know, this is the one that's got the stuff in it. Well, when they got there to Arizona, the purple trunk, that was the only trunk that was missing. So, you know, nothing ever surfaced in terms of the evidence that he said that he had salted away that was going to come out in the event of his death. It was supposedly a heart attack, and, you know, that's what the autopsy said. But I also, you know, from some of my research, know that heart attacks can be induced. The intelligence agencies know how to do that. So
when you look at all that stuff, all of the cloak and dagger, and all the things that would have to line up right for this to still be, I guess, a secret, which includes Humes lying through his teeth, risking his military career, lying at the House Select Committee on Assassinations, all of these things. How is all of these different things lining up and working harder to believe, or easier to believe, than Oswald got 2 shots at a little bit better than he should have been able to get? Like, how is, you understand what I mean? Like, how is it harder to believe?
And
that Oswald just
that this
Kennedy.
Long, so many people, and this comes up a lot. It's like so many years go by and no one says anything, and but people do say things. And I think as time goes by, it's harder for people to have any credibility on it.
Yeah.
Because you could get somebody that was involved, you know, old as dirt right now, saying, yes, I know it was a conspiracy, this, that, the other thing, and people just kind of go, yeah, all right, whatever. Right. And so it's almost easier to keep a conspiracy under wraps the longer it goes on. It almost becomes legend instead of factual. It's like, oh, the legend of this conspiracy. So it doesn't matter what you tag on it. It's still just this fake thing. The real thing is what they told you was real.
And a lot of people are dead. I mean, you know, we're talking 45 years. So, you know, certainly the older people are all gone. And over the years, a lot of people have died, quote, mysterious deaths. I mean, these have been documented, starting you know, way back with Dorothy Kilgallen, the columnist. She interviews Jack Ruby. She says, I'm going to blow the lid off this whole thing. And then she shows up dead in her apartment as a supposed suicide. I mean, people that I interviewed over the course of time, I mean, they ended up dead and or shot. I mean, there was this Cuban exile in Miami, Antonio Vecchiana, and when I first met him, I didn't know he even knew anything, you know, and I'm sitting there with him in the Trailways bus station, and I remember in Miami, he says, let me see your government card. I said, I don't have a government card. I'm a journalist. He says, okay. So I finally convinced him I'm not with the government. And then he starts telling me this amazing story that he was telling the House committee investigating this at the time, that he's, you know, he was working for the CIA, all these plots to kill Castro, and his case officer for the CIA, who he called Mr. Bishop, he said, calls him to a meeting in August of '63, and there's this young guy sitting there for the whole meeting. Well, it's Lee Harvey Oswald. Now, that doesn't prove conspiracy to kill the president, but, you know, it was a pretty startling story, and he's talking about this, and he's talking about it to the House committee, and there's this big guy, David Phillips, who looks like is Mr. Bishop, and who was a high-level CIA guy. All right, so what happens is a couple of years go by, and all of a sudden, actually, outside that same Trailways bus station, I get a call one day that Vecchiana's been shot in the head. Now, could have been he has lots of enemies, the Cuban exile community and all that, but, after that, he lived. But, he shut up, basically. He didn't want to talk anymore. And
let me just move over to the right here a little by the window and leave a little opening between the building across the way and
I
you.
knew I was being silent.
What's that red dot?
I don't want. Some guy just went. All right. The dopey shock jock just moved.
Well, there were also. Plus, it wasn't just the Zapruder film. There were other shots. The next film, I think, was that were taken from the other side. And there was a couple of other films that were taken of the assassination from the other side that kind of showed the knoll. And something that somebody raised one time made a lot of sense. After the shots rang out and all hell broke loose, people ran towards the grassy knoll. And what logical person in a shooting runs towards the gunshots? What group especially? A couple of renegades maybe, but what group fearfully runs for their lives towards where the shots are coming from?
But if you look at the pictures, I mean, those people had heard something over there.
Yeah.
I mean, the president's just been shot, and they figure, what
Maybe
the hell?
sometimes with the echo, it could sound like it's coming from somewhere else.
Yeah, of course.
That's true too. You hear that, you don't know where it's really coming from. So, and a crowd that big, you're gonna get chicken with their heads cut off, kind of running all over the place.
But it's like the echoes could play into it. But if the echoes did anything, they would make it sound more like it was coming from the knoll than not. And they're implying that there was people running towards the knoll because they heard shots.
Yeah.
That's been a very common conspiracy thing.
Some people have said that. Some people who were interviewed have talked about the fact that they thought they heard something coming from there. And that's a Zapruder film. There's some interesting questions about that. In the interview I did with this guy Doug Horn for my book, he says that what he discovered was that, and these people called him up, the Assassination Records Review Board, and they said, I want to tell you something about the Zapruder film because I was involved in its transfer. That it was taken that weekend of the assassination from Dallas to a photo lab in Rochester, New York, that was run by Kodak, but it was also a CIA front, and that Zapruder film was altered that weekend, through these very sophisticated techniques that they had of, I don't know exactly how they did it, but
the weekend it happened.
Yeah.
Do you think though, when you look at that, public didn't see that for 5 years?
More than that.
So logically, would they really alter it or just destroy it? If that showed something, why wouldn't they have just destroyed it and said, film didn't come out? There's no internet back then. There's no information passed the way it is today. Nobody would have, it would have been this guy named Abraham saying, no, it wasn't destroyed. They would have said, we overexposed it by accident.
Sorry.
Well, you make a good point, but Dan Rather, for example, who wasn't with CBS yet, he was a local station. He'd already seen the film. What he described actually about seeing the Zapruder film was very different than what the final conclusion was. He talked about what he's talking about is it seems to be an extra frame, as far as where the president's head moves. But you got a point. But I don't know, Zapruder had already signed a deal with Life magazine, which started out at $50,000. After the weekend, it ended up $150,000, where they bought the film rights. A lot of money in those days, 1963. And that seems like the chain of custody that he signed documents indicating the film was still in Dallas, but actually it had been taken to New York.
But to think also too that they would know exactly what frame in that short a period of time, not knowing where public opinion would go. The Warren Commission had not been released yet. So to think that in that first week or so they would have the foresight to go, you know what, that implies conspiracy, this implies lone gunman, let's remove that frame. The foresight you'd have to see to pull that off, it would just be, to me, non-existent.
Well, if you look at the film and you see clear evidence that the president shot from the front, and you know that the official verdict is he's been shot from the rear, and that's what is going to be said. This one guy did it, who's about to be dead on Sunday, then why not? I mean, you got people who are pretty smart who can look at these things and, with technical expertise and figure that out.
But Zapruder's never said his film has been offered.
No, he would never say that. He was paid a lot of money.
It's been documented so many times, and it's been seen so many times, and it's been run through modern computers so many times. I think that's something that would have been, especially, I'm sure the CIA could do a good job, but in 1963, what they could do to splice film, I'm sure could be picked up now. The way we can look at things, especially when they had the release version with the extra I mean, that would have been uncovered without a doubt.
Maybe so. But, that film was salted away by Life magazine, by Time Life, for 12 years anyway. It wasn't shown. And they said, it would cause too much, it was just too painful to see. And I've always wondered about it because, the media, Time Life at that time had this guy, C.D. Jackson, who was the publisher of Life, and he clearly he was connected to the CIA in the 50s. I mean, you got people like that, very strong links between the intelligence agency and the media. That
seems like everybody had some kind of links to the CIA or the Cubans or Russia or something was going on. Yeah.
The tentacles were everywhere.
Yeah.
And but the media to this day has really not devoted a lot of time or attention to at least trying to look into the conspiracy possibilities here.
Oh, I don't know. I think that so much has been done about it. Like when you look at Bugliosi raised, and again, I don't say that he's the only voice at all, but he's just one of the fewer voices that's well respected from the Oswald lone gunman theory, was that JFK wore a back brace which acted almost as a girdle because he had a very, very bad back. And they said that Kennedy's problem may have been, the reason he actually died may have been because he couldn't fall. Because if you watch when he gets shot, he's leaning down, and there's an awkward way his arms are up at his neck. And it's like he probably couldn't fall because he had a back brace on, which, in milliseconds allowed that next shot to pop him in the head. But very possibly, if he didn't have that back brace on, he would have gotten hit, blasted his throat out. He may have died anyway. But he may have just fell over immediately, and that next shot may not have popped him in the head.
Well, we could go on arguing and debating the technical merits of this forever. I mean, and I'm not going to claim to be an expert in the forensics and the bullets and all that kind of stuff. That wasn't my thing. That wasn't what I did. Some people have really done some great looking at that, and like David Lifton and others. But, I went out and I interviewed all these people. And as I say, just missed a lot of their stories. But I just encountered too much. I mean, too many people with really credible information, I felt, that indicated Oswald had intelligence ties. Again, that doesn't prove that, he didn't do it by himself, but it certainly leads to the inescapable conclusion that we have not been told the truth about who Oswald was, what he was up to, who he was dealing with, and why not. And I think it's still really important that we know.
I agree.
And it was a very secretive time back then during the Cold War, and people did tend to, especially the press, keep their mouths shut when things especially were told that it would affect national security. So
That's true.
It could, dealing with a whole nother time. Now, forget about it. It would be all over the news.
Yeah. Oh, sure. People back then, the press didn't get into Kennedy's dalliances or his affairs.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
There'd be 8,000 camera shots, different angles, cell phone cams going off, things like that. But you got one film and some still pictures, and people that could really make up whatever kind of story they wanted back then.
Yeah, and the way I look at it is, something stopped that day. I mean, in the American consciousness psyche, there was this wound, like in the national psyche, and we weren't told the truth about it on whatever level you want to look at it, and therefore, it led to other things. I mean, I've looked a little bit at the other assassinations of the '60s, at Bobby Kennedy and Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, and to me, the four great men were cut down. We're supposed to believe all by lone assassins. And
not X though. There's a couple, right?
Yeah, yeah, there were. But I mean, was that a conspiracy? Were there other people involved? There was a whole
probably book. The Nation, the Nation of Islam.
Yeah, well, the Nation of Islam for sure, but maybe the CIA too. I mean, there's been a whole book written about that I read. I've never investigated it, but so you have a sea change happens in the 1960s when these four people are shot, and the reason I spent as much time as I have looking into it and writing about it is because I think it's still vitally important for where we are today, as a country, and for our kids. And, here we got a new president who's really looking to change things, and much in the way that Kennedy was. And, we need to look at these things and come clean about it and get to the truth of what happened in order to move on.
There are some people, though, that are so easy to snap to conspiracy, and I think 9/11 showed that. Because there are so many websites and people that you cannot convince them that it was hijackers, hated the American way of life, hated what we had done in the world, and wanted to just wreak havoc on us, and did it. The claims of dynamite being put in the Trade Center to bring it down in a controlled explosion. Things like that. People seem to just gravitate toward conspiracy during these very traumatic moments. I think to give them a little more control and relief, the fact that, like, oh my God, I hate to think that this could just happen without this great, huge plan behind it, because that means we're very vulnerable.
Makes them feel safer.
Yeah, we're very vulnerable to just, a group of Islamic militants, or it's got to be this wide-ranging conspiracy. Well, lone gunmen can fuck up the whole country by taking out the president? No, it's got to be this big thing. We hate to think we're so vulnerable that one nutty guy or a couple of nutty extremists can wreak such havoc on us.
Well, I think we're more vulnerable if some of these things really are results of conspiracies, because then who is it, and what's going on inside our own country?
Yeah. But that's what I mean. Like, the truth of the matter is, though, especially with something like 9/11, you have to look at what happened and honestly.
Well, you do, but even with 9/11, and I'm not a big believer in the whole buildings were blown up from inside. I've read about this stuff. But, the Bush administration, they knew. They had all kinds of evidence that they ignored, either willfully or not.
There's that stuff. But, I mean, in any situation, things that have gotten us into wars, Pearl Harbor, for one, is one of the more well-known one. Those, they had intelligence. They didn't use it. It always seemed to be kind of a just human error kind of a thing. Then let's just not, let people onto this.
Or maybe let's look the other way.
When you do use the intelligence you have, and you start bothering people and saying don't do this, all of a sudden you're called a police state. There's no winning. It's like there's been nothing that's happened in this country since then. And obviously, the gloves kind of came off and the politeness had to go out the window. But when you do that, people get angry and go, what are you, fascist? Like, you really can't win.
Yeah.
So if you use the information that you've gotten covertly, which is how a lot of good info is gotten, you use it and people accuse you of being, you can't win.
Yeah, secretive. Why didn't you tell Congress there's a covert investigations and infiltrations of this, that, and the other thing? Well, that's how we get our best information to protect the country. And yeah.
Well, yeah. With this, though, of course, it really played into the hands of the neocons. I mean, let's face it. It allowed them to create this Iraq war and claim that these false claims Saddam Hussein had something to do with it, and then we go in on completely false pretenses, both the weapons of mass destruction and the fact that maybe Hussein was connected to 9/11, which he was not. So it gave these guys, an imprimatur, I guess is one word, to go in and do whatever the fuck they wanted.
Well, I will say I don't think weapons of mass destruction. I think that was just bad intelligence. Otherwise, they never would have left Colin Powell swinging like a if it was a cover story, I don't say it wasn't a terrible decision. But if it was a cover story, they would have put something better together than something that was so easily shown to not be.
If you're going to make a conspiracy or something, just plant things there.
They would have planted.
Who's going to say, who's going to argue?
But they tried it in Nigeria, I think.
A terrible idea. I mean, Colin Powell, you couldn't be more embarrassed.
He was hung out to dry.
Oh, yeah.
The guy was hung out to dry. The whole public opinion changed after that. Like, it was so counterproductive. When it very easily could have not been, had they just,
Yeah, it turned, and it wasn't even an acknowledgement of, okay, we screwed up on our intelligence, and we're changing the whole MO of this war to free the people of Iraq. It just, morphed into this other purpose that Americans didn't give a shit about. If it was the fact that he had weapons of mass destruction and intended on using them on us or our allies, that's what we were all gung-ho, rah-rah, let's go in there and take this guy out. If it's, hey, we want these people to have the freedom that we have, I would never have signed off on anything like that. And the American people wouldn't have either. Sacrificed our guys for a freedom that they're not worth or willing to fight for.
Yeah. Look at how many people have been killed over there. Both our guys and, thousands, hundreds of thousands of Iraqis.
It's ridiculous. I think, Saddam knew exactly how to take care of his people. Yep. If they wanted to rise up and fight for their own freedom, that was their business. That guy, though, there were no infighting between Sunnis and he knew how to keep them under an iron fist. And to think you could just wheel in and make a democracy out of something because you screwed up on this weapons thing really was a dumb move.
But I think the important thing is the woman who should have been shot. in the Kennedy assassination is the woman who was on the, I think it was 5th or 4th floor of the book depository. It had a video. You probably know her name. I don't remember her name. She had a video camera. She was from Oswald's perspective. She was filming the motorcade, and this dumb broad didn't know how to use the video camera. So as the assassination is happening, she's filming the trees.
Oh, no kidding.
I have heard about that.
Can you see that video?
Oh, yes, you can.
The trees are lovely.
She didn't know what she was doing. She probably panicked when shots were ringing out, and she's watching the president be killed. But what was the? I should know this, but they made the turn on Elm coming from.
Yeah, from Houston.
Houston, okay. She's filming the motorcade coming, and she had the view.
Oh.
She was behind Kennedy while he was being assassinated from Oswald's perspective, and this fucking broad didn't know how to use the man's equipment.
She's in the same window Oswald's hanging out of.
Yeah.
Excuse me, pardon me.
And his elbow moved her camera, and she didn't notice it.
This camera's messing my hair.
She was really out of it.
But you know who I mean. Have you ever seen the footage?
No, I
it
haven't.
makes you want to find her and set her on fire.
It's funny.
Danny, you on YouTube looking?
Damn, that's terrible.
So, Dick, you obviously believe you go behind the scenes and get some stuff, like not just the shooting evidence, but the stuff that led up to it.
Yeah, exactly. Witnesses, people who were, like I say, involved with Oswald in one way or another. Also, I look in the book, and it's some pretty far out stuff, but at the possibility that Oswald, remember this program called MK Ultra? You ever hear of it?
Mm-mm.
Well, it was back in the 70s that it came out in the Senate hearings that the CIA had this program to control human behavior called MK Ultra, and they've been working on it for more than 20 years.
Is that like Manchurian Candidate stuff?
Yeah, exactly. And that they were using hypnosis and drugs and trying to create assassins. And there's documents about this. This is, proven stuff. And in the book, I interviewed a couple of guys. One was Sid Gottlieb, who ran that program for years. Another was Ike Feldman, who was a case, CIA case officer in the program. And without going into all the details, but Feldman said, yeah, there'd been, without being specific, and both of them, indicated there'd been rumors or, they'd heard things that maybe Oswald and even Ruby could have been, as he put it, doped or, given something before the assassination. I mean, Oswald's behavior was really weird after he was arrested. He was very cool and calm and collected and very, very strange. I remember his brother came to visit him in prison. One story is, or in jail that weekend, and then it looked in his eyes, and Oswald said, "You won't find anything there."
Really?
Yeah. And there's a lot of circumstantial, but the air base at Sugi, where he was in Japan, was one of the 2 field stations overseas where they did LSD experiments in those days on soldiers. Then he went to Russia, and they put him in this hospital for 10 days. I mean, there's really weird stuff goes on with him in the years before, immediately preceding.
He has a tremendously interesting past
for
up
a guy
until
23.
Yeah, for a guy 23. His past is amazing. So much intrigue and cloak and dagger, and to this day you don't know where his loyalties lied as far as the communists go, and this country and the president, Cuba. It really is amazing that there was that much going on in this guy's life, and then he turns out to be the guy that shoots the president.
It is. It's really amazing. There's even I had a guy, Phil Corso, he was an intelligence guy, national security advisor to Eisenhower and stuff, and he told me that he said he worked for Senator Russell investigating Warren Commission stuff. He said, we found out that there were 2 Oswalds, that this guy, that there were 2 of them came back from Russia, a lookalike who was working for the Russians, and then this other guy had been over there. I mean, you even get to that, who's in the grave. I mean, it's very bizarre. I write about that some in the book, too.
That is just an amazing history he had before the assassination, and even after. I mean, that Ruby coming up and just, hey, hello, here you go, take this with you.
Yeah, and Ruby, of course, had ties to the mob. And,
none
of that came out
all
at the
time. I was surprised that there was so much photographic coverage of Oswald before the assassination, like him handing out pamphlets and a lot of film. And back then, it wasn't like everybody had a camera.
But what if somebody's setting him up? I mean, that's
what I mean. Yeah. That's a little odd, too, that there he is handing out these communist pamphlets. And It's on film.
That's
him
right.
doing interviews.
He calls and wants to make sure the TV station's there in New Orleans to cover him, and they do. They come out there, and then they get him on radio.
They interview him, and there he is with a
Picture
mic
with
in
a
front of
gun.
him. Yeah, his picture with the gun. Yeah, right.
That's right.
It's just there are very convenient things when it comes to Oswald. That
he was the perfect patsy in that sense.
Yeah, he really was. I mean, if it was a lone gunman thing and it just was him doing it, boy, he would have been a perfect patsy if it was a setup, because he had everything you needed.
Don't forget, there wouldn't have been that photographic. A lot of that photographic evidence might have just been because he was involved with these anti-government organizations. So
Right.
it was probably natural for them to track and photograph these groups anyway. I mean, I'm not saying it was right, but they did keep record of these people anyway.
Could be, but there did seem to be a lot for just some,
He was putting
some
himself out
dopey
there.
kid handing out some commie stuff. Yeah, he was. He was kind of making
propaganda. Here's Lee Harvey's handing out a pamphlet.
Yeah, and
what?
Excuse me.
That's not it.
I love the fact that Ed
Pat
Grant.
bombs.
Yeah, I was going to say Ed. I meant to say
Leave
Ed
on a high
Asner,
note.
Ed Grant. Yeah, we have to wrap up. I guess it's 11:20 or something.
Yeah, let's
You
roll
should be
out.
tumbling out of the Enola Gay.
All right.
The book is called Woo. It's Dick Russell, and the book is On the
Yep.
Trail of the JFK Assassins, and it covers some different angles that have been covered before, and I feel nauseous, but not because of your book.
Thank you.
No. I drank coffee and then ate grapefruit, and that combination just doesn't work.
Little acid and caffeine to get it into your system. That's good. Maybe you knew too much. Maybe it's not the coffee.
That guy, I see the guy in the window over there.
Yeah. Who got you the grapefruit? Is it Club Soda Kenny? Who does he work for?
Exactly. He doesn't even know.
GH. Club Soda Commie.
All right, there you go, Pat. Stop talking.
I'm back.
I'm turning your mic off, so you.
Yeah,
Say leave it on.
You're a patsy from Moonachie.
This is good.
Right on, Dick Russell, everyone.
Very, very interesting. I mean, anything you could get your hands on as far as the JFK thing, but this is insightful in the way that you talk to a lot of these people, and it's not so much the technical, let's get some strings and line up where the bullets go things. It's talking with the people, and that's a pretty good angle. I like that.
Thanks. Good to be with you today.
All right, Dick. Thank you. Dick Russell, everyone.
And I guess that's...
You're heading out.
Let's wrap it up.
We got to do this Carbonite.
What?
Thing. Basically, Carbonite is making it easy to back up your computer.
See,
your
now,
files.
if a lot of those things, the autopsy reports, on days like this, the autopsy reports, things that were destroyed, if they were on a computer, Opie, they could have been backed up with Carbonite.com.
Carbonite would have been heroes.
Look how I get this. It's like, oh, sorry.
They would have been heroes.
I lost that file. My computer crashed.
Oh, don't you worry. We got it online.
We got it.
Because you're going to sign up for Carbonite 46 years into the future.
Right. Exactly.
And then you do a little Back to the Future thing. Everyone's happy.
Everyone's fine, but you might have changed the timeline.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you don't want to do that. You don't want to get Biffco.
Why am I
I hear
attempting
Biffco was involved.
Yeah.
In the Kennedy conspiracy. Biffco and its nuclear power plants. No, not one good thing did Biff do. Nuclear waste and casinos.
Carbonite is easy. $50 a year. If you sign up now by going to Carbonite.com, enter the code XM. They're going to give you 2 months for free. That's nice. Carbonite.com, offer code XM, Carbonite. So you sign up, and then you're going to forget about it, and guess what? They're going to be just backing up everything for you every single day.
Yeah. One day your computer crashes, you'd be initially you're like, no, and then you go,
Carbonite.
I got Carbonite.
And then you
it
go
was
to
only
that
$50 for the year.
Then you go to that website, and there's all your stuff. Simple as that, right?
How do you get there with your broken computer?
Oh, you have to maybe borrow someone else's computer.
You got to get a new one.
A new computer.
Have it delivered.
By Pat from Moonachie Delivery Service.
Look, everyone's being tied in.
Insurance is extra.
Oh, Jesus.
All right, let's get out of here.
Yeah, let's bolt.
Carbonite.com. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you.